Environment and Climate Change, a new ministry but a very seasoned and hard-working and competent minister, the Member of Parliament from St. Ann North East, the Honourable Matthew Samuda, and then he will be followed by the Member of Parliament for St. Catherine North Western, Mr. Damian Crawford. So, Madam Speaker, if it pleases you.
Thank you, House Leader. We would have, let me first ask that we vote to move straight to public business, and then we will recommit all the items on the agenda. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. The time limits already having been established in our sitting last week will not need to be repeated. Please be reminded of the time limit. I will repeat it. It would appear for the last time for the benefit of everyone. So, ministers, your usual time is 45 minutes and an additional 15 minutes has been approved. So your limit is no more than 60 minutes or an hour. And in the case of the opposition spokesperson, it is 30 minutes and you get an extra 5 minutes, so 35 minutes. Members, please, I will be adhering strictly to the time. Please make welcome the Minister of Water and Environment. The Minister represents the seat of St. Ann North East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Minister, I am sorry to interject. For the benefit of all the members, when your time is up, you will only hear the bell go off so that you will recall that you are now going into additional time. I'm asking you to just continue with your presentation. Don't have the bell break your stride. Just continue when it goes off. You guys major in the minor a lot though.
Madam Speaker.
When the buzzer goes off, since you don't like ringing the bell, because it's a bell. Yes, anything you would like. So when the buzzer goes off, you will just continue in good stride. And you do not need to sit or wait for additional time. So you're comfortable continuing your presentation. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I rise today to make my contribution to the sectoral debate in this honorable House, I'm privileged to stand here firstly because of the blessings of the Almighty, but secondly because of the trust placed in me by the constituency of St. Ann North East. I pause to acknowledge my councillors, constituency executive, management team members who are present here today. I also use this opportunity to etch in the annals of history the work, the impact, the ambition, and the intended legacy of the young but dynamic Ministry of Water, Environment and Climate Change that I now have the honor and privilege to lead. I welcome senior members of the ministry to the Parliament today, including the Permanent Secretary Wayne Roberts and our Director General Sharon Morrison, CTDs and team members who are also here today. I also welcome members of the boards of management and senior team members of the agencies and departments also under my supervision. Madam Speaker, I also use the opportunity to welcome guests from the World Bank Water Sector team who are in Jamaica on a particular mission but have joined us this afternoon. We extend welcome to them as well. Madam Speaker, I wish to thank the Most Honourable Prime Minister for the trust he once again placed in me to manage these critical subject areas. Madam Speaker, there are many persons who deserve an expression of profound gratitude. It is my hope that they are not slighted by the lack of mention because of the time constraints this afternoon. Madam Speaker, as I begin, I pause to reflect on the words of the Most Honourable PM. when he made it clear that this government and this budget is about building forward together and that we are moving from simply resilience to resurgence. This resurgence is a precise intention of this ministry, an intention, Madam Speaker, that will be made real through intentional service, environmental stewardship, and the development of climate-resilient water systems. Madam Speaker, the ministry was created because climate change, water security, environmental protection, forestry, ocean governance, and the blue economy required dedicated singular focus. Madam Speaker, I'm proud to report that in what can only be described as a remarkably short period, that through partnerships coordinated by this ministry, we have already mobilized tens of millions of US dollars in climate and adaptation financing, coordinated a national recovery of major water systems after the most disruptive disaster ever recorded in Jamaica, provided timely information before, during, and after Hurricane Melissa that not only saved lives but also gave our people hope and guidance. Importantly, Madam Speaker, this ministry has also allowed Jamaica to assume leadership roles in the global environmental agenda and entrenched our position as a credible, bankable partner and thought leader in global climate and environmental stewardship. I reiterate and emphasize, not only for the members of this House, but moreover for the people of Jamaica, that climate resilience is not an expense. It is an investment in Jamaica's survival, stability, competitiveness, and indeed our resurgence. Madam Speaker, the challenge is great, but the resilience and ingenuity of the Jamaican people are equal to the task. Madam Speaker, I'm also pleased to advise this Honourable House that all boards under the purview of this ministry have been duly gazetted. Cabinet approval has been received and board members have been appointed, ensuring that the governance structures responsible for overseeing our agencies and delivery of this critical program are fully constituted and operational. Madam Speaker, today I will provide an update on Jamaica's climate change agenda. This is not simply a policy discussion. It is about protecting livelihoods, strengthening economic resilience, and ensuring that Jamaica remains prepared in the face of intensifying climate impacts. Madam Speaker, over the period of 2020 to 2025, Jamaica has experienced an escalation in climate-related events. The passage of Hurricane Beryl in July 2024, Hurricane Melissa in October 2025, resulted in widespread damage and disruption across several parishes. These events, alongside severe drought conditions between 2020 and 2023, caused significant damage to infrastructure, agricultural and coastal systems, while having a severe economic impact. Road networks, water systems, and electricity infrastructure were impacted. Smallholder farmers and experienced crop losses, and coastal communities face storm surge, flooding, and erosion. These impacts are not isolated. They directly affect productivity, food security, and national stability. Madam, every dollar spent on recovery is a dollar diverted from the development agenda. And this is why climate change must be treated as a core economic issue. Madam Speaker, Jamaica strengthened its climate governance net framework in 2023 through the approval of the Climate Change Policy Framework and Emissions Policy Framework. These provided a coordinated national approach across sectors. Madam Speaker, the development and passage of climate change legislation will mark a significant step in strengthening Jamaica's governance framework. The ministry is partnering with the UK FCDO to deliver this legislation, which will provide legal backing for climate policies and ensure accountability across sectors. This is essential for delivering sustained and measurable outcomes, greater transparency, and improved policy implementation and increased investor confidence. This legislation is expected to be complete this fiscal year. Madam Speaker, Jamaica's long-term emissions reduction and climate resilience strategy, or otherwise referred to as our LTS 2050, completed in July 2025, represents our vision for Jamaica as a climate-smart, resilient country. The strategy outlines Jamaica's pathway to achieving net zero emissions by or before 2060, while ensuring that economic growth remains inclusive, sustainable, and resilient. Madam Speaker, what distinguishes the LTS is not solely an environmental strategy, it is a developmental strategy. It focuses on a whole of economy approach and includes focus on the energy systems, transport, agriculture, infrastructure and urban development, as well as forestry and ecosystems. The LTS projects approximately $13.9 billion in net economic benefits by 2050, along with the creation of 26,000 jobs, particularly in green and emerging sectors. Madam Speaker, these are not just projections. They represent a shift in how Jamaica positions itself in the global economy. Importantly, the LTS is aligned with our NDC and other national priority policies, ensuring coherence across short and medium and long-term planning. Madam Speaker, in 2025, ahead of the deadline, Jamaica also submitted its nationally determined contributions to the UNFCCC, which is a requirement of the Paris Agreement. This, Madam Speaker, saw an ambitious target of Jamaica committing to 41% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2035, relative to a business-as-usual scenario. Our NDCs focused on energy, transport, forestry, and land use, and for the first time took a valuation of the carbon capture capabilities of our mangrove forests. Madam Speaker, between 2024 and 2026, Jamaica advanced its approach to food security through the development of a climate-informed, multi-scalar mapping system in partnership with RADA and the Climate Technology Center and Network under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. MWEC led the project, raising $250,000, but partnered very closely with RADA, Madam Speaker. This is important for centralized data on agriculture, climate risks, and food security, allowing decision-making at multiple levels, national, parish, and community. This means we can now identify with much greater precision the areas most vulnerable to drought, flooding, and production shocks. Madam Speaker, the Adapt Jamaica project represents a major investment in climate resilience for the agriculture sector. With US $50 million secured through the GCF, this initiative will benefit over 700,000 Jamaicans, particularly smallholder farmers and rural communities. And the member from Southwest St. Elizabeth can attest to the fact that $40 million of this is indeed grant funding. For that, we are particularly proud. This project targets the strengthening and resilience of the agriculture sector, and we are also supporting income generation. This initiative demonstrates how targeted investments can deliver both environmental and socio-economic benefits. Madam Speaker, the government has transitioned from planning to implementation on its electric mobility. On January 20th, 2026, a validation workshop confirmed the structure of a pilot program under the NDC Technology and Economic Cooperation Program. This program has deployed 3 standardized 12-meter battery electric buses across UTEC, CMU, and HART. These buses are designed to meet real demand with passenger loads ranging from 25 to 50 persons per trip and daily travel distances up to 240 kilometers. Madam Speaker, we further focused on developing what is called JA-NAP. This is our National Adaptation Plan. In this regard, the development of Jamaica's first comprehensive NAP, or JANAP, represents a critical pillar of our national response. This work is being advanced in collaboration with the PIOJ and is a priority for completion this financial year. Madam Speaker, the JANAP is not simply another policy document. It is an implementation framework. It is designed to move us from fragmented, project-based interventions to a coordinated whole-of-government approach to resilience building. The plan focuses on sectors such as water, agriculture, coastal zones. Madam Speaker, the strength of the JANAP is that it is being implemented by the PIOJ, who also developed the JSRAT tool, which is a systemic risk assessment tool. Therefore, the NAP will be grounded in data, risk assessment, coordinated vulnerability mapping, economic analysis, and climate projections to ensure that investments are targeted where they are most needed. Importantly, Madam Speaker, it integrates gender considerations, stakeholder engagement, and investment planning. Madam Speaker, the development of carbon markets, of our carbon markets framework, presents a significant opportunity for Jamaica to access new revenue streams while encouraging the growth of clean technology developments and installations across various sectors by participating in global carbon markets. Jamaica can attract investments and simultaneously support emissions reduction projects. For local businesses and entrepreneurs, this framework creates opportunities to participate in the green economy, as among other things, it supports technology transfer and economic diversification. Madam Speaker, we intend to finalize this framework this year. I won't speak much about the Loss and Damage Fund because I would have provided a statement to this Honourable House before, but just as an update, the country has submitted its first request for funds from the Loss and Damage Fund to the tune of $20 million, and we expect a formal decision in June of this year coming from the damage of Hurricane Melissa. Madam Speaker, the government, through the Development Bank of Jamaica, continues to push the throttle to position Jamaica to better access global climate finance opportunities. By aligning with international financing goals, Jamaica will be better equipped to secure the resources needed for national development. Madam Speaker, Jamaica will this year complete preparations for the launch of its own Blue and Green Fund to be housed at DBJ. We expect this to be primarily financed by the GCF, and Jamaica targets over $150 million investment in this fund that will finance blue and green projects across varying sectors. Madam Speaker, the state of the environment. The global context is unambiguous. The United Nations Environment Programme has characterized our predicament as a triple planetary crisis: climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. These are not abstract threats. They are converging risk multipliers. Climate change intensifies storms and droughts. Biodiversity loss erodes ecosystem services like coastal protection and food security. Pollution of both air, land, and, of course, marine undermines public health and economic productivity. Small island developing states like Jamaica are on the front line. Sea level rise, coral bleaching, coastal erosion, and extreme weather events impose fiscal burdens and disrupt livelihoods. Our policy posture, therefore, must be anticipatory, science-led, and economically disciplined. This you have heard from me in this House before, Madam Speaker. However, I think it's important this afternoon to introduce the concept of planetary boundaries in this Honourable House. This graphic shows the current state with only two boundaries globally not being exceeded. The planetary boundaries framework highlights the rising risk from human pressure on 9 critical global processes that regulate the stability and resilience of the Earth. Crossing boundaries increases the risk of generating large-scale, abrupt and irreversible environmental damage. The impacts of these changes will not necessarily be immediate or drastic, but together the boundaries mark a critical threshold for risks to society and the biosphere we are a part of. Members of this House and those listening at home should be clear that this is already having an impact on Jamaica. But, Madam Speaker, I also believe we must be unambiguous in acknowledging the current state of our environment. In some areas, Jamaica has led the world. In other areas, we are behind. Only by acknowledging the problems, similarly to the way the MHPM and indeed the DPM have approached crime in this country, can we solve them. Above is Jamaica's ranking as assessed by Yale University in their 2024 assessment. Jamaica sits at 68 out of 180 countries assessed in the overall ranking. Good. However, important for us to confront the areas in which Jamaica is not assessed to be progressing at the right pace. For colleagues' information, areas such as climate change we're ranked number 23 in the world in our management of the subject. Marine protection, 27. But there are areas of particular challenge. Certainly, waste management, our red list index, we are at 164 and 138 respectively. So this gives you an idea of where we have to focus. The areas we're doing well, we want to entrench the work. The areas we're not doing well, we want to invest more and give greater focus to ensure we move up the ranking and indeed protect our environment. Jamaica's standing provides a useful benchmark. While we have had gains in areas such as protected area coverage and indeed waste management, and ecosystem vitality. The EPI underscores a central truth. Incrementalism will not suffice. We require systemic interventions, better enforcement, stronger data systems, and targeted capital investments. Our current regulatory focus. Our regulatory framework is anchored by the NRCA Act and administered through NEPA. Complementary statutes include the Wildlife Protection Act, the Forestry Act, the Water Resources Act, the Beach Control Act, and the regulations governing air emissions, effluent discharge, and solid waste. And that's important to understand. The present focus is threefold: enforcement integrity, standards modernization, data, and transparency. Madam Speaker, that is why I'm happy today to have tabled in this honourable House the overarching protected areas policy white paper, which is within your package, and the draft keys management policy green paper. The overarching protected areas policy will replace the 1997 protected areas policy and will provide the policy direction for the effective management of the country's protected area system. It should be noted that the island has over 350 protected areas, including national parks, marine parks, fish sanctuaries, forest reserves, and forest management areas, which have been declared under various pieces of legislation. Madam Speaker, in further bolstering the country's environmental legislative framework, the Ministry, in collaboration with the Forestry Department, is advancing the repeal and replacement of the Forest Act. This new piece of legislation will include provisions that specify transfer of land, inventory, and the classification of forests and forest land, and a declaration of a no-burn season. I'm happy to report that the Forest Bill is before the Legislative Committee of the Parliament and will be tabled in a matter of weeks. Legislative Committee of the Cabinet. Additionally, Madam Speaker, the Ministry will be advancing the amendment of the Wildlife Protection Act. In this regard, a draft bill has already been prepared and is being reviewed. It is my further intention to have this bill tabled before the end of Q1 of this financial year. Madam Speaker, the passing of this bill will clear the path for honouring of the government's commitment to finally ratify the SPA protocol. Madam Speaker, additionally, the government will complete the long-awaited environmental impact assessment regulations under the NRCA Act this fiscal year. Madam Speaker, our strategic environmental focus, and I have circulated the digital document, focuses on several areas, including increased protection and indeed waste separation, emissions focus on air quality, and of course improved beach access. And I will go through them as quickly as possible in considering the time. But Madam Speaker, I do want to bring colleagues' attention to the fact that this year the government will complete 5 new protected areas, including sections of Bengal, the Negril Environmental Protection Area, Long Mountain, Montpelier, and Canoe Valley will be completed this fiscal year. Additionally, the Ministry, in collaboration with the Forestry Department, has declared 17 new forest management areas under the Forest Act last year, in the last just concluded financial year, and is working on finalizing the declaration of 22 new forest reserves, which I intend to table in the House in the second quarter of the fiscal year. Madam Speaker, colleagues would recall a discussion we would have had in this House related to the declaration of the Constant Spring Golf Club as a forest management area to preserve the green space for generations to come. I'm happy to report that the document is at the printing office to be gazetted, so that commitment represents a commitment which has been kept. Jamaica has already protected 25% of its landmass and 15% of its EEZ. We expect to complete the 30% target, which is in line with global standards, well before 2030, and we are working to catch up on our marine protected areas. Madam Speaker, Jamaica's waste stream remains largely commingled, driving landfill pressure and marine leakage. We are implementing source separation, organic, recyclable, and residual streams, supported by public education, infrastructure rollout, and private sector participation. Madam Speaker, the government this year will advance a full national pilot for waste separation in public facilities. Madam Speaker, another area of concern is air quality. It is a public health imperative. We are tightening emission standards at stationary sources, enhancing vehicular inspection regimes, and piloting low-cost sensor networks to complement reference-grade monitors. The policy objective is measurable to reduce PM2.5 and nitrous oxide exposure, especially in urban corridors and near industrial clusters. Madam Speaker, the government will advance plans for the introduction of tailpipe testing this year. Another issue that has dominated public discourse is the issue of beach access. Now, I believe it may be easier to have a ministerial statement to go through this particular section at a later date, but I would like to make a few points in summarizing the section that I have, even though I've circulated my notes on the subject. The Beach Control Act was passed in 1956 and was amended in 1973. 1973's amendment moved us to a licensing-based system. The policy attempt started in 1997 to deal with the access issues and was largely abandoned in 2000 because of a lack of consensus. So what you have is a period of policy blackout. What we have sought to accomplish with the new beach access policy and evolving the arrangements related to the licensing regime is to ensure that access is no longer incidental, developers are now part of the solution, and the policy is indeed implementable. Though the Beach Control Act still governs, this policy has embedded access into planning law mechanisms, has converted policy goals into administrative requirements, and forced alignment between tourism development and public rights. Madam Speaker, this policy has guaranteed windows and corridors to the sea, while clearly stating where Jamaicans have access to the foreshore. Beyond that, the commitment has been made in this House to ensure investment is made in the development of new public beach parks, some of which I know the member from East Central St. James will no doubt mention, including Prairie Beach, Madam Speaker. We have some major projects that I would like to highlight, Madam Speaker, under the environmental portfolio, which include the Relief Project launch by the Forestry Department, the Negril Coastline Works and rewetting of the Negril Morass, and of course restoration works at Helshaw, and the development of a river control authority and a keys control authority. Madam Speaker, our forests were decimated by Hurricane Melissa. The Forestry Department has developed a strategic framework for how we will approach helping nature along. I'm happy to report that as at the end of June, we would have replanted some 300,000 trees already, Madam Speaker. There is far greater detail. I encourage colleagues to read same. I want to bring your attention to works that are underway in Negril. We would have completed our design for the canals that will re-wet the wetlands. Now, this is incredibly important even for shoreline stabilization and protecting what is a natural asset that is the envy of the world. That work, in terms of building the canals, member from Western Westmoreland, will commence this year. We also intend to complete our transaction work for the development of what is called an interpretive center in Westmoreland. Now, that will be in the Royal Palm Reserve, which would have been built by Mr. Siaga in the 1980s. We'll be renovating this area and ensuring that indeed we have an area where persons are able to go and study our endemic species, watch birds, and take river tours. Madam Speaker, another focus of ours is ensuring that the regulatory system can indeed be brought to life. That is why the government, through the ministry and indeed NEPA, will be developing a river management authority and a keys management authority that will be housed at NEPA. The River Management Authority will focus on risk mapping and early warning, sediment and debris management, enforcement against encroachment. The Keys Management Authority is necessary to ensure coordinated management of our keys, which are a sensitive ecosystem, but also incredibly valuable economically. Another area of focus of the ministry under the environmental portfolio, Madam Speaker, is indeed marine governance. The government of Jamaica is focused on ensuring that we stand up the operations of the National Council on Oceans and Coastal Zone Management, and I think in the interest of time, I will bring a ministerial statement for that because of its importance for marine spatial planning, blue economic development, pollution control, and effective ocean governance. Madam Speaker, I'm sure many colleagues are particularly interested in the water section of the portfolio. But if we don't protect the environment, you don't have any water. So, indeed. Let me say this plainly, Madam Speaker. Water is not a line item. Water is the economy. Every sector depends on it. Irrigation for our farmers, industrial and commercial operations, tourism and construction, health, the basic dignity of every household. Without water, there is no economic development for Jamaica. It is for this reason that the Andrew Holness-led administration has been investing in your water supply at a rate not seen since the 1980s and not seen previously to that since the 1940s. I want to begin with something that this House and every Jamaican listening should be proud of. Just days ago at the World Bank Spring Meetings in Washington, Jamaica stood among only 14 countries in the world, 14 first movers, to launch a national water compact under the World Bank Water Forward initiative. This global platform was launched April 15, 2026. Its ambition is simple but enormous: water security for 1 billion people by 2030. Jamaica's water compact is not a vague aspiration. It is a signed national commitment to achieve universal access to safe, reliable, and affordable water and sanitation by 2030, to reduce non-revenue water, expand sewerage coverage, improve energy efficiency, protect our watersheds, and mobilize $5 billion in sector investment, inclusive of more than $1 billion in private capital. Madam Speaker, the opposition knows this. They spent years in government, and the investment was simply too limited, and it forced the deterioration of the infrastructure. They watched NRW climb, they watched coverage stagnate, they produced studies, held consultations, and left us with infrastructure in some places that had not been replaced previous to the 1940s. We inherited that, and we're fixing it. We formed government in 2016. At that time, less than $1 billion Jamaican dollars was being invested annually in infrastructure this year, across MDAs. Across MDAs, Madam Speaker, this year, the government will invest in excess of 15 billion Jamaican dollars. Madam Speaker, water does not begin at a tap. It begins in our rivers, our aquifers, our watersheds. Before a single drop reaches any household or farm, someone must protect that resource, allocate it fairly, and ensure it will still be here for the generation after us. Madam Speaker, the Water Resources Authority was established under the Water Resources Act of 1995. They operate over 100 river gauging stations and hundreds of groundwater monitoring sites across the island. They issue and enforce the licenses that govern how water is drawn from our sources and are the first line of defense against over-extraction, aquifer depletion, and saline intrusion. Madam Speaker, this administration places the WR's mandate at the very center of our reform agenda, because you cannot deliver water security if you are not protecting the resource that makes it possible. Jamaica currently has 830 valid abstraction licenses, with total license volume that exceeds 2.3 billion cubic meters. Actual usage sits at approximately 1 billion cubic meters per year. Madam Speaker, the gap between licensed and used is not evenly distributed across the island. In some of our aquifers, we are already extracting at levels that raise concern. This government is committed to integrated water resource management, not just measuring what we have, but actively protecting it. Our Water Resources Master Plan, tabled in 2022, is now being updated to account for current demand pressures. This is the blueprint that guides where infrastructure gets built, how water is allocated across agriculture, industry, and domestic use, and how we respond to the increased pressure on our sources. Jamaica is committed to having this tool current and operational. Madam Speaker, for note, we are carefully managing our water resources, fully cognizant that water scarcity affects women disproportionately, as many households in Jamaica are indeed female-led. The graphic in front of you shows the relative female population to water source availability. So this also has to guide our investment approach. Madam Speaker, one of the most important things we are doing this year through the WRA is installing technology that allows us to see problems before they become crises. The WRA, in collaboration with the Met Service of Jamaica, is rolling out a long-range, wide-area network called LoRa One in a phased 3-year program. Hundreds of field sensors and network gateways will capture real-time data on groundwater levels, river flows, and rainfall across the island. Even in our most remote off-grid communities, this data will flow into centralized platforms with advanced analytical tools. Decisions are only as strong as the data that informs them, and this initiative ensures that Jamaica is operating with the best possible information in real time. Madam Speaker, we expect this initiative to be transformative, and it strengthens Jamaica's ability to detect early signs of drought, monitor flood conditions as they develop, and respond with greater speed. Madam Speaker, this initiative represents a shift from periodic data collection to continuous real-time monitoring, placing Jamaica in a stronger position to manage its water resources proactively in an increasingly climate-impacted environment. Madam Speaker, we would have seen the need for this in the recent flooding associated with Hurricane Melissa. I want to congratulate the team at WRA for the role that they would have played in informing decisions being made at the national and parish level as it related to flooding, especially in areas such as Content, Chigwell, and indeed Newmarket. Building on the lessons from the recent flood events, including Hurricane Melissa, the WRA is taking decisive steps to strengthen Jamaica's preparedness in some of our most vulnerable communities. To this end, the authority is finalizing a comprehensive project proposal to secure external funding for the establishment of an early warning system in Port Maria, a town that has experienced repeated and severe flooding over the years. While Port Maria is not an isolated case, it is a highly vulnerable community that experiences major flooding every 2 to 3 years, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, monitoring and data will only work if we have the right legal authority to act. It is for that reason the WRA has identified real gaps in the WRA Act, as well as the Floodwater Control Act, and we have commenced our review of that process. It is important to note that we have published the notice inviting submissions of no objection to the amendments we intend to pursue in the Sunday Gleaner published and Observer published on April 26. To note, Madam Speaker, and just briefly, Jamaica has successfully secured the bid to host a second staging of the island's Water Congress, a high-level international forum convened by the International Water Resources Association. Madam Speaker, this Congress will bring international experts and policymakers to our shore and will be held in Montego Bay in December of this year, Madam Speaker. That deals with how you manage the resource generally. Madam Speaker, once the WRA has protected and allocated the resource, the National Water Commission and the Rural Water Supply Limited take it from the source to the tap. The NWC serves our urban and semi-urban communities, and the RWSL reaches the rural communities that the main utility network does not cover. Together, they're the delivery engine of the water sector, and as such, I will outline the plans for the year ahead. Madam Speaker, potable water access currently reaches approximately 90% of households. With this administration committed to 100% by 2030, Madam Speaker, your government is building the infrastructure to meet this aspiration. The NWC currently operates over 700 water supply systems, serving more than 550,000 customers island-wide. On an annual basis, the NWC produces in excess of 322 million cubic meters of water and treats approximately 23 million cubic meters of sewage. The scale of the operation is significant. The challenges within it are equally significant, and the investment required to fix these challenges is what this year's budget seeks to address, as well as budgets to come. Madam Speaker, according to a recent World Bank study, Jamaica requires US $5 billion investment in the water sector to meet this ambition. Madam Speaker, the significant impact of Hurricane Melissa on both infrastructure and operations, the NWC demonstrated strong resilience and responsiveness. The NWC restored water supply to over 90% of customers by December 31st, 2025, and supported by expanded water trucking operations, temporary supply arrangements, and coordinated field interventions. As at April 2026, I'm happy to report, Madam Speaker, that approximately 99% of facilities have been restored to operational status, with the majority reconnected to the national power grid. Ongoing works are being undertaken to address remaining facilities requiring additional intervention and to restore pipelines in remote communities that were affected by land slippage. Madam Speaker, this performance underscores the government's capacity to respond effectively to national emergencies and to maintain service continuity under challenging conditions. That is the result of planning, not an accident. Madam Speaker, I will be direct about one of the most serious structural problems in Jamaica's water sector: non-revenue water. NRW that is produced and treated and pumped but never reaches a paying customer. NRW drives up energy costs, constrains available supply, and makes NWC financially unsustainable if left unaddressed. Madam Speaker, NRW is acknowledged as a crisis that we must fix. The island-wide NRW reduction program is valued at some US $340 million and will be phased over 11 years. It will target reduced NRW from 71% to 30%. It is already in procurement through international competitive bidding. Madam Speaker, Jamaica has an NRW target of 30% by 2035. The annual financial return is clear: $10.7 billion, comprising $7.7 billion in additional revenue at current tariff rates from improved billing and collection, and $2.8 billion in annual electricity savings, and $167 million in chemical cost savings. Madam Speaker, we are already seeing these benefits in Kingston and St. Andrew and Portmore. The case for taking this program island-wide is not complicated. Quite frankly, it pays for itself. Madam Speaker, in the just concluded financial year, the government, through the NWC, made significant strides in expanding access to reliable water services, particularly within rural and underserved communities. Through the implementation of the rural water supply improvement projects, which were valued at $1.1 billion, service delivery and reliability were enhanced for more than 133,000 Jamaicans island-wide. Additionally, approximately 14,000 persons across more than 20 communities gained access to piped water for the first time, representing meaningful progress towards universal service coverage. These communities included Spicy Hill in Trelawney, Lancewood, Shaw Park Heights in St. Ann, Runit, Charlie Gallant and Middle Quarters in St. Elizabeth, sections of Mason Hall in St. Mary, and sections of Orangefield in St. Catherine. Madam Speaker, for those 14,000 Jamaicans, last year was not a policy document. It was the year that water came. Madam Speaker, the government would have also completed and started a raft of projects throughout its agenda, and it is circulated in your varying WhatsApp chats and by email. But I will highlight a few, even understanding the time constraints. We would have completed the Old Pepper to Gutters transmission main at a cost of $331 million. Places like Miketown and Coleyville and Bonita Heights in Manchester would have benefited from investment. Cataboo, Runit, Middle Quarters, Rhine Park, for instance, Rhine Park in St. James would have benefited from $54.5 million, impacting 10,000 residents, Madam Speaker. We would have completed work on the Jackson Town pipeline project, benefiting 2,500 residents, Madam Speaker. We would have completed work on the Port Royal pipeline replacement project with $533 million invested, impacting 2,000 residents. Madam Speaker, we would have commenced the work on the Ferry to Rock Pond pipeline, which will impact 3 constituencies of Western St. Andrew, West Rural St. Andrew, and Northwest St. Andrew. That project is slated to benefit 26,000 residents, Madam Speaker. We would have completed a Castleton pipeline project at a cost of $25.1 million, impacting 3,000 residents. Lancewood pipeline project at $6 million in St. Ann, Madam Speaker. We completed the Jack-Salt to Landover pipeline at a cost of $370 million, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we would have done work in every single parish across the country, Madam Speaker. And whether it was the Kenilworth pipeline in Hanover at $360 million, Madam Speaker, or Kingdom Hall in St. Elizabeth, or the Carter Walk wastewater project in Portland, Madam Speaker, or if you went to the west in Egypt Gardens in Westmoreland, or if you looked at the pipeline replacement in Frome and Bulstrode at $15 million, Madam Speaker, we can go through a long list of projects. And you never want to forget places like Gordonwood in Clarendon or the Newland area of St. Catherine, Madam Speaker. But we could go on, and I see the time ticking, and that's just what was done. We are coming to what is to come. No. Madam Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my apologies, sir. Yes. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the map of major works being undertaken is indeed before us. The NWC continues to enhance its operational capacity through targeted investments and fleet expansion, equipment upgrades, and energy efficiency initiatives. The acquisition of specialized vehicles, including Vectorjet units, pickup trucks, and water trucks, has strengthened the NWC's ability to respond to operational demands. Mr. Speaker, it is important to note that these investments in operational efficiency came because the Commission is well run by a solid board. And pre the last financial year with Hurricane Melissa, we had a streak of 3 years with a marginal surplus, the first in NWC's history. Mr. Speaker, the water sector is Jamaica's biggest and single largest consumer of energy. The NWC has seen its electricity bill in 1 month exceed $1 billion Jamaican dollars, Mr. Speaker. That is not sustainable, especially with rising fuel prices globally. The hurricanes we have faced in recent years have made something else clear. Continue. When the power goes down, the water stops. Energy resilience and water security are inseparable. Mr. Speaker, we are fixing it. The NWC and rural water supply are both pursuing targeted investments to bring energy costs down. Rural water supply has continuously worked to integrate renewable energy into water supply systems. For 2025 to 2026 financial year, the rural water supply has completed the installation of 3 new locations, one in Freehill, Northwest St. Ann, Bunkers Hill in Northern Clarendon, and New Eden in West Portland. The NWC has advanced its energy management strategy through the completion of several projects, but one I will highlight is the Forest Hills solar photovoltaic project valued at $81.5 million, which already in its first year has provided savings of $14.1 million, Mr. Speaker. The energy efficiency projects are on a table being presented for colleagues here. But just in summary, the 13 projects highlighted will be executed at a cost of $885 million, but expect to bring annual savings of $322 million to the National Water Commission, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Rio Cobra water treatment plant, valued at US $92 million, is in construction. and will deliver 15 million gallons of water per day by May 2027. To put this in context, in the worst drought recorded in Jamaica in 2022, Kingston and St. Andrew, Portmore and Spanish Town were short 12.5 million gallons a day supply relative to demand. This project will supply that area with 15 million gallons a day. That closes the gap and provides a buffer even in what was our worst drought. And this is on track for completion in May 2027. And remember, yes, the commitment still stands. The commitment to ensure that the community in the area benefits from the extraction and that the water does not bypass the residents of the area. As we would have done in St. Elizabeth at the Pepper Wells, we ensured that the community in and around the area was connected. The commitment stands, ma'am. I come into Sligoville. Madam, Mr. Speaker, the Western Water Resilience Improvement Project is the single largest infrastructure program being undertaken by the National Water Commission. It represents a total investment of approximately $170 million in this phase and involves the design and construction of approximately 65 kilometers of new large diameter ductile iron potable water pipelines across 3 strategic corridors in Western Jamaica. Heavy construction commences this week, Mr. Speaker. The project covers 3 critical transmission corridors. The first runs from Martha Bray to Bounty Hall in Trelawney, strengthening water transmission capacity in one of Jamaica's fastest growing agricultural and residential areas. The second runs from Greenwood to Montego Bay in St. James, securing a reliable supply to Jamaica's second largest urban centre and the engine of our tourism economy. The third corridor runs from Lucy to Negril through Hanover and Westmoreland, ensuring dependable delivery to communities along the western coast and to Negril, one of the country's most important and internationally recognized tourism destinations. Together, those corridors serve the 4 parishes of Trelawney, St. James, Hanover, and Westmoreland. This pipeline ranges from 500 to 800 millimeters. It is the largest pipe infrastructure investment since the Yalas pipeline. And, Mr. Speaker, the pipes are currently being cleared at the wharf in Montego Bay. I'm pleased to report that these pipes are indeed here. The WWRIP will directly address the most persistent and consequential challenges facing the water system in Western Jamaica: aging infrastructure, high non-revenue water losses, inadequate pressure, and a network under growing strain from population growth, tourism expansion, and climate variability have long undermined water security in this region. And though the benefits of this project are well known, my own experience with this project is precisely why my support is firmly behind the NAR bill, which will be debated later today. This was declared an emergency when the pipes ran dry in 2023. And in following the process faithfully, sticking to the law, and working on this day in, day out, including members of the Water Policy Unit and NWC working weekends, it took 3 years to get the pipes here. That is what the current structure took, and that is with complete focus on this project and bringing in experts in procurement and otherwise, just to be abundantly clear. Mr. Speaker, the water storage infrastructure that serves Jamaica today was largely built more than a generation ago. It has served us well, but time and population growth have outpaced it. Our population has expanded, our weather patterns have shifted, and what was adequate then is simply not adequate now. The government, through the NWC, will prioritize investments aimed at improving water storage capacity and system resilience. Central to this effort is a proposed upgrade of the Hermitage Dam, which is estimated at US $250 million, which will involve a comprehensive technical assessment of structural integrity, sediment levels, and eventual capacity enhancements. Complementing this initiative is a planned review which is underway of the Mona Reservoir to determine the appropriate size of an expansion of this facility as well as necessary rehabilitation works. The third pillar of our capacity increase program is indeed the construction of the Rock River Dam in Clarendon. Mr. Speaker, at the community level, the NWC has identified critical storage tanks which are necessary to strengthen secondary storage and will be expending $7 million this fiscal year to increase storage at points of elevation benefiting communities. Production capacity, Mr. Speaker. The NWC has also enhanced its emergency response capability through the deployment of potable water treatment units, strategic partnerships with private suppliers to supplement water availability during drought conditions and supply disruptions. But, Mr. Speaker, new treatment capacity is also being pursued with the intended development of water treatment plants at Roaring River in Westmoreland and at the Rio Bueno through PPPs, which the government has engaged the IFC, the private sector arm of the World Bank, to work with us to ensure that we get the best competitive offer. We will further complete the engineering and planning works that will allow for the upgrades and expansion of the White River Treatment Plant, the Martha Brae Treatment Plant, the Great River Treatment Plant facilities. This will add some 30 million gallons daily to the North Coast. Mr. Speaker, we intend to pursue the projects associated with national expansion of Jamaica's storage capacity and new production capacity through NARA. This presents the opportunity to truly increase our resilience in the water sector. Mr. Speaker, further critical infrastructure to be undertaken with NARA include the rehabilitation and replacement of the Yalas Negro River raw water pipeline, which will address aging infrastructure and improve supply reliability to the Kingston metropolitan area. Mr. Speaker, colleagues should be aware of the Greater Mandeville Water Supply Project. This is being undertaken at a $2.7 billion cost. This year, we have $517 million slated to be invested. As we continue that project, we expect water losses in Mandeville to go below 50% by next fiscal year, Mr. President, significantly improving space. Now, the capital program, this is where colleagues tend to place a lot of energy and discussion. Hopefully time will allow me to go through as many of the projects as is possible. This year, Mr. President, we will focus on the following systems. Mr. Speaker, the upgrade of the Iterborough Jordan Well systems at a cost of $60 million, and we're nearing completion on this, and this will bring benefits soon. The Black River Town Centre to Arlington Parity Pipeline at a cost of $216 million, Mr. Speaker. We will complete work in Dornoch, Trelawney, and the Barron Hill Reservoir replacement at a cost of $86 million. The pipeline work will be a further $106 million. The technical start work for Rock River Low Ground Clarendon is already underway at a cost of $10 million. Sorry? Cheers. The Morant Bay Springfield to Seafort Morant Bay upgrade works will commence at a cost of $320 million. Improvements in the Savannah Lamar Township at a cost of $10 million. South Manchester, Grovetown to Cross Keys, $179 million, Mr. Speaker. Wakefield to Bunkers Hill in Trelawney, Phase 2 at a cost of $90 million, Mr. Speaker. Christiana Spalding, 2 meetings, changing that line at a cost of $13 million. The line to Moravia at a cost of $90 million, members. The Juno Crescent, the completion of the Juno Crescent well development and lines associated with same at a cost of $80 million, Mr. Speaker. The line in Magati to Newton, that transfer pipeline will be completed this fiscal year at a cost of $44 million. The Rhine Park water supply in St. James, very important line. Procurement is complete. That will benefit from $78.6 million, member. Discovery Bay, Rosemount, Camelot, that line will see $45 million of investment this fiscal year, Mr. President. We will be investing a further $128 million in replacing the pipeline that runs along the Santa Cruz bypass, which has heavy line losses as well. Parnassus well upgrade system is projected to spend $96 million this year. We are doing some work on the Queen Heights system as well. We're doing work in Burnt Savannah at a cost of $84 million. We're doing work on the Grants Level well in Port Antonio at a cost of $10 million. We're upgrading the line in Yallas White Horses at a cost of $102 million, members. Yes, sir, at a cost of $102 million. Yes, member. Madam Speaker, the capital works list is extensive, but I will circulate to members. But there is no parish that is left out. But there are 9 projects that I've pulled out of the sheet, which I think is important to mention. South Trelawney is on a larger capital project, member, so I will come to that in a second. But on the existing capital works, Mr. Speaker, there are 9 projects that have been the source of much social discomfort. And for that reason, we have prioritized works in these areas. This includes upgrades of the West Kingston water distribution, including the lines in Tivoli and Denham Town, which are severely degraded. Upgrades of the Duhaney Park water distribution network, which have been the source of much contention in recent weeks. The St. Benedict's Heights lines, that is a community that was done in Operation Pride and lines never laid, Mr. Speaker. Essex Hall in West Rural St. Andrew, Walker's Wood to Breadnut Hill in St. Anne, Mount Diablo and Top Hill in St. Catherine Northeast, the Sligoville distribution lines, Mr. Speaker, Rose Heights distribution line in Central St. James, and Retreat to Top Hill in Western Westmoreland. These have all been the source of significant social pressure, Mr. Speaker. And the NWC will invest $1 billion cumulatively in these projects over the course of the next 12 months. Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to go into geographic information systems and the strength of the residential and MSME amnesty, but I will state very clearly that we have processed over 15,000 customer requests, and the amnesty facilitated over 9,500 customers who were cut off before and facing the burdens of debt, having debt of over $781 million lifted from them and being reconnected. And it is a program that we are particularly proud of, Mr. Speaker. I will do my best to run through pretty quickly. Mr. Speaker, over the last financial year, Rural Water would have completed projects in Rocky Point, Brandon Hill, Bunkers Hill, the Mother Floor System in Manchester, New Eden and Cascade in Portland, Top Road in St. Andrew, East Rural, Free Hill in Northwest St. Anne, Watermount Phase 2 in St. Catherine, and Lapland in St. James. We would have also done works with our schools at the New Gardens Primary School, Aberdeen High School, and indeed Mason Hall Primary School and Richmond Primary School. We would have expended over $450 million in the last fiscal year in closing these projects. In the current fiscal year, Mr. Speaker, just to read very clearly the projects that will be undertaken by the Rural Water Supply Limited through their capital projects, it includes... Yes, sir.
Just for clarity, about how long else do you have?
I can take 5 minutes and highlight the final sets of projects.
Mr. Speaker, I don't want to be playing tit for tat, but the Speaker was very clear. She said that we are allowed our time, plus for the ministers, 15 minutes, and for this side, 5 minutes. We have exhausted the time.
Yeah, I think the member is going to wrap up now. So we'll just ask the member to... We'll ask the member... No, we'll ask the member to go to... We'll ask the member to go to his closing statement. No.
Right. Minister, close.
Madam Speaker, just to announce that the projects that have long been announced and not executed will commence this year in Union Balaclava, Albert Town at the Ulster Springs in Trelawney, the Green Park to Bamboo Line in St. Anne, Mason Hall in St. Mary, Agwater Vale, and Port Morant, investing $36 million US, Madam Speaker. And in closing, last point I'd like to make, because I think it's a central commitment to the residents of Greenwich Farm, we will be closing the cesspool emptying facility, which has long been a source of pain to that community and affected the school, and we expect to start the construction this year. And that, I think that has been too long, and for the members that represent constituencies in Portmore, we've also started the design process for the relocation of the greater Portmore sewage plant, as well as the sewering of many of the communities that have suffered. Sorry for going over time, Madam Speaker. I will finish in ministerial statements at a later date.
Members, while the minister is being congratulated by his colleagues, the central air system is giving some challenges in the parliament, so you may find that you are a bit warm. No, you may not remove your jacket. The gown is far more than the jacket. The speaker can operate without the gown. The gown is massive, heavy. Members, let me just consult the House. For those who would like to remove their jackets, let me have you vote. Those in favor? Thank you very much. The nays have it. We will... No, I got it. There's no one in favor. House Leader, would you be so kind as to introduce our next speaker?
Marshall, the pointer. Well, the pointer. Madam Speaker, let us firstly thank the Minister of Water, Environment and Climate Change. A presentation full of work done, not announcements, work done, and also work that is to happen this year. Excellent presentation. Excellent presentation. We now go to the member from St. Catherine. What is St. Catherine? St. Catherine Northwestern. And Madam Speaker, we are already aware of the time. You will have 30 minutes plus 5 additional minutes. Thank you.
start yet. Your mic is on. I don't see the presentation.
The time for your presentation is in front of you. It's to your right, so that's
no, I
your
don't see the
time.
presentation itself. Green.
You have to start though, you know.
Yes, we did. They're downstairs. It says what? Who haven't received it? We sent that to them from yes, I was sent to the wall. That's not the work. Today. I'm going to resend it to them. Give me the...
But, Madam Speaker, I know the member is trying to upload his presentation. We hope that that can happen in quick time, but we are pressed, so we ask the member, until that happens, the Marshal is trying to sort it out. Until that happens, the member start and the presentation will catch up.
Yeah, man. What is the password? All right, tell me. Yes, I'm doing. Give me it again. Come. ICT help desk at JA Parliament. JA Parliament. .gov.ja. That's it. All right, send it again. Send it again. Yeah. I say. We have it done. All right. All right.
Member Crawford, unfortunately, they're still checking and cannot find the presentation. We are giving you 5 minutes from the time you were slated to start at 3:39, after which you would have to start, or we would have to move to the business of the House, continue with the business of the House, and then come back to the presentation.
Okay.
What would you prefer? 5 minutes take you to 3:44. 6 minutes, 3:45. I'll give you another minute. You should have started at 3:39. I'll give you one more minute, member. Marshall? They're trying to pull it up from a flash drive instead. All right.
Trying to pull it up from Professor.
All right, Madam Speaker, in light of the circumstances, and as the member seems to require the presentation to follow, we suggest the other approach, that we go forward in public business, continue the debate on NARA, and then we return. There are two options before the House. This either the member starts without the presentation, which has been suggested, but the member has still not started. Right? No, man, that time is up. No, it was
His time started at 3:39 and ended at 3:44, which is 2 minutes.
We're not saying not take the presentation. We're saying is either the member is ready now.
Ready, man.
Member Crawford, you have elected to commence?
Yes, I will.
Thanks, member.
No problem.
I think your mic went off.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank the House for their patience. I would hope that somewhere along in the presentation, we will get the benefit of the audiovisual as we move along. I want to say just a quick thanks to my colleagues on this side and the other for having been cordial with me and also having made me feel welcome back to the House. I want to also acknowledge within the galleries persons, friends of mine from the constituency and otherwise, and also persons in my support. And I want to publicly acknowledge my junior shadow person, or my deputy, newly minted Senator Paynes, who is also here and in the gallery. Madam Speaker, I stand here on behalf of the parents, teachers, administrators, and students who are the tenants of the education system, now in the state of progressive collapse. Their experiences are not anecdotal, and today I will play the role of a forensic auditor seeking to understand and examine the structural integrity of the system at every level, to identify and name the specific points of failure, and to determine and hold accountable those who are charged with the management of the system. Madam Speaker, the evidence along the education system of inadequacy is stark and continuous. The evidence of failure is documented, consistent, and undeniable. The causes of failure are structural, chronic, and policy-driven, and the inadequate responses are generally immaterial and has fallen catastrophically short of what is necessary. Failure, as we indicated, Madam Speaker, is consistent across every level of education. The evidence of failure is not isolated and is systematic. I have documented this evidence and is consistent across all levels. Madam Speaker, it is the duty of education to transition our children up each floor and eventually across onto the bridge of productivity and economic participation. However, that failure is stark. The crisis starts at the very top. Jamaica's tertiary enrollment stands at 19% for the ages of 19 to 14. And so for the ages of 19 to 14, only 19% of Jamaicans are currently enrolled in tertiary education. An example can be done for Barbados at 65% and Trinidad at 36%. Within the labor force, only 16% have a tertiary exposure or education. And when one considers our youth that are not in education, employment, or training, it currently stands at 124,000. Madam Speaker, an assessment of our labor force indicates that the vast majority of exposure is at the upper secondary level. And please note I did not say completion, but exposure. The 51% of the labor force have been exposed to the upper secondary level. 5% only to the primary level, 20% at the lower secondary level, and 16% have been exposed at the tertiary level. Madam Speaker, the workforce is indeed moving in the wrong direction. The total labor force, Madam Speaker, has shifted by 12%. However, youth not in education, employment, or training has shifted 31%. Indeed, at this point, Madam Speaker, in 2020, there was 108,000 of those young people not in education, training, or employment. This 2025 was registered at 124,700. Additionally, Madam Speaker, in 2020, tertiary enrollment for 19 to 24 was 22%. It has shifted downwards to now only 19%. Madam Speaker, we have 887 workers without qualification at current. Indeed, the total without qualification in 2020 was 727,000. In 2025 is 887,000. In just 5 years, approximately 160,000 more persons have entered the workforce without qualification. This is larger than some of our parishes' population. Additionally, our men are extremely at risk, as in 2025, 560,000 of the men in employment was without any form of qualification, and for women, 327,000. This, I must point out, Madam Speaker, does not include the 722,000 that is not within the labor force, the set that have withdrawn themselves from seeking opportunity to work. So indeed, if one should assume correctly that the vast majority of those that have given up on the probability of employment would be in the same position as the 887,000 that have no qualification, we have at this point over 1 million persons of the ripe working age that is without any qualification at all. One would therefore be wondering if Heart Trust NTA is coming to the rescue. However, Madam Speaker, the simple answer to that is a categorical no. Indeed, in 2024-2025, Heart NSTA enrolled 137,442 persons. One would be surprised to note that the certification rate of those persons was only 39.3%. Of the 137,422, only 53,669 were certified. This indicates that over 80,000 having been enrolled for that particular year did not achieve the most basic of certification. Madam Speaker, this is a continuation of the assessment by the Auditor General in 2020 that found that the average certification rate for Heart Trust NTA over the 5-year period of assessment was 45%. Madam Speaker, instead of seeking to fix things, the Heart Trust NTA decided to surrender their ambition and indicated that the goal that they had at that time of 70 to 80% certification was indeed, and I quote, a stretch goal, and that they would revise from an internal assessment the expectation to 45 to 50%. Madam Speaker, an analysis of this year suggests that they even missed that particular goal, because we are now at 39%. Madam Speaker, the OECD global average is 62%, and many, many other institutions are way above Jamaica. When you look at this reality, one recognizes that we are facing a serious problem. Now, when we further analyze those that were actually certified, the vast majority was certified at level 2, what is now currently the lowest level of certification, as they have been phasing out level 1. 70% were level 2, 15% were level 3, and 3% was level 4. It made no sense for us to continue from 5 to 8, as the numbers were indeed immaterial. The level 2 are supervised workers that cannot operate without supervision. Madam Speaker, when we go to the secondary floor, it continues. Only 19%. The Lord is good all the time. Oh. Page 15. Page 15. And the staff, of course, of the Parliament. Page 15. One more down. Go on. Yes. Next again. Next. All right. So as we can see here, only 1 in 5 students leave with the basic certification that is necessary, equivalent to what the United States call a GED. There would have been an uproar in the United States, member from St. James, appropriately dressed in the national colors, if the GED rate was only 19%. Indeed, if you look at the numbers, because sometimes the percents become misleading, of the 30-something thousand, 34,000 that sat the exam, 6,000 achieved the basic minimum, and 26,000 did not achieve that minimum of 5 subjects, including math and English. Now, if you look, Madam Speaker, that this have been consistent for a while, over a 10-year period, you would have 260,000 that did not achieve 5 subjects, including math and English. To the opposite, you will have only 60,000 that would have achieved this. So, this is 1 year. This is 1 year. Now, next, go next. Yes. It is said, Madam Speaker, that the ministry has therefore sought to disregard and to sell a lie in the conversation moving forward. And this has been proven when we consider math and English, as has been reported by the Ministry of Education, and as is the reality when it comes to the assessment of the numbers. More recently, Madam Speaker, we saw a headline in the newspaper that suggested that improved performance in 2025 CSEC English and Math. There, the minister suggested that Jamaica was outpacing and outperforming the Caribbean. And I would quote, the minister says, regional average is 80% for student pass in English. We have surpassed the region in English A. The region average for mathematics is 39% of students passing mathematics. We are above the regional average again in mathematics, and unquote. However, Madam Speaker, this quote is deeply misleading. A serious assessment of the mathematics passes would have shown the following. 1, the lowest level of enrollment in the last 2 decades. In 2025, enrollment was 32,339 compared to 2023 of 35,768. Of course, one may assume that maybe the birth rate have changed. A quick assessment of a reasonable period for which a 16 or 17-year-old will be doing the exam indicated that only 200 more persons were born in that specific year. So what this is showing is that in 2025, there was less participation of the age cohort in the examination and school process. Secondly, in 2025 was also the lowest in 2 decades sitting, 17,831. And the examiners wanted to assess by suggesting that the pass rate was only for those who sat the examination. This big hullabaloo and grandstanding about moving from 37% to 44% only included 9 additional passes. In 2024, we had 7,817. In 2025, we had 7,826. Indeed, Madam Speaker, while it is that if you look as a percentage of those who sat the examination at 43%, if you look at a percent of those enrolled our mathematics passes is 24.2%. Now, it must be admitted and added that all our children are to be doing mathematics and English. And so an appropriate assessment would have been of the enrollment at this particular point in time. Madam Speaker, there is also a greater cause for concern because further analysis suggested that approximately 20% of the age cohort were not even enrolled. They had given up on school. And so therefore, while it's 24% of the enrollment, it's 19.3% of the age cohort that passed mathematics. Madam Speaker, this grandstanding of ahead of the Caribbean has been proven untruthful, as the vast majority of the Caribbean countries that we seek to compare enroll more than 70%, 70% of their enrollment sit these examinations. We go further, Madam Speaker, to move to the English language. Again, we would have seen lowest level of enrollment, lowest level of persons sitting the examinations. However, an assessment of those who pass would indicate that of sitting, we are at 85%, but at enrollment, we are at 51.7%. If we go back to the conversation that the minister herself had, that we were almost at 80% as a Caribbean average, that 51% would be far from the Caribbean average. Madam Speaker, is it therefore within our permit to ignore thousands of Jamaican children who have not been given even the opportunity, as assessed by their teachers, to enter, and then claim that we are improving if we should do a reduction of those who sit and the percent from those who pass? Back up. Madam Speaker, at the primary level, it continues. The 4th grade literacy rate in 2025 indicated 65% at full literacy. This is down from 84% in 2015. Madam Speaker, we're moving in the wrong direction. For English language, at the PEP level, over 10,000 students did not achieve basic proficiency. And in mathematics, almost over 12,000 did not achieve basic proficiency. Madam Speaker, at that level, we found that less than 60% were proficient in all courses. From the age of 12, the failing is evident and prevalent in our children going forward. Madam Speaker, we move to the basement. And here, at the early childhood level, an assessment was done of 4-year-olds to see if they are ready for education. Of the 29,729 that were assessed, only 54% was said to be at the level for ready for education. The other 46% was said not to be at the level for education. Now, Madam Speaker, the assessment of this information goes further, where it indicated that almost 11% did not show up for assessment. So this 29,000 is not indicative of the total number of persons enrolled, as many, about 11%, did not show up to be assessed. The actual assumption that is reasonable is the vast majority of those did not see themselves prepared to be ready at age 4 for education. Madam Speaker, what we have seen in early childhood education is a habit of underfunded and low contributions. Indeed, when one looks at early childhood chronically underfunded, public funding 24.24% of GDP, the international standard is 1%. Fully certified institutions are at 15%, and degree holders, teachers with degrees within the sector, are at 18.7%. Madam Speaker, 4.3 years of learning, the World Bank indicated, Jamaicans have been going to school for 11.4 years, is likely to have effective learning of 7.1 years, indicating that an average student in 11th grade is performing at the 7th grade level because of 4.3 years of learning loss. That actual assessment by the World Bank, same study, indicated that because of inaccess to adequate education and health, approximately the Jamaicans per individual would be 53% as productive when they grow up as if they got the adequate education and the adequate health care. This, Mr. Prime Minister, is where the productivity problem starts and where the productivity solution lies. The actual assessment of these realities have proven that there are certain gaps in the literature that have contributed to this failure. One of those gaps include technology, absenteeism, nutrition, etc. And I indicate here a comparison of Campion and Holy Trinity. Not to disparage Holy Trinity, but to just show the reality. It is certain among all of us, and we will bet a reasonable sum, that the person at Campion, all things held constant, have greater access to technology. We would accept that the person of Campion compared to Holy Trinity is less absent. We would accept that nutrition is more available to the person at Campion. We will accept that teachers and quality teachers are more likely to be constantly and consistently available at Campion. We will accept that Campion students would have much greater access to learning materials, more parent involvement, also highly motivated or a higher level of motivation, and have gotten early exposure. This is where the solution lies, Madam Speaker. Now let's assess what the government has done. In contributing to the technology gap, the government has pronounced and celebrated 3,000 laptops being distributed to 500 primary schools. Now, first of all, it means that about 300 primary schools have gotten no laptop. However, those who got a laptop only got 6 laptops. So, therefore, the schools, to share among themselves, receive 6 laptops each. Now, that assessment have been done here with the different schools and the frequency. Those schools that we have 1 to 100 students, they are getting 18 minutes per laptop. The ones with 100 to 200, they're getting 9 minutes. And if we go to ones with 500 to 1,000, they're getting 3 minutes from the laptop. Go on. Now, further, Madam Speaker, the Minister indicated in the Standing Finance Committee that we would have, the target was 30 laptops. Now, the goal is 60 minutes per day. In that assessment, therefore, 235 of the smallest schools, or 10% of our children, would be adequate. However, the other 90% would still, even with the goal, not be adequate. It is taking less time to turn on your phone, to put in your password, than the child will have with a laptop. When it comes to the nutrition gap, we have seen where between 25 and 33% of students arrive at school hungry. That is a research in Jamaica. That between 25 and 33% don't get hungry when they get to school. They arrive at school hungry, leave them yard hungry. We also found 55% food insecurity, 30% skipping meals, and 29% have been hungry for at least 1 day in that week of assessment. Madam Speaker, what has been the government intervention? Big and bold in the budget was that they were allocating $347 million for basic school nutrition. When one analyzed that there's 111,000 persons currently at the basic school level, at 190 days, this translates to $18.24 per child per day. This is the contribution that the government highlights that they're giving. Additionally, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I'm asking for protection. Additionally, Madam Speaker, the PATH program has over 180,000 children participating on PATH. The government has decided that they will target for breakfast 69,000 students. One assessed the $1 billion that they have allocated. Those 69,000 students, that is not inclusive of approximately 110,000 students who are in need and on path. Those 69,000 have a contribution of $76.26 per day. Madam Speaker, the principals have been concerned, and there have been high levels of quarrel among them for this reality. One of the most recent was that a principal wrote to the teachers that they will only be able to distribute for the rest of the term 3 days per week because it's not sufficient to spend on the entire amount. Madam Speaker, we also suffer from chronic absenteeism. Chronic absenteeism is said to be missing 10% of the school year. That's 19 days. We are going as high as 35% in some of our regions, and the lowest region is 18%, that is Kingston. So every single region is in the category of chronic absenteeism. Indeed, in some deep rural areas, we have as high as 55% absenteeism, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, they have indicated in a hurricane recovery myth that all our schools are open. However, Madam Speaker, assessment in that suggests that there is hidden absenteeism. What is meant by hidden absenteeism? A child is only perceived absent if he was supposed to be at school. At this point, there are some schools still offering 3 days on and 2 days off to have a rotation of students, causing among the children a learning loss of 40 to 60% because they were not supposed to be at school, not calculated in the absenteeism numbers. Indeed, the newspaper indicated that in St. Elizabeth, over 400 students were still not found. But if you don't only read the headline, you will see further down where the police himself indicated we went into a very small sample to collect information, and we reached 400 before we went into the large sample. Indeed, despite the Ministries of Education pronouncement, the president of the Students' Council Association for that region indicated that in Hanover, St. James, St. Elizabeth, and Manchester, they were observing less than half the usual capacity in the classrooms. This is what we are going, Madam Speaker. As we move forward, we see Region 1 is 18%, Region 2 is 20%, 3, 18%, Region 4, 28 to 34%, Region 6, 35%. Every single region is in the phase of chronic absenteeism. Madam Speaker, there's been a reality that absenteeism leads to dropout. And the research done by the World Bank have indicated that at the different levels of education, we consistently lose children participation. We have a dropout at the lower secondary level. Only 75% of the students are attending or enrolled. At the upper secondary, 58%, because more and more they have dropped out. Madam Speaker, when we go down and look at some of the reasons for this dropout, we see that 41% of the boys simply say they're no longer interested. Now, if we should look at the total number between 2010 and 2017, you will realize that there's an increase in the number that just don't want to attend school. There is a decrease in the value of education in that period of time. In 2010, 90% said they simply didn't want to. In 2017, 32% said they simply didn't want to. When we look at our boys, they're the ones that clearly don't want to. But look at our girls. 49% had to drop out because of pregnancy. This is a major problem that we have to consider, Madam Speaker. And to this, of the total female dropout, teen pregnancy, Madam Speaker, has become a problem in this country. Indeed, the average as recorded by the Jamaican institutions is 6,000 per year. Madam Speaker, if one looks at the reality that there is approximately 13 years of education between age 6 to age 17, we will recognize that in school at this time, 78,000 children are children of children in school at this particular point in time, looking at the rate of 6,000 per year. Madam Speaker, we therefore are asking for a reconsideration once again of the age of consent, and I once again believe that this Parliament should consider the movement from 16 to 18 as we move from a 5-year secondary institution to a 7-year secondary experience going forward. Move forward. Madam Speaker, we have to protect our children. And to that extent, Madam Speaker, we're asking for these things to be considered. Madam Speaker, The government response have been failed bus system. They have also impacted negatively the teachers' ownership of vehicles, despite the insistence that the principals and the guidance counselors should move into these areas to interface with the children and get them back. There has been no increase in the PATH program. Madam Speaker, there is an exodus of teachers moving out of school. 10 years ago, 350 resignations in that year. In 2022, 1,800 resignations in that particular year. Madam Speaker, additionally, 145 math teachers resigned in 2022. That's 10% of the math teachers that are available to the system. Madam Speaker, the government has failed with no retention plan. They have also insulted our teachers with a 2% increase proposal, simply have replaced the 1% NHT, and also they have not considered the band that the teachers were assigned by Ernst & Young to put those persons from band 4 to band 5. Madam Speaker, we don't have to discuss safety because we have seen the level of safety concerns within our schools. Madam Speaker, as it relates to early childhood, it has been proven that the returns on a $1 investment in early childhood is up to $17 for an investment in $1 of early childhood. A longitudinal study in Jamaica indicated that 25% in additional earning for those at the age of 22 once they accessed early childhood education. And at the age of 31, they were earning 43% more than those who did not access early childhood education. Madam Speaker, the returns is clear and one needs to therefore accept and understand. Children who access early childhood education, they earn more, they are significantly less likely to engage in crime. Minister Chang, transitions more smoothly through the entire system, are more likely to attend school consistently. They build cognitive foundations for lifelong learning, and also they are more likely to complete their education. Madam Speaker, the Minister of Education has sought to paint over these cracks and indicated that only 108 early childhood institutions did not have a degree-trained teacher. One access to the census done by the ECI, the Institute, the Early Childhood Institute, indicated that only 1,518 institutions had a trained teacher. To this extent, over 800 institutions are not known to have a trained teacher, and 658 are sure not to have a trained teacher. One wonders, therefore, where did we get that information of 108? Now, this trained teacher must also be established to be an exaggeration because most are diploma trained, despite the government's insistence that they should be degree trained. Additionally, the permanent secretary from the Ministry of Education indicated that they were investing $38 billion in early childhood education when the budget before us indicated only $8.5 billion. So one must wonder where they're getting this information. Madam Speaker, what we have seen here is an affront to the Constitution. Madam Speaker, Section 13K2 of the Constitution, the Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedom, indicate that it is the right of every child who is a citizen of Jamaica to publicly funded tuition in a public education institution at the pre-primary and primary levels. Madam Speaker, that has not been assessed. And therefore, when the Minister of Education answered in the Standing Finance Committee that she believed that this was actually being implemented, it left me with no further action to take than to seek the court's intervention to determine if this right has been satisfied. Madam Speaker, the system failure is stark. Underfunding is a breach of the constitutional right. Limited state provision of only 15% of the institution is a breach of the constitutional right. Non-compulsory attendance of 30% to 90% are being absent is a breach of the constitutional right. And to that extent, Madam Speaker, on the 7th of April 2026, I filed a constitutional challenge on behalf of the people of Jamaica And today, we are seeking to inform the government that we'll be seeking a constitutional assessment on if the right to a free primary at a free institution is being actually distributed to our children. Madam Speaker, in a just society, education is not a privilege to be managed. It is a right to be guaranteed. It is the true intention of the members on this side to place children at the heart of the Jamaican future. Madam Speaker, in 2011, we reached across the aisle and established the right. I believe in 2026, we should once again reach across the aisle and ensure that the right is actually implemented. Madam Speaker, we are not here only to celebrate its existence, but we want to implement that right in full. Madam Speaker, what we have presented is a clear and present reality that the failures in education gets worse under this government, and that there must be an intervention for our children to once again become the center of development in the Jamaican situation. Thank you again.
Thanks, member. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, we thank the member for staying within the time limit for the presentation. And I am sure the presentation will be the subject of significant review. But we thank the member for his contribution. And his final slide about let's go together is a good note to end on and to move into the continuation of the debate around the National Reconstruction Authority. Let us go together. Madam Speaker, as we are in public business, we are going to continue the debate on the National Reconstruction Authority. I know that there are some members who have indicated. I know, so no, we're going to continue. We're in public business now. We had suspended the agenda to come to public business. Under public business, we're going to continue. We're going to continue the debate on NARA. So I'm going to ask, Madam Speaker, that we suspend the sectorial debate until next week. Let's suspend the sectorial.
So members, just for your information, there is nothing in respect of the agenda items for today that would prevent us from continuing in public business with the debate on the NARA bill. We now ask that the House approve the suspension of the sectoral debates to continue next week. Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. House Leader?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I was indicating, we will further on recommit other matters of the agenda. But as we are in public business and those matters don't touch on concern the NARA bill, we want to continue the debate to closing and take the NARA bill through all its stages today. So the members who have not yet participated, who intend to participate, they can indicate so that
House Leader, I have asked both leaders of opposition business and the leader of government business to provide the names of the members who are expected to participate today in the debates in respect of the NARA bill. And I've also asked for a sequence so that it is far more orderly. So I will start with the opposition. The first member on the opposition side slated to speak is the member from Westmoreland Eastern.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me begin by making one thing absolutely clear. On this side of the House, we do not oppose reconstruction. We do not oppose resilience. And we certainly do not oppose urgent action for the people of Westmoreland, St. Elizabeth, Hanover, St. James, Trelawney, and all the other parishes that are recovering from Hurricane Melissa. What we oppose firmly, responsibly, and unapologetically is construction without safeguards. Because, Madam Speaker, history teaches us that when large sums of money, emergency powers, and weak oversight converge, the result is not efficiency, it is risk. Risk of nepotism, cronyism, victimization, maladministration, and rampant corruption. The core problem, Madam Speaker, is a gap between promise and law. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister delivered his presentation, and in his presentation he spoke about transparency, accountability, independent oversight, and national unity. But this House is not voting on a speech. We are voting on a law. And when we examine the law, the bill before us, we see a troubling pattern. Many of the safeguards described in the Prime Minister's presentation are not in the bill. So, Madam Speaker, because I realize that there are issues about the presentation and the bill, I decided to examine both carefully. And in looking at it, I went to the Memorandum of Objects and Reasons because we are being asked to just follow some things blindly. And I am not willing to do so because I have seen persons oppose even those things which are not disputable. For instance, I am happy today to read the Memorandum of Objects and Reasons to see that we have finally decided that the hurricane actually made landfall in New Hope in Westmoreland. It took us months to agree that Westmoreland was where the hurricane made landfall. Months. Several reports said that it made landfall in Black River, which then affected how resources were mobilized. There are several records to show.
On a point of order.
Several records to show that.
No, listen. On a point of order.
Several reports.
The member.
Several reports.
The member. The member is misleading the House. There was no official report emanating from any authorized agency of government that indicated that the hurricane made landfall outside of New Hope. The member is misleading the House to give the impression, as he has said, that a wrong pronouncement was made and the resources followed suit. That is incorrect, and the member should withdraw.
Madam Speaker, several persons. I can make my presentation today, and there is nobody in here that can tell me that I can't make my presentation. So, look here. Don't start. Don't start with that. Don't start with that. You know, Madam Speaker, point of order about what? The same thing that he said?
Madam Speaker, we can't move on without addressing this point. He said, we said, which suggested that that we can send for the answer. He said, we said many times that the hurricane made landfall, and went on to say we said the hurricane made landfall in Black River. That was never said, because it's just factually inaccurate. So the member can continue, but he cannot mislead the House on the point.
Madam Speaker, the memorandum of objects and reasons said that the hurricane traversed the island, resulting in catastrophic loss and damage to lives, livelihood, economic, social, cultural, and environmental systems. It went on to say that the hurricane damage is estimated at $12.2 billion US. Now, a JIS article in November of 2025 said that redwellings, we had damage to 156,000, and that 24,000 of them were totally lost. I have looked throughout this bill, Madam Speaker, about reconstruction, and I am yet to find the section that speaks about the reconstruction of the 156,000 houses that were damaged and the 24,000 that were destroyed. Significant housing loss. We came here, and the Minister of Energy made a point that we needed to mobilize resources to get resources to JPS so that we could have electricity returned to the residents by the end of February. Today is the 28th of April 2026, and over 2,500 residents in eastern Westmoreland are still without electricity.
Madam Speaker, the member is misleading the House. If you look at Hansard as to what I said, February 28th, save and accept for those areas that had specific challenges. He failed to add that. And I can say, Madam Speaker, I can say that as of today, we are at 99.6% with under 2,000 people still without electricity to be done in the month of April to May. So, if you're going to quote me properly, please.
You know, Madam Speaker, I'm not here to pick a fight with the Minister of Energy. I'm not. No, I'm not. Madam Speaker, when you say 99.6% of the country has been restored, The report that I got a week ago, and the minister said at a press conference a week ago, that there were approximately 3,000 residents without electricity, and that 2,561 of them are from Westmoreland. The report from the CEO of JPS is that 2,561 residents from eastern Westmoreland are without electricity. So, I don't understand how that is becoming a controversial matter. The hurricane made landfall in the constituency, devastated the constituency, and we have seen no priority attention in there to get back electricity to these persons. And when we have this bill, I am taking this bill.
Madam Speaker, there can only be one minister of energy at a time. And that happens to be me.
Hold on. I cannot hear you at all. Members. Go ahead, Minister. I could not hear a word.
Madam Speaker, there can only be one minister of energy at a time. And it so happens that that happens to be me at this particular moment. I am going to read from a report of the 26th to show that he's misleading the House. He's misleading the House. As of today's date, it is 99.71% restoration. Westmoreland is at 94% with 1,937 persons still without electricity. And in St. Elizabeth, 80. This is a report that I got hours ago today from the Jamaica Public Service. So you can't say that the managing director of JPS giving you a different report than he's giving me. You are wrong, and you must admit it and stop misleading the House.
Madam Speaker, am I going to be allowed to make my presentation?
Members, if a point of order is raised and the person who is on their feet debating wish to respond to the point of order, I'm going to... hold on, no. You're missing the point, member, and I won't name you. It is for the benefit of the person who is on their feet so they don't lose time. So member from Westmoreland East and others who will speak after, when a point of order is raised, if you would like to respond to it, please signal, because that way your time does not continue to run. I do not want you to lose time in the debate. If you are not responding to the point of order, then your presentation continues.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to be abundantly clear. The report that I got from the CEO just over a week ago stated that you have 2,561 customers in eastern Westmoreland that are without electricity. That is the report that was given. If you simply go to Google and type in VAS electricity 2,561, it will come up. Now, the point I am making, Madam Speaker, is that I want to support this bill because the people in the constituency have been devastated. But I want to see in this bill the reconstruction for the people in eastern Westmoreland. The small business operators whose businesses were built in the same way that their houses were built also lost their businesses. The small farmers down there, the shopkeepers who need electricity to refrigerate their items, they don't have it. And I am not seeing that in this bill, and that is what I want to see in there. How it is that we are going to impact on the small people in eastern Westmoreland who are suffering. Today being April 28th is exactly 6 months since the passage of the hurricane. And we still have these persons without the basic commodity. You know, Madam Speaker, I came today, I came prepared because I knew this was going to happen. I came with my Bible, I came with my Bible. I knew this was going to happen. I knew it was going to happen. I came prepared because I knew it was going to happen. And I want to turn it, Madam Speaker. Proverbs 1 verse 10, Madam Speaker. My son, if sinners entice you, do not consent. I am not consenting today to the disruption that is coming from over there. No consent today. No. Madam Speaker, the priority program of the government to deal with the housing situation is the roofs program. The roofs program, Madam Speaker, has left a lot of persons without receiving any assistance. But I'm not even going there yet, Madam Speaker. I'm talking about those who have received something. First thing is that if we are talking about reconstruction and resilience, how is it that somebody would have lost their entire home, which is what severe represents in the roof program, and the allocation is $500,000? Yeah. Who can rebuild a house with just $500,000? Who can rebuild a resilient house with just $500,000? There is absolutely nothing that speaks to that in this. And members whose constituencies were not affected can say whatever they want to say. When you travel across eastern Westmoreland and the parish of Westmoreland, several homes still have tarpaulin on them. Several homes still have tarpaulin on them. Right? Now, Madam Speaker, up to this morning, I got a call up to this morning. An individual who received a grant.
Minister, before you make your point of order, members, Deputy Speaker, members, I am not going to interrupt. I am not going to interrupt unless I am asked for the protection by the member. I will allow you to continue your debate. So where a member needs my intervention in today's debate, you ask for it. No, that's what I am definitely doing, member. No, not at all. Especially the member who doesn't need my protection. Members, in addition, let me help you with appreciating what happens for the general public. For the general public, the members who are seated behind the presenter who are shouting in the mic, you actually disturb their presentation, particularly in respect of the public listening because of how the mic system operates, far more than persons who are further away. So, just for our understanding, when the noise comes from both sides of the House, and particularly when it comes from close to the person presenting, you significantly disturb the presentation of the member closest to you. Now, there is a point of order being raised. Minister Charles, are you, member? Point of order.
Thank you,
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was trying my best to listen to the full sentence from the member, but as
I'm not hearing you well. You have to project because
I'm saying I was trying my best to listen before I call for the point of order to see if the sentence in completion would have not misguided the country. But when the member gives the impression that the roofs program was meant to provide all or rebuild all, it will mislead the country. Allow me. And why I say so, why I'm saying so, Speaker, is when you say that that cannot rebuild, you will give somebody who's listening the impression that that was the intention of the government when we have other programs under the shelter recovery that provide full solutions, right? So the roofs program is never meant to be a full solution. There are other elements of the shelter recovery program that do so. It's very important then that the member not mislead the country with his utterances. Thank you, please.
Madam Speaker.
Would you be so kind to turn your mic back on? Once you have intervened, please turn your mic off. I'm trying not to turn off the mic of the presenter.
Madam Speaker, I'll move on. The point I am making, and I am being very clear about the point that I'm making. If the roofs program was not intended to address the 156,000 persons that had damages to their dwelling, or the 24,000 that have total loss, then it would mean that those people, their reconstruction would need to be in this bill. And that is the point that I'm making, that if we are discussing reconstruction and resilience, then the housing damage that was suffered, which is a significant percentage of the 12.2 billion US dollars, then that must get priority attention in the bill that is on reconstruction. No. I got a call today, Madam Speaker, and the individual was complaining that they haven't gotten anything from roofs. And so I checked with the ministry. And when I checked, the ministry said that the person already benefited from a program through TEF. So I checked as to how much did the person benefit from TEF. The person got $100,000 worth of material. And based on that, the person is ineligible to benefit from the roofs program. Which means this individual who suffered total loss to their dwelling and under the roofs program would have qualified for $500,000. Because they got $100,000 a tourism worker, they now become ineligible to benefit from the roofs program. That is something that must be addressed.
Yes. Yes.
There is actually a difference between politics and governance, Madam Speaker. When I'm on the political platform, I am one of the most strident politicians you will find, making my political point. But when I'm in here, Madam Speaker, I'm talking about the governance and how the lives of the people that I represent are being affected. Now, Madam Speaker, this contradiction between the PM's presentation and the bill is seen in several places. Oversight is promised, but is not legislated. We were told that there would be an independent oversight body, JAMRAC, modeled after EPOC. We were told it will provide public accountability, independent scrutiny, and even opposition representation. But, Madam Speaker, JAMRAC is not in the bill. The PM claims robust independent oversight, but the bill does not create it. There is no statutory body. with the appropriate governance structure. And if you look at the PM's presentation, the PM took the opportunity to point out some examples. He said that after the great East Japan earthquake of 2011, Japan established a dedicated reconstruction agency. What he did not tell us is that it had a board. He then went on to speak about Dominica established the Climate Resilient Execution Agency, CREED. What he didn't tell us was that it had a board. Then he went on to speak about in Jamaica, former Prime Minister Percival James Patterson, the great man from Eastern Westmoreland, established the Office of National Reconstruction after Hurricane Ivan. When he did so, Madam Speaker, he wanted a non-political individual to chair the committee. And he decided that he was going to second someone from the EOJ. And so he seconded none other than Danville Walker, who ended up not being non-political after all, because he contested the election in central Manchester. But he chaired it. There was no overreach. They had a committee that had representation from the PNP, from the JLP, from NGOs, from private sector, and they had to get approval for the projects that they were doing. So to just give the examples without speaking of the governance framework that was behind those examples is misleading. Now, there is no legal requirement for independent monitoring, no reporting schedule, no obligation to publish oversight reports. Instead, what the bill says, it says that the minister may give direction to the authority, and the authority shall comply. Madam Speaker, that is not independent oversight. That is executive control. As the House is being asked to rely on executive assurances instead of legislative safeguards, you cannot ask Parliament to pass hard powers into statute and accept the soft safeguards on trust. That's right. There is a concentration of power in the executive. Madam Speaker, let us examine the structure being created under this bill. The PM appoints the CEO. The minister determines the CEO terms, remunerations, and conditions. The minister can issue binding directions. The cabinet determines which projects proceed. The authority cannot implement plans without cabinet approval. And critically, there is no governing board. Now, the Prime Minister said this creates clear accountability. But, Madam Speaker, clear accountability without independent oversight is not accountability. It is concentration of power. That's right. That's right. It is heavy ministerial and cabinet control over appointment, approvals, direction, project flow. What the government calls streamlined accountability may in practice become streamlined political control. Reprocurement. This is possibly the most serious omission. Madam Speaker, let us turn to procurement, the single most sensitive area in any reconstruction program. The Prime Minister himself admitted that the procurement framework is not in the bill and will instead be created by ministerial order. This is the Prime Minister. On the specific question of procurement, the procurement framework for NARA is not incorporated in the bill itself. It is the government's intention that the Minister of Finance will issue an order under Section 3, Subsection 3 of the Public Procurement Act 2015, exempting NARA from the standard procurement regime and specifying the particular terms and conditions that will apply to NARA's procurement activities. End of quote. Madam Speaker, let us pause right there. Parliament is being asked to create the authority, grant it power to spend billions, allow it to procure goods, works, and services without knowing the procurement rules that will govern those contracts. No tendering principles, no publication requirement, no conflict of interest provision, no mandatory disclosure framework for awards. This is backwards. The rules must come before the power, not after. As the member from South Manchester said, the House should not approve a blank check without guardrails. Extra, yes? You don't hear the quotation. You don't hear the quotation. There are extraordinary powers to override existing laws. Madam Speaker, the bill will not merely coordinate, it overrides. It allows the authority to direct agencies on how to process approvals, impose deadlines, require concurrent approvals, proceed without waiting on other approvals, and even modify or make exception to zoning requirements. And if agencies resist, the authority can apply for a step-in order, where the minister effectively grants the approval himself with full legal effect. Madam Speaker, speed is necessary, but speed must not become a mechanism to bypass environmental safeguards, planning authorities, and professional judgment, all through a process that remains internal to the executive. There are transparency claims versus the legal reality. Madam Speaker, we were told this authority will operate with unprecedented transparency. But what does the bill actually require? 1, a register of projects, annual report to the minister. And at the same time, in Section 14, it creates a broad secrecy obligation with criminal penalties for disclosure. There is no requirement to publish procurement awards, no requirement to publish contracts, no requirement to publish step-in decisions, expert advice summaries, project amendments, directive notices, no requirement to publish performance dashboard. Madam Speaker, a registry is not transparency, member from St. Andrew North Central. And secrecy, backed by criminal sanction, is not the same as accountability. The FAST program, Madam Speaker, that is narrowly tailored disaster recovery is a broad investment fast-track regime. We must ask, is this a reconstruction bill or a parallel development framework with extraordinary executive powers? Madam Speaker, we are not here to block progress. We are here to strengthen the law so that progress is sustainable, credible, and fair. Statutory oversight. JAMRAC should be established in the Act, define its composition and publications duties, guarantee opposition participation, and require semi-annual public reports. The procurement safeguards in law. You need to insert procurement principles, transparency, competitive bidding, value for money, conflict of interest rules, and require publication of all major contracts. With transparency, mandatory provision of project list and update, procurement awards, directive issues, step-in orders, application and orders, performance metrics. All of that. The parliamentary oversight, there should be mandatory semi-annual reports to Parliament, not only reports to the minister. Yes. And the man should come here. And he should. In closing, Madam Speaker, the bill is being presented as a vehicle for national transformation, and it may very well be, but transformation must be built on trust anchored in law, not trust resting on promises. The country needs speed, yes, but the country needs safeguards. If JAMRAC is essential, put it in the bill. If transparency is essential, put it in the bill. If procurement integrity is essential, put it in the bill. If those measures are truly essential, they should be written into the legislation before Parliament passes it. Madam Speaker, we support reconstruction. We support urgency, but we do not support unchecked power. We do not support rebuilding on a weak governance foundation. Let us not just build faster, but better, fairer, and with safeguards worthy of the Jamaican people.
We'll take next the member from St. Andrew West. That is Member Brownberg. The Southwest. That's Member Brownberg, the member from St. Andrew Southwest.
I wanted to make sure. I wanted to make sure that I was within the time and certainly on point on the few points I wanted to make. And so I've actually written it. You know, I was going through the NARA legislation, and I kept thinking about my responsibility as a member elected to this parliament by the people of Southwest St. Andrew, and my responsibility to ensure that we pass fair laws and we pass good bills in the best interest of Jamaica. So in this regard, I went and I looked at the objects of the bill to make provision for the management and implementation of post-disaster reconstruction and resilience efforts consequent on the passage of Hurricane Melissa and for resilience generally. And this has my full support. In fact, I don't believe that there's anyone in Jamaica who would not support these objects. Yes? I am, however, extremely concerned that such an important institution, having a highly centralized, almost one-man-driven structure, who himself is handpicked by the minister, with a blank check and unfettered powers. And that also there are very weak provisions for transparency and accountability. I'm concerned about that. And what makes this even that much harder to vote yes is that it's being railroaded through Parliament by a government who has no problem in 2017, agreeing to 427 million Jamaican dollars and paying out 50% of that as a deposit for used cars for our police officers without any accountability. Even now, not a soul knows where they carry them there. The same government with the ministers spending money on the big birthday cake. Who remember the Nutri-Bullet scandal?
Yes.
Who remember that?
We remember.
Producing less, costing more, with no real accountability for distribution. Anybody here remember CMU and how taxpayers' money was being spent in 2019? The truth is that the same issues in all of those, that was the used car scandal we talked about. The same issues, serious procurement breaches, contract bidding rules being breached, payments to connected persons as contractors. And it was the same issue with Petrojam, with Nestle. Who remember Western Hospitality Institute, that many thought was a eat a food prosperity thing go on. So when all these things are on my mind, it makes me very uneasy. Yes? I also want to remind us that in most of the cases I've cited, what the Auditor General's recommendation was. It was about adherence to public procurement laws and the transparency of the process. But I guess now we don't have to worry about those because they're not even in there. So you can ignore the transparency and you can ignore procurement laws. I believe that we do need, because the government has come here several times talking about the issues with procurement. And I have no difficulty if we believe that there needs to be changes, around public procurement at this time. Then let's do it. Let's say that. Let's begin to see that at work in this bill that is before us. And so, Madam Speaker, through you to the PM, I'm sure that he would have also seen the recommendations from JFJ and JET, outlining targeted amendments to the NARA bill, drawing from other jurisdictions. And I'm hoping that although I heard that we were going to take the bill through all the stages today, I am still hopeful that with all of the public sentiment, with the concerns of the opposition, that the Prime Minister and his team will find it in their heart to understand our concern as public and our public duty, and pause for a while, review and rework, and wheel and come again. I really am hoping so that we can actually go together. Some people say that it's not within the Prime Minister. I don't think so. I believe that at his core, he must have the people of Jamaica at heart. Yes, I do. I believe that. Because I don't think that persons make this kind of political sacrifice to just come here and run roughshod over with these bills and to see others just stuff their money, their pocket full of money and don't have no concern. I don't believe that. And so I am still hopeful that common sense will prevail and that sense of working together would lead to a different outcome. So that's the first point I wanted to make in terms of why I am uneasy, with the bill as it is. The second point I want to make is really because at heart I am a local government practitioner. I have spent 20 years in local government. And therefore, it just does not sit well with me to agree to legislation that comes to Parliament and gives NARA the right to ignore the professional advice of municipal corporations and the NEPA. It doesn't. Clause 21 leaves me thinking that the authority is at large. One, to establish timelines for inspections, evaluations, and assessments, as well in 21.2 to set deadlines for decisions, for approvals, or other inputs made or submitted by the authority. The truth is that I get a sense of a very high-handed approach in how this is worded. And I reiterate that recovery and resilience projects are going to require fast tracking. We understand that. No question about that. But I am sure these approving entities are all on board. And therefore, there must be some way, after all, these are the same entities who are going to have responsibility for post-approval monitoring. Yeah? But NARA is designed to run roughshod over their opinions. And so that's in my head. But then again, I'm thinking that this is the same government with connected persons involved in one way or another with construction, some even being flagged for building breaches. Yes, yeah. And therefore, I am thinking that the NARA legislation should also include a provision to resolve the objections by agencies. Otherwise, what's the message that we are sending to everyone with an application before those same authorities?
Yeah, especially those who are not big business.
So what is it? Is only the big trousers man them can ignore parish council? The rest of us mortals have to go and make changes to our plans when they object to what we have in front of them? That, for me, don't sit right. It doesn't sit right. Quite frankly, Madam Speaker, I think there's a very easy fix for this, quite frankly. I believe that what we could do is simply include in the legislation actual pre-approval consultation. Yes? So that that mechanism is encompassed in the law itself. Madam Speaker, whether it is UHWI, Market Me, Cornwall Regional, CMU, WHI, Nestle, Petrojam, the purchase of used school buses, the lack of transparency, the questions around oversight, yes, loom large. They loom large. And then I look under Part 2 of the bill, Clause 7, and I see that the minister may appoint a committee to examine and report to the minister on any matter arising out of or connected with any of the authority's powers. But that is may. First of all, I believe that NARA needs a proper oversight committee, where that appointment is not may, but shall, in terms of these kinds of reports and overview. There should also be a mandatory reporting cycle to Parliament, as the opposition leader and others have signalled and suggested. So, Madam Speaker, as I take my seat, I want to say that all of what I have placed on the table does not leave me with a level of trust that would have me voting for this NARA legislation in its current form without specific clauses in the legislation to ensure greater transparency and accountability. Because at the end of the day, it's my children and grandchildren. It is going to be the people of Southwest St. Andrew, in fact, all Jamaicans, who are going to bear the burden of repaying this debt. Thank you.
The next presenter, next presenter is the member from St. Catherine West. Next presenter is a member from St. Catherine West Central.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, colleagues, I rise to make my contribution on this bill, the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority, Act 2026. First of all, my view, having listened to members on both sides, particularly members on that side, is that this bill, Madam Speaker, should not be as controversial as it is made out to be. I really don't think so. However, I have an appreciation as to why this is the case. Madam Speaker, we exist, unfortunately, and I think there's enough responsibility to go around, in a low-trust society where many see actions of our political leaders and governments as sinister, and where some, recognizing the sentiments of a wider population who is cynical, see this as an opportunity to exploit for political advantage. And this is very unfortunate because it does very little to address the issues. What you get instead, Madam Speaker, and this is my own interpretation, not casting any judgment on anyone, is that the arguments that have emanated from this debate up to this point are stimulated by emotive objectives, rather than logical, practical, and contextual attempts at finding solutions to a crisis that affect the people that we represent. And I honestly do think that those who allow perfection to be the enemy of good are hurting the over 500,000 Jamaicans in the 5 critical parishes that have been impacted by this hurricane, Category 5, the first ever, while we here debate, prolong, and engage in emotive insinuations. Again, the consequence of a low-trust society. And I do believe, Madam Speaker, that as leaders we need to rise above this, and that this represents an opportunity for us to be one as a parliament and a government to solve the challenges that the people face. For me, Madam Speaker, there is a context. There is a context to this debate, this discussion. This is a context that has a practical component to which this bill seeks to address, and it appears is being ignored. For example, the member from Eastern Westmoreland, who I know has been impacted, and indeed 2 or so days after the storm, I went to his area, and I believe a week or so, he and I were at a similar location trying to address some of the challenges. And I saw the pain, rightfully so. But we were there, working together. But the member, I think, is, and I say so respectfully, is failing to appreciate when he speaks about the title of the bill and ignoring that the response to a crisis has to take place in stages, Madam Speaker. In public health, for example, when a crisis occurs, the first action by health is to save lives. And I can give you statistics of lives that have been saved, either through helicopter, JDF-supported evacuation, some from your area, or bringing in external supports, NGOs, setting up hospitals, mobile hospitals, bringing in doctors, when our own doctors were victims, healthcare workers were victims of the storm. That was the first phase. The second phase is to try to resume a sense of normality to people and to communities by opening up roads and doing the other things that are necessary to facilitate commerce. And with the trauma that persons are suffering, that should go some way in terms of therapy. The third approach, and the final and more sustainable approach, is what we are debating here, this bill. This bill is the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority Act, rightfully named because having passed the first and second phase, including those who got 150,000, as you have said, or 100,000 as the case may be, because the truth is, if you were to quantify by dollar value the pain, the suffering, and the trauma that those 500 people suffered during that time, Madam Speaker, you could not equate that to a monetary value. But
hold a minute,
on a point
of order.
Because the minister said, respectfully, I don't understand, and the Prime Minister asked, why respectfully? Right? And he went on to suggest that I am saying that there shouldn't be an emergency response, essentially, to the hurricane. I never said that. The point I made, Madam Speaker, is that based on how the relief efforts are structured, if an individual got $100,000 through TEF, and that same individual had total destruction of their home, so during that initial phase that you try to do something for them, they cannot go and get the benefit of the $500,000, having already benefited from the $100,000 through TEF. That's the simple point I'm making. That's something that everybody can agree should be fixed.
Madam Speaker, I take the member's suggestion, but I would say that this is not a reason to oppose the bill, which we are debating here in this House. What we're debating, what we are debating, Madam Speaker, and Madam Speaker, this is why, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, if I may be allowed, this is why I started out by saying, member from Eastern Westmoreland, Madam Speaker, some protection from you, please. Madam Speaker, the member,
Minister,
the member as emotionally traumatized as he has been and is, rightfully so because of his representational responsibilities,
Minister,
is supporting.
Minister, the same members, if you would only listen and follow the rules, both sides would be able to have a far more comfortable debate. I am giving no one extra time, not even a second extra. Therefore, I would like you to use your time properly. So, Minister, if a point of order is made, I've said this before, and you're responding to the point of order, indicate it means your time does not continue to run until you have responded to the point of order. If you are ignoring the comment, then we continue. You do not need to indicate, you ignore the comment and you continue with your presentation in the debate. That means your time immediately starts running again.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll say quickly, the only point I was making is that there are many times when representatives who have an issue on the ground zero, including the member who spoke, can take the phone and call myself as Minister of Health, we have had conversation, to resolve issues of this kind, in this case, the Minister of Labour. However, being brought into this kind of conversation, to my mind, is exactly the point I was making. We are engaging emotive reasoning in order to not support what is the most substantial response for the reconstruction and resilience. And I'm saying, let us focus on what is important. But let me move on, Madam Speaker. Let me move on. So there are phases, and we are now in the reconstruction phase. So, Madam Speaker, what is the context that is important in the discussion around this bill? The first context, given that it is a crisis, is the efficiency, or indeed, for better understanding, the speed in which we work to truly restore persons and to make them more resilient against a Category 5 hurricane. And so the bill has to be structured in a way to recognize the importance of quick decision-making. And I don't think we should make any apologies for it. I don't. In fact, if the members on that side are honest with themselves, they themselves have spoken about the inefficiencies of the current bureaucracy and the need for change. The very opposition leader has spent time talking about it. Is he now arguing that we should engage the very same process to deal with people who have emergencies? It cannot be, Madam Speaker. It cannot be. And indeed, Madam Speaker, history...
I rise on a point of order, Madam Speaker. The member is misleading the House. It has never been my position, or indeed anybody on this side's position, that we shouldn't have more efficiency, a quicker procedure, and faster resolution of the issues. We're all in favor of that. The fact is that the current bureaucracy and the way the government is interfacing with it has led to all sorts of problems, and which need to be addressed structurally. However, what we are complaining about is a lack of accountability, a lack of transparency, and a lack of oversight, and a lack of oversight, and a lack of oversight. So I'm not suggesting that we don't need to move faster.
No, that's okay. It's okay. Opposition leader. Opposition leader. I've turned off all mics. Opposition leader, Prime Minister is making a point of order on your point of order. Hold on now. I'm asking, opposition leader, are you yielding?
Madam Speaker, I'm not yielding. I'm simply saying that the minister is misleading the House about our position, deliberately, I think, because the position I'd like the country to believe is that we want to slow the recovery down. We would like to fast-track the recovery.
All right.
But we want it to be done in an honest way, not a...
All right.
Madam Speaker.
House leader, I'm having a challenge as well, so I would like you to address it in this discussion.
Yeah.
For far too long, persons use point of order just to disturb the other person and make a presentation.
Yeah.
We are required. I know after today's debate, you will see a speaker's ruling on point of order and how it should be utilized so that we stop abusing point of order.
Yeah. Madam
on
Speaker,
both sides.
Madam Speaker, you have covered the ground. Firstly, a point of order cannot be used to enter into another debate. Members, allow me. Members, allow me.
Please allow the House leader to complete his statement. Members.
Madam Speaker, when I rose on the point of order, it was to highlight that the member was factually inaccurate in a point he made. That is different. That is different than a member categorizing an intervention. If I believe that your intervention means you are slowing down the process, I must cancel it to that debate without you telling me that I am misleading. You can intervene on facts. When the Minister of Electricity in Energy intervened, he highlighted that he was saying you were factually inaccurate on the numbers. That has nothing to do. Members, this is a debate. For the members who have spoken already, you have got your chance. When the response is, your response will be categorized. Unless there's a factual inaccuracy, do not enter on a point of order. Thank you.
No, I do not have to take any point of order, members. Hold a moment. I do not have to take point of order. And let me remind you of the House rules as well. For a point of order to be taken, it means the person on whom the point of order is being raised must take their seat and allow the other member to speak. For efficiency's sake, follow the rules of the Parliament. Everybody. So, no, I allowed the opposition leader. I remember when the Prime Minister was speaking, 2 points of order that were not points of order. It happens on both sides. It is a courtesy. And I'm asking you for the efficiency. No. Please stop that debate. Because when your time is up, your time is up. And it doesn't matter who you are in the House. Minister, continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would just repeat or reiterate what I had said earlier, for fear of being misunderstood.
Yes, repeat it.
That there's a choice between being emotive in what we say to generate or play on the sentiments of a low-trust society, and being contextual, practical in finding solutions to what is a crisis affecting over 500,000 Jamaicans in the first instance. And I'd say that the opposition leader can't have his cake and eat it. It's either he wants the efficiency of pace, or because he's allowing perfection to be the enemy of good, he's going to add layers of bureaucracy to slow down the process. On this side, Madam Speaker, on this side, it is important for us to balance the scales and to achieve the efficiencies that are required, but that's also the pace. And I give you an example. Since I was the Minister of Health during the 100-year pandemic called COVID-19. I want to give you one example, because health is particular in these types of crises. We have to act very quickly, and sometimes we're accused of acting outside of the framework of some of the rules when we act in the interest of saving lives. You know, I recall when vaccines were scarce, Madam Speaker, and we were fortunate enough to get 78,000 doses of vaccine. But they were to expire within a week. And the task at hand was to accept the 78,000 doses, to give Jamaicans who were hungry for the vaccine to save themselves, or not to take it because of the close expiration date. We opted to take the vaccines. Usually, if you know how vaccines are administered, it's normally the public health nurse and their support systems. The doctors don't get too involved in it. And I recall when we started the process at the National Arena, the doctors who came to assist with the administration of the vaccine at some times were not allowed almost by the nurses who hugged up it because it was their responsibility. There's a process, a protocol that requires you to sit for 20 minutes to see if there's any adverse reaction. Well, at the end of the period, in order to distribute the 78,000 doses, I recall being in Falmouth Square with a public health nurse, with an igloo with ice with the vaccine, approaching a lady frying fish under a tree. She didn't even sit down. She took the vaccine and went back to doing her regular chore, abandoning almost all the normal protocols in normal time in order to address what was a crisis. That is a practical solution to a context which impacts saving lives. This is what this bill does, Madam Speaker, and we should make no apologies for it. In fact, Madam Speaker, the most honourable Prime Minister has given examples of countries that have had similar crises and have had to put special purpose vehicles in place. And we could expand that. New Zealand and the Canterbury earthquake recovery, 2011. Australia, New South Wales, 2022. And of course, Peru and the Authority for Reconstruction with Change. All special initiatives to deal with a context and to find special arrangements to deal with the people. I urge this House, Madam Speaker, colleagues here, let us put, and I'm using your template now, let us put the people first when we consider the next stage of the reconstruction and resilience and stop engaging in a practice that will only delay addressing the concerns that they have. Madam Speaker, the next critical issue that I'd like to address linked to the bill, because I think it's in keeping with this low-trust society that is creating this cynicism, is the issue of oversight. And the opposition has made heavy weather of oversight. And I do believe that issues around oversight is perhaps the bigger issue. There seems to be a lack of confidence in the process as being prescribed to implement measures and to provide the relief that the Jamaican people needs. And it's okay, I believe, to make suggestions to strengthen the bill. I have no issues with that, and I think we all should accept that. But I think to take extreme positions, which ultimately results in delaying the bill, is really not doing justice to the original intent and indeed many of the clauses contained within the bill. Madam Speaker, when you examine on balance the bill, there are sufficient positions and clauses that addresses issues of oversight, which I believe can accommodate appropriate levels of scrutiny up to the point of this Parliament interrogating actions that have been taken. Section 4 establishes the authority's function, including requirements for established performance indicators, reporting standards, project tracking systems, and compliance. And I hear the member talk about how do we know what will be done, what are the plans. It is contained in the bill in terms of the requirements to have a plan and to make that plan public, which gives you an authority the right to interrogate it. Financial accountability and audit oversight, Section 9 to 11, requires the maintenance of proper accounts and records, the preparation of annual audited financial statements, access by the Auditor General. Madam Speaker, the systems that exist currently to interrogate the action of the leadership under these new arrangements, and annual reports that would be submitted to the Houses of Parliament and to the Senate. Together, Madam Speaker, these provide a robust framework for financial transparency, independent scrutiny, and parliamentary oversight. I am not sure which bill they are reading because it doesn't sound like the bill that we have here debating today, Madam Speaker. Ministerial oversight and planning discipline, Section 10 to 13, requires the authority to furnish reports And of course, those reports will find their way up to the Cabinet of Jamaica. The government, one of the oversights of the debate is that the practical reality is that the government was elected to lead. And again, the people have entrusted in the government, as we do every 5 years or otherwise, to provide leadership. We cannot allow that leadership in a time of crisis to be stymied by the over-bureaucratization as insisted by the opposition. Because at the end of the day, they are the same ones who will come and accuse us of inaction to address the very problem that we face. And we can't do that. Cabinet control over approved projects and implementation plans, section 17 to 19, is very much there. Procedural safeguards for expenditure approvals and step-in powers, section 21 and 24, very much present. Madam Speaker, I really have to wonder if the members fully understands what this bill is about. When it comes to balancing the need for speed to address an emergency, to address the 500,000 plus Jamaicans who are in need, with the need for oversight, which even the Parliament here is involved in providing. Madam Speaker, I close by saying
St. Mary Western. St. Mary Western.
This bill, Madam Speaker, should not be so controversial.
Minister, you have enough time. I would like you to repeat the point you were making. I could not hear you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate your protection. I was saying, Madam Speaker, that there are provisions in the bill to deal with oversight through the regular channels of oversight responsibility, from the Parliament to the Auditor General, to the Cabinet of Jamaica, to publish reports, PAAC, and I wonder, and it forces me to say that on that side, they seem to be caught up in the trap of the low-trust society where they probably don't trust themselves why they provide the argument on all these things. And it's unfortunate. It is unfortunate because if Madam Speaker, we on this side trust ourselves to go right by the people, you don't seem to trust yourselves why you're questioning existing arrangements that are in place for oversight. So, Madam Speaker, in closing, Madam Speaker, I wish I had a naira for Cornwall. It would have been a long time. The procurement process for naira takes between 6 and 12 months per procurement transaction. That is why it's dragged out so long. I wish I had a naira. We should have declared Cornwall a national emergency and subjected to quicker decision making. But that's another issue. Madam Speaker, I close by saying that we should be careful. We should be careful that we do not allow perfection to be the enemy of good. We should accept where suggestions can strengthen the bill. We should make those suggestions in all sincerity, bearing in mind that the primary goal is to address the plight of the Jamaican people who have suffered over the last number of months. If we did that, we would send a good signal to the country. We would demonstrate that as leaders, we want to go past this low-trust society, and it is starting with us because we mean the people good, and we put the people first. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The member from Kingston Central. Donovan Williams, the member from Kingston Central. Donovan Williams. Member Donovan Williams, that's for the orderly's benefit. Donovan Williams, the member from Kingston Central. all the way to the back. Members, before the next member of the House makes his presentation, I would just like to advise the House that you have 10 presentations remaining at 30 minutes per presentation. And that is 5 hours. So you can have a wonderful time making as much noise because the speaker will relax. The speaker will relax and allow us to be here for a long time. I would like to hear the presentations, and this being such an important bill, the people of Jamaica would like to hear the presentations. There is no food downstairs. In answer to your question. So members, I am asking you, please, allow each other to make their contribution to the debate on either side of the fence. No, repetitions must be restricted to 0. As it relates to point of order, I think I have already stated, for those who spoke already in the debate, don't even think of standing up. And for those who intend to speak and gave your name, don't even think of standing up. When you speak, you can address whatever point of order you thought you had, whatever interruption you wanted to make. Point of order relates to issues that abuse the House itself, the rules of the House. And we'll go over it. But if your interruptions are for clarifications and the things that we abuse it for, please refrain today. The member from Kingston Central will now speak, and I beg you, House members, let us just abide by the rules.
Madam Speaker, I crave your permission to speak from
permission granted, member.
Yes, grateful, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I rise to make my contribution in support of the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority Bill 2026. And I must say, firstly, Madam Speaker, this is not a routine bill. It is not an ordinary administrative adjustment. It is born of national disruption, national loss, and national urgency. Now, Madam Speaker, I support this bill because Jamaica is not served by process alone. Jamaica is not served by process alone. What do I mean? We are served by lawful process that leads to results. And if ever there were a moment in our national life when we must move from process to performance and from institutional delay to implementation, I say it is now. What NARA does, in my view, is to ensure that these processes do not become bottlenecks to national recovery. Now, Madam Speaker, I particularly support the proposed, having looked at the bill and perused sections of the bill, in particular the step-in order provision at clause 24. Now, the step-in order is intended to achieve three related objectives. First, it is designed to break administrative deadlock, where delay threatens national recovery. Secondly, to ensure that reconstruction is not frustrated by institutional inaction or fragmentation. And thirdly, to preserve the momentum of approved projects while still maintaining the wider framework of supervision, accountability, and oversight. Now, the bill, it was made clear by the member from Central Clarendon last week at the sitting that the bill does not abolish approving entities. And I heard a member from Southwest St. Andrew earlier in her presentation, who's a former mayor of the Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation, indicates that it is a bypassing of the local authorities. And that is totally not true. If she reads the bill carefully, she will recognize that the bill is especially at section 21. Section 21 of the bill speaks to a coordination of the approving the local entities with the authority. So, and as she would recognize, timelines are important. Timelines are not new to this bill. Even the local authorities themselves have timelines within which they operate for productivity and for efficiency and speed. So I do not support the submission and the argument that the bill is intended to bypass the local authorities. In my view, the bill is intended to coordinate and bring the authorities together for speed, expedition, and efficiency. No. So what the bill does, in my view, is to create a structured back-end intervention. For example, where there is non-compliance, so that delay does not defeat national reconstruction. And to borrow a legal maxim, we don't want delay to defeat equity. Madam Speaker, in my view, the broader idea, this idea of structured central intervention is not unknown in democratic systems. In the UK, the Planning Act 2008 allows the Secretary of State to intervene in nationally significant infrastructure applications and to assume the functions of examining and deciding the application. Listen and learn. In Trinidad and Tobago, the authority to grant planning permission is vested in the minister responsible for town and country planning, with applications processed by the planning division on the minister's behalf. In New Zealand, the Resource Management Act allows the minister to call in matters of national significance for central decision making. So while the NARA step-in order is a distinct Jamaican adaptation, the broader principle that central government may lawfully intervene where nationally important development requires urgency, coordination, or final determination, it is not without democratic precedent. It is not without democratic precedent. We have examples from democracies all over the world. Our very own Town and Country Planning Act already vests certain powers
in the authority of the minister. Want to read section 12 of the Act? You want me to read it?
Yes, read it.
The authority, that is the planning authority, may give directions. The planning authority may, listen and learn, you will learn some law now. The planning authority may give directions to any local planning authority or to local planning authorities, generally requiring that any application for permission to develop land or all such applications of any class specified in the directions shall be referred to the authority instead of being dealt with by the local planning authority, and any such application shall be so referred accordingly. Hold on. So what we have now, so in other words, and I will go further to say that the stepping orders, the protocol for this intervention, the triggering of the stepping order in this bill, the process is even more rigid than in the Town and Country Planning Act. Excellent. It is even more rigid. It's more rigid because remember, there's a process. There's a process, It's not that the authority just gets up, on a frolic of its own and triggers and give directions. There is a process. The authority would have had the intervention, would have been working alongside the local planning authority from day one. From day one. The authority would be working with the local planning authority from day one. But look here, where we talk a lot in this country about productivity, We talk a lot about productivity, but we are not serious. Now, the bill must not be understood as a blank check. Now, read section 21, you will see that from day one, there's a coordination between yes, let's move. The bill must not be understood. Madam Speaker, the bill must not be understood as a blank check. We must not cherry-pick isolated provisions for political effect. We must consider the balance this bill seeks to strike between productivity, urgency, and good governance. The authority is not on a frolic of its own, in my view. Cabinet must issue, and as my previous speakers have pointed out, Cabinet must issue the official list of approved reconstruction and resilient projects and designated strategic investment projects. Programs and plans are not to be implemented without Cabinet approval. You have to remember there's a role, the Cabinet is an oversight in all of this. The bill requires a public electronic register. It requires annual reports. It requires audited financial statements. It requires that these statements be laid in both houses of this Parliament. This ensures transparency and parliamentary scrutiny. Additionally, the Public Accounts Committee and the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee, as pointed out by the member from St. Catherine, and other relevant parliamentary bodies, they retain the jurisdiction to some. Look here, this Parliament, in my view, on a perusal of the bill, retains the jurisdiction to summon the authority at any time. That is real. No, but we have that Parliament has that inherent jurisdiction. We have that inherent jurisdiction in Parliament. This is real. This is real accountability in action. It leaves the accounts and records of the, listen this. The accounts, listen this carefully. The accounts and records of the authority are open to examination by the Auditor General. And it requires the authority to submit it
submit its corporate plan, operating plan, and estimates to the minister. It's not a blank check. It's not a blank check, as I've heard some people say it's a blank check. This is a strong instrument with oversight built into its architecture. This is not a blank check. So, Madam Speaker, the question before us is not whether the bill centralizes responsibility. It plainly does. The real question is whether that centralization is arbitrary or structured. On the face of the bill, it is structured. Yes. It is tied to approved projects. Yes. It is tied to approved plans. Yes. It is tied to reporting obligations. Yes. It is tied to audit. Yes. It is tied to consultation. Yes. It is tied to ministerial supervision. It is tied to cabinet oversight and public accountability. Yes. On the question of too much power. There is much argument about too much power. Let me ask the question. What is the purpose of a legislation if in the look here, what is the purpose of a legislation if in the aftermath of a catastrophic event, if not to empower decisive and timely action? We are aware and we know that approvals permits and approvals, we know that, can languish for months. And sometimes years. That is not resilience, that is stagnation. As a member of Parliament for Central Kingston, I know that governance is not experienced by our people in theory. I feel it and I know it and I see it and I walk it. The people are waiting on Nara, eagerly. It is experienced in roads, drains, housing, schools, clinics, utilities, safety and jobs. Madam Speaker, the nation, and Mr. Speaker, the nation has suffered much. The nation has suffered much. The people are waiting. The government must do what it was elected to do. Parliament must now play its part. I commend the bill to this honourable House.
Member Al Member from St. Catherine Southeastern, you now have the floor and your time starts now.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I write on the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority Bill 2026. I desperately want to believe that this Parliament subscribes to Bayesian reasoning rather than the dogmatic entrenchment of partisan positions. That we understand that our positions are not absolute truths, they are probabilities. And through honest debate, through the examination of evidence, we update these probabilities. We move closer to what is right, closer to what works, closer to what the people need. We did not come to Parliament to win arguments. We came to Parliament to win a future for the people. And Mr. Speaker, if there was ever a moment that demanded that approach from this chamber, it is now. Hurricane Melissa was the worst disaster to strike this nation in a generation. The assessed damage, over $12 billion US. The people of Western Jamaica, the mother in Maroontown, the fisherman in Black River, the farmer in Darlaston, the child in Falmouth, they are not waiting for us to be right. They are waiting for us to get it right. And being right, Mr. Speaker, and getting it right are not always the same. If we are genuine servant leaders, not merely in title but in practice, then I beg this honorable House, examine the evidence, weigh it honestly, update your positions so that the bill we pass today into law will secure the present of the people who sent us here and the future of the children and grandchildren they are raising in rubble. We were not sent here by the powerful to protect the powerful. We were sent here by the powerless to protect them from the powerful. Mr. Speaker, the man in the street watching these debates is asking one question. What is NARA? The superficial answer is that NARA is a reconstruction body. But the question is not what NARA is. The question is what NARA is for. Is NARA the answer to the devastation caused by Hurricane Melissa? Yes. Or was Hurricane Melissa the answer to this government's long and deliberate march towards authoritarianism and absolutism? Because, Mr. Speaker, the bill before us does not give power to the people to rebuild their country. It takes power from the people and gives it to one man, accountable to one minister, anointed by one prime minister. What is proposed here today is a bill that entrenches this government's long-held desire to concentrate power and resources into the hands of a few and to castrate the state agencies and civil servants whose constitutional roles are to act as watchdogs over every taxpayer dollar. Mr. Speaker, I have searched the Caribbean, the Americas, the globe for a reconstruction body with a similar oversight and accountability framework. I did not find a better model that Jamaica ignored. I found that Jamaica invented the worst model. I am convinced that this government has designed the weakest governance model for a disaster reconstruction authority that has ever been assembled by a modern democracy. A model destined by its very architecture to be scandal-ridden, destined to fail in its strategic objectives of efficient, resilient, and meaningful reconstruction of the infrastructure and the lives of Jamaican people. The Prime Minister spoke of Peru. He carried us thousands of miles across the world to find his cautionary tale. But, Mr. Speaker, we need not travel that far. The answers are closer to home. The warnings are in our neighborhood. When Hurricane Dorian swept through the Bahamas in September 2019, a Category 5 storm, the strongest ever to make direct landfall in that nation, the Bahamian government did not reach for a CEO with absolute powers and an advisory board. They built a full governing board of directors with legally bound fiduciary duties. the Disaster Reconstruction Authority Act of 2019 established a separate chairman, a vice chairman, a managing director, not one omnipotent executive answerable to only a prime minister, but a board with duties, with power, with accountability baked into the law itself. The Bahamas did not trust their reconstruction to one man. They trusted it to a board. And yet, this government asks that Jamaica trust ours to one man with no board. On procurement, the very area this bill defers to, with a ministerial order after it passes, the Bahamians wrote the obligation directly into their law. All contracts awarded within a fiscal year must be publicly disclosed. Their audited accounts had to reach the minister within 3 months of the financial year end. But, Mr. Speaker, even with all of that, the Bahamas still had a scandal. Their forensic audit revealed extreme executive salaries with no basis in performance, companies billing the government for work that they can't prove, and contractors without submitting evidence of a single day's work done, $20 million spent on debris management with non-compliant contractors. The Bahamas had stronger oversight and still fell apart. And Jamaica, through this government, wants us with weaker oversight to stand with them. Cannot work. The logic does not hold. The math does not add up, and the people will pay the price. And then, Mr. Speaker, we look at Haiti. When the earthquake of 2010 killed 200... Mr. Speaker, I am begging protection from Waldorf and Statler from the Muppets. When the earthquake of 2010 killed 230,000 people, the interim Haiti Recovery Commission was co-chaired by the Haitian Prime Minister and Bill Clinton. Voting seats went to the legislature, the judiciary, trade unions, business, diaspora, civil society. They had more governance than NARA in every measurable way. Haiti had every governance structure that this bill refuses to create. And the reconstruction still failed. Jamaica is refusing to create these structures, and we are promising that it will succeed. The lesson from both our neighbors is the same. Elaborate governance does not automatically guarantee success, but the absence of governance guarantees failure. We on this side are not saying that good governance will save us, but we are saying that bad governance will certainly destroy us. Madam, Mr. Speaker, let me go into an area that my colleagues on the other side would prefer I leave unspoken. The question at the heart of this debate is not merely about governance models. It is about trust. And trust must be earned before it is given. You cannot legislate trust into existence when it has been betrayed so many times, over and over and over again. This government is not asking us to trust the system. They're asking us to trust them. And those two requests, Mr. Speaker, are very different things. Are we to believe, are Jamaicans to believe, that the government that closed the corner shops during COVID, while big supermarkets operated freely, will now protect the small local contractor? Are we to believe that the government that arrested ordinary Jamaicans on the streets for breaching curfew, while their very own toasted at uptown parties on no movement days, will now apply the rules equally to all? to believe that the government that spent a decade building highways while the side roads of every constituency develop potholes wide enough and deep enough to swallow a vehicle will now prioritize communities that the highways don't reach? Mr. Speaker, are we expected to believe that the government that allowed money to be extracted from the Ministry of Health through overpriced contracts and well-connected companies, dare I say sweetheart deals, while patients slept on chairs in corridors and died waiting for tests to be done, will suddenly become responsible stewards of public health funds? Are we to believe that the government that fought with all its might not to pay doctors, nurses, teachers, civil servants what they deserve, while raising their salaries by 200%, will now put the needs of the people above the interests of the powerful? They could not find the money to pay the nurse who saves lives. They found the money to pay themselves. But now they want us to believe that they will use $2 trillion to save the lives of the people the nurses serve. Mr. Speaker, Naira in its present form is rubbing butter a puss mouth. I say that without apology because the people watching these debates understand exactly what this means. It means do not give something precious and powerful to someone who has repeatedly shown you that they will abuse it. And it means if you do, do not pretend you did not know it would happen. We are not being asked to give Naira power and hope for the best. We are being asked to strip Naira of accountability and pretend nothing will go wrong. Mr. Speaker, let us examine precisely what this bill creates at its center. One CEO appointed directly by the Prime Minister, no merit-based selection requirement in the bill, no independent vetting, no governing board with fiduciary duties, an advisory board only, with no power to override, no power to dismiss, no power to compel. They call it an advisory board. But advice without authority is not governance, it is chattings. This CEO, this Caesar, will exercise authority over nearly 2 trillion Jamaican dollars. He will select his own auditor annually, subject only to the approval of the cabinet secretary, who serves the same cabinet that appointed Caesar in the first place. So, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister appoints the CEO selects the auditor. The Cabinet Secretary approves the auditor. The Cabinet Secretary serves the Prime Minister. This is not a circle of accountability. This is circling the wagons. For $2 trillion of public funds, this is what we are signing away. We are being asked to spend the money now and account for it later. But later is too late for the people whose money is being spent today. And if you dare to speak about what is happening inside that authority, Section 14 provides criminal penalties of up to $1 million or 1 year in prison for unauthorized disclosure. No express whistleblower protection clause. None. Then we have a sweeping indemnity regime that can cover even criminal proceedings. So they commit a crime and the taxpayers have to pay for it, for their defense. They have criminalized speaking the truth about Naira, and they have indemnified those who abuse it. The watchdog has been muzzled. The fox has been released. And the chicken coop is guarded by a CEO who may or may not love fried chicken. Mr. Speaker, Lord Acton warned us, power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts. Absolutely. This government is not merely ignoring that warning. They are writing it into law and calling it efficiency. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister announced that Nara will build a new Kingston Public Hospital, and we always welcome that. But he also announced a new government campus at National Hero Circle. And I have a simple question for this Honourable House. Why is this government building a new home for itself when the people who elected it are still without a home? The new Parliament building, the new government campus, the new KPH, these were on government wish lists long before Hurricane Melissa arrived. Which is why we ask again, is Melissa the answer to the prayers of the government? Melissa did not create these ambitions. Melissa created the financing to pay for these ambitions. Financing that future generations of Jamaicans will have to repay with interest. The storm destroyed the people's homes, and the government is using the money collected and meant to rebuild those homes to build their own legacy project and home. For 10 years, 10 consecutive years, every major hospital in Western Jamaica has crumbled under the weight of the Cornwall regional debacle. Patients from Westmoreland, St. Elizabeth and Hanover traveled all the way to Kingston because their regional hospital could not serve them. And for 10 years, this government did nothing sufficient. Now Melissa has come. Now there is Melissa money. And what rises to the top of the project list? The government campus, the Parliament building. For 10 years, they could not find the money to fix the hospital that serves the West. Now they have found the money and they're spending it on the East. The people who suffer the most are the last in line. Relax, Rose. Wait. Rose. East, Kingston. Priorities. Rose, of all the people interrupting me. And who decides? The bill is explicit. The cabinet shall cause to be issued the authority and official list of approved projects. NARA cannot even originate its own project list. Every comparable reconstruction body in the world, in the Bahamas, in Haiti, was empowered to identify and originate projects. NARA must wait to be told what to do. The authority has all the power to build, but it has no power to decide what to build. The power to execute is given to NARA. The power to direct is kept by the cabinet. This is not delegation. This is subcontracting corruption. If the Prime Minister decides that the new Parliament building is a reconstruction and resilience project, it goes on the list. And NARA builds it with your money, without a board to question it, without a parliamentary vote on procurement, without an Auditor General review. Mr. Speaker, let me speak to what is truly at stake. Then raise a point of order. It's an internal auditor for 1 year. Mr. Speaker, let me speak to what is truly at stake, because this is not a debate about institutional design. This is a debate about the future of Jamaica. The destructive force of Hurricane Melissa can be a blessing in disguise if the short-term pain unlocks the long-term transformation of this country. $2 trillion, the largest injection of capital into this economy in our history. This could solve the age-old problems that have plagued ordinary Jamaicans for generations. It is not the magnitude of the storm that defines a disaster. It is the nation's response to the disaster of the storm. Let us not make this crisis go to waste in building a better Jamaica. We could build roads that do not flood every season, drains that channel water rather than carry away communities, government buildings that do not shame the people who work in them, houses that are designed for Jamaicans to live in with dignity, not relics of an era before black Jamaicans were smaddified. We have the money to build a new Jamaica, but we are choosing the governance structures of the old plantocracy. Instead of heeding 28 civil society organizations, instead of heeding 29 members, I see you, member, 29 members of parliament, instead of heeding the joint submission of Jamaicans for Justice and the Jamaica Environment Trust, this government presses forward. The Auditor General, even before this bill has even passed, has already launched a Hurricane Melissa relief governance audit because the patterns of mismanagement were already present. They're visible in the early relief response. The Auditor General is already auditing the relief, and this government is passing a law to keep scrutiny away from the reconstruction. They have seen the scrutiny coming, and they are legislating it away. We are not building the Naira that Jamaica needs. We are building the conditions that will require another Naira when, God forbid, the predicted devastating earthquake strikes or when the next killer storm comes to this beloved island. We are not building back better. We are building forward worse. But this time with $2 trillion to accelerate the next collapse. Worse. Madam, Mr. Speaker, they may pass this bill today. You have the numbers. You may ignore the 28 civil society groups. You may dismiss the 29 MPs who have expressed concerns about this bill. You may look past the Bahamian forensic audit, the Haitian failure, the Auditor General's work already in the public domain, your own scandals. You have the power to pass this bill today, but the people have the power to judge you tomorrow. When the people who are suffering from the hurricane, you don't talk, you are the Casanova of sweetheart deals. The Casanova of sweetheart deals. When the people who are suffering from the hurricane that passed 6 months ago and now face another hurricane season in 6 weeks, when they realize what was done here today, you will never be forgiven. So let my words go down in prophecy. This day will be remembered as the beginning of the end of this government. Because the mother in Maroon Town shall remember. The daughter in Darliston shall remember. The baby in Black River shall remember. The pensioner in Portmore shall remember. They will remember the future you stole from them. They will remember the better health care you removed from them. They will remember the hope that they lost on this day. History does not remember those who had power. It remembers those who use the power for the benefit of the powerless. This government will be remembered, but I promise you, not for the reason you imagine. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Member from St. and Southeastern, you now have the floor. Member from Southeast St. Anne, you now have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, we are indeed discussing and debating a legislation that has far-reaching implications. We are doing this, and we are here having this conversation because of what Hurricane Melissa revealed. It revealed the fragility of our housing, the weakness of our infrastructure, and the reality that too many Jamaicans are living one shock away from losing everything. Homes destroyed, businesses devastated, roads washed out, families forced to split up because basic systems failed. Mr. Speaker, the hurricane didn't create these conditions. It revealed them. And like the hurricane, this bill forces us to answer a critical question about our country. The question was asked in Steerfield, St. Anne, last week, after the killing of 2 young men by the police. It is being asked by families still waiting to rebuild. It is being asked by young people trying to find work and trying to figure out their futures. The question, Mr. Speaker, what kind of country are we living in? Mr. Speaker, this is not a question to express frustration. It's a question about how power is exercised in this country. Are systems working or are systems being bypassed? Are citizens participants or bystanders waiting, sitting in limbo? We cannot examine this bill, Mr. Speaker, without answering this question. The issue is not whether we should rebuild quickly. Actually, we must, at a pace and at a scale like we've never seen before. The issue is, how do we rebuild? Do we rebuild through the systems or around the system? Because Jamaica does not need only one part of Jamaica working. Jamaica needs the entire system functioning. Not one authority delivering, but ministries, agencies, and communities working together. This bill does none of that. This bill is focused on building concentration of power, and concentration of power in a way that does not have any accountability attached to it. What Jamaica needs, Mr. Speaker, it needs embedding, engagement, and empowerment. Embedding the strengthening of what allows for the strengthening of what exists. Engagement allows for the involvement of people, and empowerment allows us to enable action where people live. If the system is broken, Mr. Speaker, creating one powerful authority does not fix it. No. It works around it. Yeah. It undermines it. It makes matters worse. And I'm not talking here theoretical. I'm speaking based on the evidence. You look at the writings from the UN and it says True resilience depends on strengthening institutions, local governance, and participation. The World Bank goes further. It says where recovery is embedded, systems improve, capacities grow, and countries get stronger. However, where recovery efforts bypass national systems, projects are delivered, but systems remain weak and failure returns. Mr. Speaker, let us look at two examples. Indonesia. After the tsunami, Indonesia created a powerful reconstruction authority in Aceh. It had control, it had funding, it had speed. And yes, they built some houses, some roads, some infrastructure at scale. But, Mr. Speaker, it operated outside the normal system. Ministries were bypassed, local capacity was not built, and when the authority ended, guess what? The system was left behind. Everything collapsed. The system was still weak. Projects slowed down, coordination weakened, and the country had to rebuild its systems after rebuilding its infrastructure. The second example comes from New Zealand. After the earthquake in Christchurch, similarly, it created a central authority with sweeping powers. It could override local government, it could fast-track decisions, and yes, it moved quickly. But communities were sidelined, local voices were weakened. People began to realize that decisions were being made about them without them. Trust declined. Plans had to be revised, and participation had to be reintroduced. So, Mr. Speaker, in Indonesia, they built fast, but did not build the system. In Christchurch, they moved fast, but they left people out. And in both cases, something essential was lost. The fact that countries that build systems recover. Countries that bypass their systems are doomed to repeat their failure. Mr. Speaker, let's put that another way. Speed without system is deferred collapse, because it's not a matter of if. If the systems are not in place, failure is certain. Speed without systems is deferred collapse. Now, Mr. Speaker, this bill creates an authority that can act, direct, and override. It is a super authority. It is a supernova. Oh, sorry, a supernara. A supernara. And yes, as we see elsewhere, it will get things done. It will build, but it will not transform. Because it is designed to do things. It is not designed to change how things are done. But imagine, Mr. Speaker, imagine a NARA embedded in the system, cutting through delays, clearing bottlenecks, forcing coordination, modernizing processes and legislation, not replacing the system, Mr. Speaker, but making the system work. Mr. Speaker, that is transformation in practice. One of the most telling things about this bill, Mr. Speaker, is what is missing. Well, a lot is missing. But let me talk about two things which are missing. One is structured participation by the people. And the other is the implications for rural Jamaica. So while the bill aims to rebuild communities, it excludes the communities from decision-making. This is not a policy flaw. This is failure to understand and appreciate this critical tenet of democracy, the people's voice. Mr. Speaker, the bill provides for consultation with relevant persons, but it does not define who they are, how consultation should occur, or how long it must last. And yet, the authority may even affect zoning, land use. How do you do that without getting input from the people who are affected? So, Mr. Speaker, imagine a clause with language that speaks to ensuring that all major reconstruction and resilience projects and any material changes to land use or zoning are subject to public consultation prior to approval, or language that require a notice of proposed projects and programs to be published in the Gazette, or a minimum consultation period which must be observed. I don't think this is asking too much. The people deserve to have a say in this legislation. Now, the other area which is invisible is the treatment of rural Jamaica. When the hurricane passed, it revealed farm roads that were never properly maintained, drainage systems that had long outlived their usefulness, communities served by roads that were always one rainfall away from isolation. Mr. Speaker, this bill does nothing about these things. It does nothing about the roofs that blow off in Coombs and Cowley. It does nothing about the informal settlements across the country in places like Pine Walk and Parrytown, or the embankments that broke away in various parts of the country. So, Mr. Speaker, this is not accidental. It is the result of a development model that centralizes decision-making, prioritizes large, visible investments, and treats rural communities as secondary. And this bill repeats the errors of the past and will condemn rural communities to failure as they've always been. Because, Mr. Speaker, what is invisible in design will not be visible in the outcome. The bill, therefore, should include provisions to address equity and inclusion in development. The authority, for example, could be required to ensure that reconstruction and resilience efforts prioritize vulnerable and underserved communities. The authority could also be required to allocate a defined portion of resources to rural and vulnerable communities, and ensure representation of rural stakeholders in planning and decision-making. Mr. Speaker, if we do, remember, what we've always done, we will get the results we've always gotten. This is a chance to do things differently. And if we don't, Mr. Speaker, rural Jamaica will remain underserved, under-prioritized, and unseen. And I go further, Mr. Speaker, because when you have the authority that is currently being vested in the NARA, it will also mean that the small projects that benefit rural communities will be sidelined. Mr. Speaker, I turn to the issue of transformation. The bill speaks of transformation in the objects, and we support that. It speaks of it, but it does not show how it will deliver it. Transformation requires stronger institutions. Transformation requires better systems. Transformation requires inclusive governance. What this bill does is that it promises faster execution and centralized control. It accelerates delivery, but leaves the system unchanged. Mr. Speaker, it is not accidental. It's a design flaw. It is a flawed approach. It is an approach which must be revisited. You cannot build resilience by curtailing systems. Even if you build infrastructure and the systems are not in place, as I said earlier, you're doomed to fail. Mr. Speaker, the bill states that the authority shall prepare, implement, and oversee projects, and may do anything necessary. But nowhere does it require the authority to strengthen institutions, reform systems, or leave behind a lasting capacity to carry the work forward. One of the most difficult things with these institutional arrangements, Mr. Speaker, is that you cannot, or it's difficult to transition. When you have all the power and the resources that are now being vested in NARA, it's almost impossible to transition to the ministries and the agencies. And so that is why the bill must make the provisions to embed the authority, not to create a separate entity, but to ensure it works through the existing system. So, in order to move from an execution mandate to a transformation mandate, consideration should be given to language along these lines. That the authority should prioritize the strengthening of existing government institutions, systems, and processes to ensure long-term resilience. And that it should also identify and eliminate inefficiencies in approval and implementation processes. Because at the end of the day, that's what we want. We want the system to get better. We want, after NARA, we function as if NARA was in every agency, in every ministry. Mr. Speaker, I asked the question earlier on. What kind of country are we living in? It's the country from it's a question from Steerfield. It's a question from our young people. But we must also ask ourselves this evening, what kind of country do we want to live in? A country where power is centralized, a country where citizens are excluded, where accountability is selective, or one where systems are strong, where people are included, where the future is secure. Mr. Speaker, if we rebuild without fixing the system, we are not building resilience. We are rebuilding vulnerability. And so, Mr. Speaker, I have only one request left. Let's send this bill where it belongs. Let's send it where it belongs, to a joint select committee, because we know it can be much better than what is presented here. I thank you.
Member from St. James Southern.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to speak on this. It would be a dereliction of duty and a breach of the promise that I made to the people of South St. James if I did not speak on a bill of this magnitude. Yes. One which the Prime Minister himself described as amongst the most consequential pieces of legislation to come before the country in recent times. So for me, this is not abstract. If I remained silent, I would dishonor the 9 lives lost in South St. James during Hurricane Melissa. The homes destroyed, the businesses disrupted, the livelihoods affected, and the children who are still traumatized, still without normalcy, still waiting for life to stabilize. So today, I do not come with theory. We have heard the data from the government ministers. We have heard the estimates. We have heard the scale of the damage as they see it from drones or from their living rooms. But today, I speak from what those numbers do not show. I speak from lived experience, from communities that are still recovering, still rebuilding, still waiting, and still nowhere near that resurgence and resilience that the government is advancing in their newest slogan. In South St. James, that reality is not abstract. It is in Springmount, where the main access road remains a daily challenge for residents trying to get into Montego Bay. Yeah. It is along the Hampton to Gutters corridor, where people must navigate sections of a narrow one-lane road with a precipice bordering it, unsafe and unforgiving. If you slip, you slide. Yeah. It is in Garland's Maroon Town, Bickersteth, where families are still trying to stabilize their living conditions. People still live under tarpaulin. And I'm not saying they're living under a structure covered by tarpaulin no more. It is in Niagara, Cambridge, and Stonehenge, where residents are still struggling with housing repairs, basic infrastructure, and in many cases are still not captured by the government's assistance database. No roof for them under roof. And it is in communities like Roehampton, Johnson Common, Johnson, where the question is not policy, but when help will finally reach. But let me say clearly, I support the need for faster reconstruction. I support coordination. I support removing unnecessary delays. And I say that as a member of parliament who, within weeks of Hurricane Melissa, was approached by an international donor agency, prepared to assist South St. James in a meaningful way. They wanted to build 25 homes at their own expense. They proposed water sourcing solutions and electricity build-out support for affected communities. I took that proposal through the system, engaging permanent secretaries, ministers, heads of ODPEM. I even enlisted the help of the leader of the opposition to try to get it to move. Months later, that approval has not been granted. 25 residents who could be in homes are held back because of one signature. But supporting... You have a voice. You have a voice. Okay, I've never heard your voice. But supporting speed does not mean accepting the diagnosis without question. Because we are being told that procurement is the problem. That procurement is what is holding back recovery. From where I stand, that is a challenge, but not the biggest challenge we are experiencing in the gap between disaster and relief. When the government wanted Starlink devices, they came into the country quickly, no procurement issue there. There was urgency, there was movement, there was delivery. I got one in a hurricane-ravaged constituency. I gave it to a community. And today, those same devices are the subject of review by the Auditor General, with questions being raised about documentation and proper accounting. So procurement did not slow that down. What was missing was accountability. Procurement again. Shelters were activated. People were moved into those shelters, but in too many cases, people were left without adequate food for days after the storm. No cot. That was not a procurement issue. Food could have been sourced. Food could have been delivered. That was a failure of coordination and management. We saw cases where individuals listed as shelter managers were no longer present, some dead, some migrate. That's not procurement. That's a systems failure. That's right. We saw food packages being distributed through the JDF. And while that distribution moved quickly, it often reached the same individuals repeatedly, while others who were in genuine need remained at the back of the line and are still waiting. That is not procurement. That is a failure of targeting, coordination, and oversight. The system has shown that it can move. The question is how it moves, who it reaches, and whether it is accountable when it does. This is not a procurement problem. This is a systems problem. It is a problem of coordination, a problem of follow-through. It is a problem of weak management. And it is a problem of accountability and transparency not being consistently enforced. And if the diagnosis is wrong, then the solution is going to be wronger. What this bill really does, it is against that reality that this bill must be examined. Because when I reviewed it carefully, one thing became clear. Narrow, you know. This is not a narrowly tailored recovery framework. It's not narrow at all. Under Section 25, it extends beyond disaster response into designated strategic investment projects across multiple sectors. That's right. So this is not just about rebuilding. This is about restructuring how development decisions are made in this country without guardrails. And when we look at how that structure is designed, three concerns arise. First, under Section 22, 3, and 4, the authority can issue directives and the minister can override decisions of approving entities. What can go so? That is not coordination. That is the replacement of independent decision-making. Secondly, under Section 3 and the schedule, there is no independent governing board. Under Section 5, the CEO is appointed by the Prime Minister. Under Section 13, the minister can give binding directions. Power is concentrated, but oversight is weakened. Thirdly, under Section 17 and Section 4, projects are selected and prioritized, but there is no firm guarantee that the hardest hit communities, Moko, Janzal, Flamstead, Tangle River, will come first. We don't know who them go choose. These concerns are not isolated. No. The opposition has raised them. Civil society has raised them. The media has raised them. Even voices within the government benches have raised them, and I'm not talking about my neighbor in West Central St. James. I'm talking about those on the government benches who pull us aside and say, don't stop fighting because we can't say nothing for ourselves. Collective voice is not saying stop. It is saying send the bill to a joint select committee, a time-bound committee. So the opposition is not saying delay it, time-bound. We can get things done. One that works quickly but ensures the bill is properly tested and strengthened. And we're here. The opposition is ready to do the work. Ready to sit the long hours. We're doing it tonight. Ready to move with urgency, but also insisting that we must move responsibly. This authority will manage billions of dollars. Trillions even. Trillions of dollars is not abstract. They represent real resources that the Jamaican people will ultimately have to pay back. They shape national priorities. They determine what gets done and what must wait. So the issue is not just speed, it is how decisions are made, it is how resources are directed, and it is whether the system ensures fairness. Finally, because if we are not careful and NARA not being narrow, it will make relief further from the people who need it most. The responsibility before us is not just to act, although we can act, but to act wisely, to ensure that the system we create serves the people who need it most, not our friends, to ensure that public resources are managed with discipline, fairness, accountability, not buzzwords, words the government ought to get comfortable with. Because if we get the system right, recovery will follow. But if we get the system wrong, this bill risks leaving Jamaicans with a heavy bill to pay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Member from Trelawney Southern.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I have permission to speak from a seat other than my own? Permission?
You're given.
Thank you. You know, Mr. Speaker, I rise this evening not to get involved in an intellectual debate. I rise not to make a speech to pander to the crowd. I rise this evening to support a bill that puts Jamaica first. I rise this evening because that is the slogan we have. We put Jamaica first. And we don't do that. Allow me to speak. I allowed you. And we do not put Jamaicans first only when we are in election mode. We put Jamaica first when Jamaicans need the help from their government. And as I listened to some of the presentations, and I'm going to quote your last speaker, who said, there are those on the government side who say, don't stop. Let me explain to you that there are those on your side who will not vote Labour, but who have expressed the view that there are times when, as parliamentarians, we need to stand together for the betterment of this country. And so I want to commend to you all this evening that this is not time to campaign, because the campaign is over. And, hold on, and the people of Jamaica have spoken. They have chosen a government, and the government has a prime minister. So when we are speaking about the disaster that Jamaicans face, and I hear presentations that talk about make black people smaddy and puss and butter, that is for an election campaign. That is not to address the seriousness of what Jamaicans suffer. I'm going to say to you that only last week, only last week I had to reach out to a minister to help students to be able to take their exams up at the university because their parents have suffered tremendous damage under Melissa and are unable to pay the fees. Hold on. This is what NARA has come. Hold on. This is what the NARA bill has come to address. The devastation that has been experienced by a Category 5 hurricane that we have never experienced before is immense. And people are suffering. And it does appear that while you all address the fact that you are waiting and waiting, you have not taken time to recognize that extreme conditions require extreme measures and people need help now. And hold on, you are talking about corruption. Corruption does not come with the NARA bill. We have said corruption for generations. We have called it while you're in power. We have called it over here. NARA is not bringing corruption to this country. What NARA seeks to do is to assist persons who are in dire distress. The same persons that you speak about in your constituency. And I say to you, as other speakers have said, you are seeking perfection over helping the people of this country. You look and read through the bill. This is not, yes, that is exactly. And I say to you, there are sensible people who have contributed in this parliament. They belong over your side. And believe me, I am saying to you, they believe that this is one such time that we need to come together and pass this bill so that we can help Jamaicans to survive the disaster that has overtaken us. This is not time to refer to people on this side as puss and butt against puss mouth. That is for your election campaign, which you lost. You lost it. You lost the elections. And this is a government that the people have chosen. And I say to you tonight that your speaker said Jamaicans are going to judge us. They have judged us. That is why, despite the viciousness of the election campaign, this government is now the government of Jamaica. I'm saying, despite the viciousness which has come into this debate, which speakers on that side have sought to continue, the people have spoken. And I want to say this evening, I want to say to you this evening, Jamaicans are waiting for the government to reach out and to help them. Remember, if there are weaknesses, there are mechanisms to come back to Parliament and strengthen the bill. But right now, people need the help. Children need the assistance. And I say tonight, I urge you as members of Parliament who Jamaicans have elected to help them through difficulties, to support the bill, because Jamaicans believe that that is what we are here to do. And this is what the NARA bill. No, the language, and I watch people laugh and pontificate and push their hands, and it's a big, those who are not trying to pander and become intellectual more than others, some of them are throwing words and talking and that. Look, that is what, and you have lost exactly what it is that this bill is here to do, to assist Jamaicans and put them first. Yes, that is exactly so. And I'm not disappointed in everybody, because there are those on your side who know. I am appealing to those who still have not gotten out of election mode, and to recognize that as parliamentarians, we have a duty to this country and to the people of this country. And so this evening I stand to commend this bill, which I trust we will pass so that Jamaicans can get help. And I also say to you that even as it is there is no bill that is perfect. There's absolutely no bill that is perfect. There will never be a perfect bill, and we will always be able to come back. But if you truly believe in Jamaica and believe that people need help, this is a time to give them the help, now when we need it most. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to commend this bill to the Parliament for us to support, because it is not. I don't have to pander to the crowd. I have always, and I will say with pride, I have always held, I'm in Parliament because I put people first. I belong to it. That is a message that you need to learn. And those of you who have just come will learn. People will remember. You learn to put them first. That is why we are here, and that is why you are over there.
Member from St. Catherine.
Next, we will have the member from St. Elizabeth, Southeast?
Southwest.
Southwest.
Thank you. Thank you. Madam Speaker, today marks 6 months to the day since Hurricane Melissa carved a path of destruction along Jamaica's southern coast. Some who speak in this House, I have come to appreciate, are not truly seized with the realities on the ground. The realities in communities like Parrotty, Galleon, and Black River. They do not appreciate the frustration of the people in places like Middle Quarters, Dalintoba, Prospect. The challenges in communities like Slipe, Vineyard, Hodges Land. They have not been relocated from their homes like many of us who resided on Crane Road, Spice Grove, Forest Mountain, Newtown, and many more in Southwest St. Elizabeth. They are resident in their doctor's office, focusing on reshaping the human physique, while we have to focus on reshaping and rebuilding lives in communities. For us, the hurricane is not a memory, but a daily reality that continues to shape how we live, work, and rebuild. In those communities, the damage is deeply personal and immediate. Homes were torn apart, roofs lifted clean off their structures, fishing equipment lost to sea, and small businesses, which represented years of sacrifice and investment, were wiped out in a matter of hours, leaving families not only displaced, but uncertain about how they would recover. Today, the Gleaner picks up some of those stories, like Basil, who lost his house and his business, like Sonia Linton, who lost her house and her business as a fish vendor in Black River. Those people are impatient of this debate. And they are, quite frankly, sick and tired of what appears to not be constructive intervention, but politicking, where one member seems to be more concerned about where the hurricane made landfall, another telling us about the beginning of the end, instead of focusing on an expedited reconstruction process. Madam Speaker, of course the government welcomes suggestions that strengthen the framework. In fact, we have been clear. Some of those suggestions have already been taken on board. However, what cannot be countenanced is an attempt to demonize the bill, to portray the bill as lacking accountability, and an attempt to delay the bill and delay the reconstruction of this country. Madam Speaker, since Hurricane Melissa, the government has restored access to many communities, have carted away hundreds of trucks of debris, have worked with JPS to bring back electricity to a level in a faster time frame than any other disaster of this magnitude. Persons have started to receive grants from the Ministry of Labour. Fishers have seen containerized solutions being put in their communities. We are rebuilding critical infrastructure. Inputs have been provided to help restart agriculture and fisheries. The NGO community has answered the call. Entities like World Central Kitchen, Samaritan's Purse, CORE, GEM, American Friends of Jamaica, Breads, have been in these communities to help with the rebuilding effort. We have truly seen some of the best of Jamaica in response to this disaster. However, we cannot ignore a reality. Communities like Aparati have not yet recovered and are in need of a clear, coordinated reconstruction effort that prioritizes speed and efficiency while operating in a transparent framework. That is NARA. Madam Speaker, the bill which seeks to establish the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority is conducting not a routine rebuilding exercise. It's a national recovery effort that spans housing, infrastructure, livelihoods, and economic activity, all of which are interconnected and require a level of coordination that goes beyond the capacity of any single agency operating in isolation. We have seen that the recovery can become fragmented if different entities working with different mandates are not aligned and there's not a central coordinated entity. This is precisely the gap that NARA is intending to address. NARA represents a structured approach to reconstruction, bringing together the various strands of recovery into a single framework that is designed to accelerate delivery, reduce duplication, improve accountability for outcomes, and ensure that communities are not left navigating a patchwork of processes that slow rather than support their recovery. Madam Speaker, NARA will operate within Jamaica's established accountability framework, which includes the Public Bodies Management and Accountability System, oversight from the Auditor General, clearly defined reporting and audit requirements, and ensures that NARA will be subject to scrutiny and transparency. There may be differences in our opinion about structure, That is not unusual in a democracy. But it should not be misinterpreted as an absence of accountability. Nor should it distract from the central objective, which is to deliver reconstruction in a manner that is timely, effective, and responsive. So we have heard the suggestions from the opposition and the claims of overreach, centralization, extraordinary powers. But let us be very clear. Hurricane Melissa is an extraordinary disaster, and it requires extraordinary coordination. The member from St. Catherine Southeastern says he searched the world for a model like this, and he couldn't find a model like this. Well, we should not be surprised. The member often searches and speaks about tales, whether that be poison, burnout, or rumors of scandals. He then goes on to cite the worst examples of reconstruction. He cites examples from Haiti and Bahamas that have models that they are proposing, models with boards that they are proposing. He cites those as examples. But he could not find a model like Nara. Well, member, type in 2011 Christchurch earthquake. Look at the New Zealand model, the Canterbury Earthquake Recovery Authority. It is a body, I heard you, member. It did not have a board. It did not have a board. It did not report to our board. It was led by a chief executive who reported to the responsible minister. And in fact, it is the responsible minister who appointed the CEO. That is the model. And you know what they achieved in 5 years? Over $4 billion in a public recovery program. You know what they achieved? A national rebuild program in less than a year. You know what they achieved? Major reconstruction in 3 years. You know what they achieved? 13 anchor projects in 5 years, including stadium, conference center, justice center. They were able to relocate in 5 years 7,000 unsafe homes. They did in 6 years what the world does in 20 years. If you ask the people of Black River, what model are we choosing? Give us the quicker model. Give us the model that will deliver results in the shortest possible time. And that is what NARA is. So yes, some say it centralizes power. Yes, disaster recovery cannot be managed by committee consideration. You have to have a central source of authority. Some say it gives too much authority to act quickly. Yes, it does. Under Section 12, because approvals that take years need to take weeks in this situation. It allows for land acquisition, of course, because we can rebuild the same. And in some areas, we cannot rebuild. So we have to be able to have the power to make these decisions. Madam Speaker, the opposition calls it overreach. I call it readiness. We have to have the ability to act when the nation needs us most. The real risk is not that NARA is too strong. The real risk is that without it, we are too slow, too fragmented, too unprepared. New Zealand learned their lesson and built a system that delivered results. We now have the opportunity. We in this house, let us learn from that model. Let us not reject a proven model out of fear and partisanship. Let us embrace what has worked and do the right thing so that the people in Darliston, the people in Garlands, the people over in Balaclava and Burnt Savannah they can see real reconstruction in the shortest possible time. We are getting it right with NARA. Let us now get it moving. Like members, and we grew up in country, we know delay is danger. Let us resist the urge to delay. We must pass this bill today and start the reconstruction. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from St. Catherine East.
Madam Speaker, I'm going to ask you to give me some protection because I realize that they believe strong mean right, but strong can be wrong. Madam Speaker, I rise today to speak one Spanish tongue. Babsy gone, so it's one Spanish tongue. I rise today, Madam Speaker, to speak on a very, very important bill, the National Reconstruction and Resilience Bill. And Madam Speaker, I want to just remind this House that emergency gone. When we had the emergencies after Melissa, it's people from all over the world was helping us. It was not NARA. Now we have a chance to use NARA, and we cannot rush it because we are going to say people want to build back stronger and better. There is a thing that named speed, but if you look at the Road Traffic Act, it tells you that speeds have limits. And if speeds have limits, the bill that we intend to pass today must have checks and balances. Indeed. Madam Speaker, I am going to say something unlike some of you who got a script to come and read. Anything I am saying, whether it is right or wrong, it is from Denise Daly. Right. Indeed. I want to ask you a question. I want to really ask a question. Do we really believe in this bill, or we are going with it? Honestly, or are we just following because we are afraid to speak out about something that is going to affect every Jamaican? I leave this with you. I believe when the people sent us here, they did not send cowards. They said brave men and women. And I would want you to be that the brave leaders that your people sent you here to be. Madam Speaker, unlike many who have seen the bill, and I don't even see like they open it, but they have a lot of big talk. I want to tell you that I took the opportunity this time to read this bill. And this bill, if you are mindful And if you are aware of how the Jamaican people think of us, we'll be very careful about passing this bill without checks and balances. Don't believe the same people that you're in here now trying to lobby on their behalf don't know nothing about NARA. So you're now lobbying for people who knows nothing about what you're lobbying for them for. And therefore, I am wondering if NARA is for us or is for the people. Well, we will see. We will see.
We shall see.
I remembered once, Madam Speaker, I was in a class. Don't worry about that. Yes, yes. You have lifelong learning, you know. You have lifelong learning.
Some never got that.
And I remembered very well that a student got up and said, we are making preparation for them without consulting them. What we are doing now is making preparation for people without consulting them.
Fundamental.
I want to just say to you, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister said that this bill is the largest pending bill that history will probably ever see in this country. But about 50% of this bill is going to be owed and have interest on it to be paid back. So it's not any free money. Our people money. Our grandchildren, great-grandchildren money. And therefore, they did not ask us to be swift and then be dishonest. They want us to be swift and fair and honest. That's what they ask us to do.
That's why they want oversight. Plan, that's only.
This bill, Madam Speaker, have too much concentration of power in one man's hand. In this bill, I see ministers to tell me head start to spin. Because everything I hear, minister. So I want to know if it is a minister bill or is it people's bill. You see, it is good to get power now. And it is good to get title. But let me tell you something. You see, down the road, let us not come back either here or in the court to give answers and to clarify what we pass in this house. This bill is exposed to corruption and fraud. This bill, and Madam Speaker, I want protection, you know. This bill has the potential for erosion of public trust. And I'm going to tell you something. You know why some of us is so happy in here? Because we can get the ears of the CEO. But for me, you're not going to have the ears of the CEO. And the Prime Minister from Spanish Town, we don't have any drain there. Every drain is blocked. No, he comes from, when the Prime Minister, hello, the Prime Minister never refused from reminding this Parliament that he's from Spanish Town. And therefore, I am saying that some of you knows exactly where to go to get the help when Nara pass. And then some of us don't know where to go. So our people going to suffer. While you and the team that you want for specific reason will get the privilege. So therefore, this bill can carry political victimization. And this bill, I remembered again when the Prime Minister said here that we are reforming the public sector to get efficient, competent, and reliable personnel to carry out the work in an efficient manner. What are we going to do with these people now? It's a question, so you can answer. But, Madam Speaker, I am certain that not before Melissa, there were some big projects. And I believe some of you are very happy for Melissa because you'll be able to execute them now because I don't even believe you had the budget for it. So, making presentation and not having the budget and get Melissa, you're using Melissa as a bypass. But I want to say to you that you can't tell me to wrap up because you're just coming. Yeah. So you're just coming. So I am saying, Mr. Speaker, that massive responsibility that is going to be given to the CEO on a day-to-day basis is a recipe for disaster. And Madam Speaker, I stand not because James has come here when he want to go vote for something. Yeah, that's the only time. That's the only time St. Thomas people see you. St. Thomas people see you in Parliament when you come to vote for no matter. Madam Speaker.
Member Daly.
Madam Speaker.
House Leader. Time being now way past the time that Parliament should legally continue without permission to do so, the time. Hold a moment. Go again, House Leader.
Madam Speaker, as the time for the continuation of Parliament has passed, I ask that we move a motion for us to continue beyond the time specified.
The question is that we allow for the continuation of the business of the House beyond 7:30. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. Thank you, House Leader. Member Daly.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I was about to wrap up. But let me tell you something. Nobody instruct me unless it is Eastern St. Catherine. And that's why I'm going to continue. So if you want me to think there, I would advise you that we are from Spanish Town. We do not take instruction from anybody unless it is from our constituency. Madam Speaker, I am saying to the Prime Minister, and I'm saying to the members on both sides, do not do anything out of sentiments. Let us look at the bill in its entirety. Fix the bill because we are not against the bill. We are against what is in the bill. Thank you very much.
Next. Next, orderly to the back right here. Next will be the member from St. Mary Central.
I don't take the speaking.
You may proceed, member.
Madam Speaker, let me begin by saying or repeating, there's no member on this side who does not support or appreciate the urgency of reconstruction. But I can speak with some confidence, Madam Speaker, because the last time the member from South Trelawney got up and spoke so passionately in support of a bill, her minister sent that bill to a joint select committee. And I'm very hopeful, based on the passion that he spoke. Madam Speaker, if you listen to the members on that side, with the exception of one, you'd believe the Naira bill came down on tablets of stone. But I'm encouraged by the fact that the Prime Minister submitted 4 pages of amendments today. He amended Clause 2, he amended Clause 3, he amended Clauses 4, 8, 9, 10, 13, 17, 28, and the schedule. And I'm hoping that by the end of this evening, he will go one further, and he will accept the recommendation that this bill be sent to a time-bound joint select committee of Parliament so we can have a better Naira bill. Madam Speaker, this bill creates an authority with extraordinary powers. Under sections 21 to 24, this authority can direct regulators on how to process approvals, when to make decisions. It can impose timelines and procedures. And ultimately, it can trigger a step-in order, allowing the minister to override a statutory authority entirely. To be clear, Madam Speaker, contrary to what the member from Kingston Central claims, this bill does not foster collaboration. Section 21 makes clear the relationship from day one. The authority is allowed to direct these entities from the very first time they meet. Madam Speaker, in the affected parishes where one expects an increase in applications for building permits by homeowners, this bill will put the interest of an investor who can find $15 million to spend ahead of a single mother seeking to build a house so that her children can have a roof over their head. Critically, Madam Speaker, a decision of the minister under a step-in order has the same legal effect as if made by the regulatory agency itself. This is not coordination, Madam Speaker. This is a substitution of the regulatory state. If there's an issue with efficiency, fix the entities, give them the resources, make them more efficient. The Prime Minister told this House that procurement rules will not be in this bill, and they're not, but instead will be established by order under the Public Procurement Act. Madam Speaker, we are being asked to approve a body that will manage billions of United States dollars in reconstruction spending without seeing the procurement framework. And with that framework subject to change without any scrutiny after we have passed this bill. This is a structural gap in accountability, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister has argued that this model is consistent with the executive agency framework, but the argument does not withstand scrutiny.
Yes, executive agencies have an advisory board, but they are not governance-free. They are, based on the Executive Agency Act, required to have an approved scheme of management, which shall include the establishment of an advisory board and targets. While advisory boards are mandated by statute, the NARA bill has no such provision. The Executive Agency Act also provides for the appointment of a chief executive officer. It states that the appointment shall be done by the Governor General on the advice of the Public Services Commission. The bill before us today, which involves spending significantly above and beyond that contemplated by executive agencies, simply requires the minister to appoint the CEO. Madam Speaker, the Most Honorable Prime Minister cannot claim to draw inspiration from the executive agency model without accepting the very important safeguards in the Executive Agency Act. The Prime Minister himself acknowledged in his presentation that the executive agency model has had weaknesses. He pointed to targets lacking rigor, to weak enforcement of accountability measures, and to insufficient consequences for underperformance. And yet, those weaknesses are not addressed in the NARA bill. They are replicated, and in some respects, they are deepened. Because here, even the baseline safeguards of the executive agency model are not embedded in the bill. We're told that JAMROC will provide oversight, but Madam Speaker, JAMROC does not appear anywhere in the bill. It is not established in law. The composition is not defined anywhere in the bill. No, it has no known reporting relationship or obligation to Parliament. No, it exists merely in the speech of the Prime Minister. And that is an important thing to note. Because powers are being enacted in a law we are being asked to pass, to support, while oversight is being left to intention. Madam Speaker, as legislators, we cannot pass or vote in favor of bills just with good intention. And I heard the brilliant Jamaican who has been asked to chair the board of JAMROC. But we should pass bills in this House that can also stand up to any negatives that might come in the future. Any change in who the board might be, who the CEO may be. There's another omission in the bill that is troubling, Madam Speaker, and that is the lack of clarity around environmental safeguards, especially environmental impact assessments. This bill defines approving entities to include those responsible for environmental management, natural resource conservation, environmental permits. And under sections 21 to 24, our environmental agencies can be directed, they can be told what time they need to make decisions within, and they can be ultimately overridden through a step-in order. Madam Speaker, we still have no EIA regulations, despite the responsible minister promising that same would have been tabled in his 2025 sectoral presentation. And interestingly, he made the same promise again earlier today. Madam Speaker, some of our environmental groups have advised me that we have had cases, Madam Speaker, where our multilateral partners have had to step in and demand EIAs be done based on their internal guidelines because we had nothing that said an EIA must be done. And the dredging, a project relating to the Kingston Harbour comes to mind. Madam Speaker, what is not in this bill is just as important as what is in it. There's no explicit requirement for environmental impact assessments. So there's no preservation of existing environmental permitting thresholds, no protection against the waiver or compression of environmental review process, no clarity as to how regulators such as NEPA will operate within this framework. Madam Speaker, there should be no ministerial bypass of our environmental protection systems. Give them the resources and give them the support to achieve the efficiency that we desire. The Prime Minister has framed this authority as central to climate resilience, Madam Speaker. But you cannot build climate resilience by weakening environmental oversight. Environmental impact assessments are not just bureaucratic obstacles. They are the very tools that ensure that infrastructure is properly sited, flood risks are understood, ecosystems are protected, and long-term vulnerabilities are avoided. When you combine expedited approvals, directive powers over regulators, and ministerial override authority without explicit environmental safeguards, Madam Speaker, you create the risk of poorly sited developments, of increased flood and landslide vulnerability, of long-term environmental degradation, and ultimately rebuilding the same vulnerabilities we are trying to correct. Madam Speaker, if this authority is to lead a program of resilience, then environmental safeguards cannot be optional, implied, or subject to override. They must be explicitly protected in law. Madam Speaker, it's not hard to fix this bill. I think we can strengthen this bill by explicitly requiring compliance with environmental permitting laws, by clarifying that environmental impact assessments cannot be waived, only expedited, perhaps requiring that certain types of projects must have environmental impact assessments, requiring environmental reporting as part of project approval and monitoring. And Madam Speaker, we have heard reference to international precedents and models. New Zealand, Japan, and the United States and Dominica were cited. And I want to examine, Madam Speaker, not just their existence, but what their enabling laws actually stipulated. In New Zealand, Madam Speaker, the Act set up a cross-party forum comprised of members of Parliament from the affected zone who were given responsibility for providing the Minister with information or advice in relation to the operations of the Act. I note one of today's amendments, which I welcome, requires consultation with members of communities affected or likely to be affected by the implementation of a project. But what of persons who are elected by these people and these communities to local authorities and to our Parliament? What role will they have, and what role should the Act stipulate that we should have? Madam Speaker, it can be strengthened by the draft recovery strategy and plans being shared with the public by the Act. Public consultation mechanism, and I think that has now been addressed. Statutory reporting to Parliament, not just a one-off reporting. And, Madam Speaker, I note a talk about sharing with the public. I'm hoping it will not be like what has been shared with the Spark program, where you have a website with static information, the roads that were approved, but you can't go and access updates on where the road in your community is. So you're driving through mud day in, day out to get to your home blocked off, and you can't go online and get a look on a dashboard to see what the status of the project is. Japan, Madam Speaker, the Reconstruction Agency was mentioned, and that was established under the Reconstruction Agency Act of 2011. That framework required a basic reconstruction plan and continuous monitoring and reporting. The Dominican model, Madam Speaker, which is closer to home, which was established under the Climate Resilience Act of 2018, that model, Madam Speaker, had a formal board and defined governance structures. The bill in front of us today, Madam Speaker, only defines vaguely a CEO. In fact, we have no idea whether this CEO needs any background in terms of planning or in terms of construction, or in terms of what exactly is required of the CEO. It is not stipulated. Yeah. All we know is that the minister, the Prime Minister, appoints the CEO. Yeah. Across all the jurisdictions mentioned, Madam Speaker, extraordinary powers are granted, but they are paired with statutory safeguards. But the bill before us, oversight isn't mentioned much. The advisory structure is optional. It's not stated in the Act. It's not grounded. The procurement is outside of the bill. Environment safeguards are unclear. We are borrowing the power from international models, Madam Speaker, but we are not borrowing the safeguards or adopting the safeguards. Under Section 4, Madam Speaker, the authority may carry out development, undertake business activities, and do anything it considers necessary. This is an extraordinarily broad mandate, especially when you combine it with the procurement flexibility, the override powers, and the minimal oversight mentioned earlier. And so, Madam Speaker, my intervention is not about opposing the bill. It is about how do we strengthen it so that we can have a reconstruction authority in as quick a time as possible with the necessary governance. So we can establish, Madam Speaker, JAMROC in the Act, in the bill. We can require performance agreements to be set up with the Cabinet Office. We can define procurement in the Act, in the bill. We can better protect environmental safeguards explicitly and mandate EIAs for certain types of projects. We can adopt the BOJ model, Madam Speaker, and require the Chief Executive Officer to report to Parliament from time to time so we can question him. Currently, the bill only requires that reports be tabled, but there is no opportunity for us to properly interrogate those reports in the Parliament. We strongly believe, Madam Speaker, that this bill will benefit from being referred to a joint, time-bound joint select committee with a narrow window for further consideration and deliberation. Madam Speaker, we all agree on the urgency. Yes. We all agree on the scale of the task. Yes. But urgency cannot justify imbalance in governance. No, sir. We should not sacrifice good governance and accountability on the altar of expediency. Yes. This bill concentrates power, Madam Speaker, in one minister. It weakens statutory oversight. It leaves critical safeguards undefined. If we are to rebuild Jamaica, Madam Speaker, let us do so not only with speed, but with accountability firmly embedded in law. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Next is the member from Clarendon North Central.
Announce the bushing program.
Members, your next presenter or participant in the debate is a member from Clarendon North Central. You may proceed.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank you. I rise to support the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority bill. And I do so with a clear appreciation of the seriousness of this moment. This is not a routine bill, Madam Speaker. This is not another piece of administrative tidying up. And this is definitely not an academic exercise in institutional design. This bill is about whether Jamaica is prepared to govern reconstruction with the urgency that the times demand, or whether we will continue to pretend that extraordinary national challenges can be met by ordinary bureaucratic habits. That is the choice before us. And if we're honest, Madam Speaker, it's not a difficult choice. because reconstruction is not ordinary government business. Reconstruction is not business as usual. It is urgent, it is national, and it needs to be practical. Madam Speaker, a great deal has been said about this legislation. Some of it has been constructive, some of it has been overwrought, some of it has been animated by less than genuine concern for reconstruction, and some of it cleaves to the familiar instinct in some for Jamaican public life. If a proposal is serious, novel, and capable of delivery, then it must first be buried under suspicion. But, Madam Speaker, suspicion is not a substitute for analysis. The real issue before this House is not whether Jamaicans should be vigilant about public power. We should be vigilant. The real issue is whether a country confronting large-scale reconstruction can responsibly rely on an administrative system designed for normal times. Can the ordinary machinery of government, with all its silos, hands-offs, delays, overlapping jurisdictions, deliver on reconstruction programs at scale, speed, and the complexity required? Respectfully, my answer is no. And I do not say this as an insult to the public service, and it's not an attack on ministries, agencies, and departments, and it's not a dismissal either of due process. I say it because the evidence of our own experience is plain. Too often, the problem in Jamaica is not that there are no plans. We have a lot of plans. It is not that there are no institutions. We have many. The problem is that responsibility is dispersed, timelines are elastic, and accountability is blurred. Everyone has a role, but too often, no one is in command of delivery. Too often, Madam Speaker, the policymaker is held accountable, but has been stripped of the authority to act. The strongest case for NARA is not sentimental, Madam Speaker, it's institutional. The bill recognizes that reconstruction is a distinct state function requiring central coordination across ministries, regulators, utilities, planners, local authorities, contractors, financiers, and communities. Without such coordination, projects shift, approvals drag, and implementation loses coherence. Section 17 provides for cabinet-approved list of reconstruction and resilience projects. That is an important anchor. It means NARA does not invent national priorities for itself. It operates from formally approved national programs grounded in elected authority and public policy. Section 18 and 19 requires programs and implementation plans, including timelines, consultations, monitoring and resilience standards, so that it is not a loose authority given broad powers and then left to improvise. It is a body expected to move from approved priorities to disciplined execution. One of the big issues, Madam Speaker, has been the question about accountability. Madam Speaker, Section 19, 9 and 12 are essential. They require annual audits, annual reports, corporate plans, operating plans, and parliamentary tabling. These are not cosmetic provisions. They are accountability architecture built in the bill. And Madam Speaker, I was here and I listened to several speakers speak about the bill having no accountability. I was a bit challenged because there are some of them who have been here longer than I, who sat in this House and voted on accountability bills and amendments to hold us and governments accountable, are now saying that those same laws that they voted on and passed do not apply to NARA. If you agree with them, then the Integrity Commission Act does not apply to NARA. The Corruption Prevention Act does not apply to NARA. MOCA, FID does not apply to NARA because according to them, there is no accountability. Madam Speaker, Jamaica should be proud of its accountability framework and infrastructure. Globally, Jamaica is respected for how Jamaica has created an accountability ecosystem that is independent and well-funded and cannot be interfered with by any politician or head of entity. But, Madam Speaker, that is not the only thing. In their criticism about accountability, they criticize themselves or they demonstrate a lack of understanding as to their role as members of parliament in this house. The bill causes or forces NARA to provide reports to the minister. The minister is then obliged that he shall table said reports to Parliament. Parliament has two committees which the opposition clamored for that they should lead. You have the Public Accounts Committee and you have the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee. If you listen to them, the PAAC has no authority over NARA. But yet the standing order says the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee shall have a duty to see, inquiring into the administration of the government to determine hindrances to inefficiency and making recommendations to the government for improvement of public administration. It also says monitor expenditure as it occurs in keeping the Parliament informed of how budget is being implemented. The budget for NARA will be tabled in the Parliament, and the PAAC has the power to summon the executive, the CEO of NARA, to come and testify. But I am saying to MP, Minister of State in Education, that there has been calls for civics in schools. But we need civics in the Parliament because some of our colleagues are unaware of their role and function in holding state institutions accountable. Section 20, Madam Speaker, says reconstruction must be visible. It says transparency is not an afterthought. There are very few authorities globally of this nature that there's a legislative provision that all their approved projects must be published on a website after they're approved. They must have the name, the description, or any other particulars as may be prescribed. That is transparency, Madam Speaker. But let us come to parts of the bill that are both controversial by some. Section 21 and 24. My colleague from Central Kingston would have spoken about the Town and Country Planning Act, and he was challenged by a member from the other side, but we play tag team over here, and I am going to give the other side of his argument that he never did. Section 13(2) of the Town and Country Planning Act, where an appeal is brought under this section from a decision of a local planning authority or the authority, the minister shall make a determination within 90 days of the hearing thereof and may allow or dismiss the appeal or may reverse or vary any part of the decision of the local planning authority or the authority as the case may be, whether or not the appeal relates to that part, and they deal with the application as if it had been made to him in the first instance. Before determining any, but that's what the stepping clause is, opposition leader. You need to read the bill. stepping order cannot be activated unless the authority gets expert advice on the matter in question. Unless the authority is satisfied that on its consideration of the approval requirements and the advice referred to in paragraph A, which is expert advice, independent expert advice, in the case of an approval granted subject to terms, conditions, qualifications, the matters which inform the terms, conditions, or qualifications have been addressed. The minister doesn't have free power to just step in. And I realize when my colleagues on the other side are reading these clauses, they only read one sentence. They don't read the entire clause. Madam Speaker, I go further. Where the authority, Madam Speaker, intends to apply for a stepping order under subsection 1A, which I read before, the authority shall notify in writing the approving entity concerned. And it goes on and states rights of the approving entity. The objective, Madam Speaker, of the actions related to the stepping clause is not to undermine the authority of approving entities. It is to cause approving entities who may not be acting with speed for important recovery and resilience project to act. But it comes with its safeguards. Madam Speaker, we have had experiences, and I don't see a member Terry Long here, where authorities have placed conditions on government projects to say if the government does not do this, I won't call the name of the authority, in Portmore, that if the government don't build the road, they won't approve the wall for the school. So the students of the school have been disenfranchised because the authority did not get their road. The road project is waiting on one agency. The agency is also waiting on another to approve, while the country suffers. Madam Speaker, Section 21 and 24 are meant to break that culture. NARA may convene approving entities, impose timelines, and require applications to be processed concurrently rather than sequentially. This is not lawlessness. This is a common sense headed statute. Madam Speaker, when an entity fails to act or acts unreasonably, that is where the minister steps in. So it's simply inaccurate to say the bill rejects due process. As a matter of fact, if I was drafting this bill, there is too much process in this due process, tying the minister from acting quickly.
Minister Morgan,
but
speaking to the mic for the benefit of the public.
I am subjected to the wisdom of our chairman of cabinet and leader in placing accountability on himself in this bill. Madam Speaker, the reconstruction period, delay can be just as damaging to the public interest as arbitrariness. I wish you would give me permission, Prime Minister, to speak about the bridge program. No, man, I need to mention it. Minister Nigel Clark would have agreed on a bridge program.
Minister Morgan, when you speak and turn your back around, you are not recorded in Hansard or heard. Thank you, Minister. You speak
Minister Nigel Clark would have approved a bridge program. Yes. Approved a bridge program over 2 years ago. The FAA Act mandates that all capital projects must go through a particular process. We saw the issue with Troy Bridge, where a 100-year-old bridge was washed away, but the system told us that you had to do environmental studies, you had to do value studies, you had to figure out whether the bridge was worth replacing, while the people on the border of Trelawney and Manchester suffered. The yam farmers could not carry their produce to market. The children on one side of the river could not attend school because their school was on the other side. We now have an accelerated bridge program that is supposed to repair 55 bridges, and 2 years later, the process has caused us delay. Madam Speaker, the recovery of Jamaica cannot be subjected to the same types of delay. Madam Speaker, 2 additional features of the bill deserve more attention than they have received. First, the bill allows where lawfully practicable to use existing government capacity while merely duplicating the state. That's an important aspect because the authority is not intended to become a bloated parallel government. It is meant to align, organize, and accelerate what already exists. The bill contemplates designated strategic investment projects under FAST. This recognizes that reconstruction is not only about repairing damaged public assets, but also crowding in productive investments. Madam Speaker, some speak as though Jamaica is wandering in unknown territory. We are not. The Prime Minister would have instructed myself and members of the team to visit Peru to study their reconstruction solution. It is that solution which has, to some extent, informed our approach to this bill. But we are not picking a solution and stamping it on Jamaica. We have adopted the solution to fit our peculiar challenges. Madam Speaker, it would be a strange kind of politics to say Jamaica should see what others have done and do after disaster, recognize the lesson, and deliberately choose a slower path in the name of comfort. Section 9 to 12 gives accountability. Section 20 gives transparency. Section 21 to 24 gives speed. And Section 28 confirms that the authority is temporary and purpose-built. The last 2 points matter because it answers the lazier criticism that narrates some attempt to create a permanent concentration of power. The bill itself makes it clear that this is a defined institutional response to a defined reconstruction challenge. So a proper debate is not whether Jamaica should have a reconstruction authority at all. That is my respectful view. And that is no longer a serious question. The serious question is whether we are mature enough to demand a reconstruction authority that is effective, transparent, and disciplined at the same time. Can we insist on speed without surrendering accountability? Yes, we can. Can we insist on urgency without abandoning legality? Yes, we can. Can we insist on coordination without accepting opacity? Yes, we can. Can we build a legislation that does all of the above? We have in this bill. That is the real argument, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to compare history. We have had disasters before, and governments have been given the responsibility of assisting its citizens in these disasters. In 2004, we had Hurricane Ivan, and a member of the opposition sought to use Ivan as a comparison in how we are managing this NARA process. Colleagues may not know in this House, but for totally destroyed houses in 2004, persons received $20,000 grant. For severely damaged houses under Ivan, they got between $7,500 and $10,000. And for other damage, they got $5,000 grant. Danny Buchanan, Minister Donald Buchanan, former Minister Donald Buchanan, famously clarified, and this is on GIS, the government could not fully replace all private property losses. He stressed that the state was not an insurer of buildings and that its role was to assist people in putting back their lives together rather than providing total compensation. Compare what was done to individuals in 2004 to what we have done after Melissa, and what we are doing now is a demonstration of a different type of government. There is also the argument about procurement, where the member from Westmoreland pointed out that there is no procurement provision in the bill. Us who have knowledge of how laws are written know that where a bill is silent on a provision, then a provision or a legislation or a statute of authority applies to that law. In this case, the NARA bill does not speak specifically about the regime for procurement. What it says is that the minister will come and declare what the procurement process will be. The minister does not act independently and will be subjected to the rules of the Public Procurement Act. Section 3 of the Public Procurement Act says, the minister may, by order, subject to affirmative resolution, declare that this act or any provision shall not apply, and it goes on. The member from St. Mary's said that we are going to be not coming to Parliament, but we are asking for Parliament to approve a bill, and there will be no coming to Parliament to determine how the things will be procured. When the legislation states clearly, member, that the minister has to come to Parliament to pass an order by affirmative resolution as to the procurement process that will take place under NARA. Madam Speaker, there are some amendments that we will be. Public Procurement Act, Section 3, subsection 3. But Parliament will have the opportunity to vote. Parliament will have an opportunity to vote on the order. Madam Speaker, we have listened to many commentary on the bill, and we have made some adjustments on the bill. We will be including, as suggested by the member from East Portland, a definition for resilience, and that will be outlined in committee. We are also making an amendment to improve the monitoring and implementation of reconstruction projects. As clause 17, we'll be amending that to improve it, as well as we'll be improving, well, not improving, but we'll be adding a conflict of interest clause, which was something that I believe was raised by the leader of the opposition, that there was no conflict of interest clause. Additionally, we will be improving clause 10, which deals with how the Chief Executive Officer reports, and all of these amendments will be spoken of in detail as we put them in committee, which is to begin shortly. Madam Speaker, to close, one of the criticisms that we have noticed is that the opposition has said that the NARA is a growth bill, Prime Minister, parading as a reconstruction bill. Those are my words. But I ask the question, what is wrong with that? What is wrong with using a disaster as an opportunity to go forward and invest and build your economy and make it better? We do not participate in the false choice between recovery and growth. We think both can happen at the same time. There was also the criticism that NARA is an attempt to deal with bureaucratic entanglements and low execution capacity. What is wrong with that? Why not deal with these problems through NARA and create an ecosystem and an excellence approach where other entities and other government agencies can look at best practices and adopt them based on the examples shown by NARA. There was also the criticism that we are not consulting. Well, I can say to you that this government, as a part of its policy direction, does not go into communities and change communities without having consultations. And you can use the SPARK program as an example. It was for the first time the people of Jamaica made a decision, another choice, as to which roads in their communities will be built. And the sad thing, Prime Minister, is that a lot of the members of the opposition are not happy with the choices of the people in the SPARK program and want to change it. But that's a debate for another day. Is you choose the road, let me know, is that me? You got 7 out of 10? You know. Do you know, Prime Minister? I am focused, yes. There is also the argument, Prime Minister, which has been debated ad nauseum, that this entity does not have a governance board. But Parliament is not confined to one template for a statutory body. And Parliament may design a specialized executive-led body if a national problem requires concentrated responsibility. NARA does not mirror a conventional board-driven authority. What we have done is we have looked at all the best practices that we have, and we have crafted an organization that is fit for purpose for the emergency that we currently face. So we have taken some from statutory bodies, simpliciter. We have taken some from executive bodies, and we have made NARA. There's no problem in that. And then there's a criticism, Prime Minister, that we moved it from $150 to $15 million. And I ask the question, what is wrong with that? What is wrong with having more private sector entities being able to invest in more projects in Jamaica? It can be a straw man when you raise it. There is also the criticism that let me not raise that one, Chairman. Madam Speaker, we have designed a bill fit for purpose. We have designed a bill that will assist in our recovery. We have designed a bill that is accountable and subjected to the accountability frameworks that exist in our country. We have designed a bill that is going to transform Jamaica and bring additional growth and resurgence to our country. We have designed a bill, Madam Speaker, in the best interest of the people of Jamaica, and I know that the people of Jamaica will continue to support the bill as they have been doing throughout this debate.
Final presenter to close will be the Prime Minister, Minister of Economic Growth and Job Creation. Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I begin the closing remarks, I ask for your indulgence and the indulgence of members in offering a comment on the procedures of the House. The use of points of order. I believe Member Hilton on that side, let me survey, Member Hilton would agree, and the leader of opposition business, member from Kingston Eastern and Port Royal, would agree that the use of the standing of the points of order would not be for trivial purposes or routine, that they were really used when a member felt that there was a contravention of the rules of the House, specifically the rules governing debates. We emerged a convention where members would rise to their feet and claim a point of information or a point of clarification. And the convention was that the member who had the floor would yield. And I recall those days quite clearly when members would stand and say, point of information, Madam Speaker, and the member opposite would yield. Or sometimes the member rising on a point would not even say what it is. He would just say, could you yield, member? And that was the convention. And forgive me, member from South St. Catherine would have been there as well. It has changed a bit, and we have sought to use the points of order where they really should not be used. And I would just want to encourage members for the good order of the House and its proceedings that we revert to the time-tested, tried and proven conventions that have served us well. Madam Speaker, let me start by thanking members on both sides of the House for participating robustly in the debate. Valuable points have been made. Points of substance have been made. And there are other points which I think are also of substance, even if a modicum, that you would have to search very hard to find. But they are there, I'm sure, nonetheless. So, Madam Speaker, I wish to thank all who participated and would have enriched the bill. I would want to adopt to, just as a matter of giving a summary of the debate in terms of the opposition's participation. The member from St. Catherine, is it Eastern? Believe it or not, Madam Speaker, well, you would know we attended the same alma mater. So, Madam Speaker, the point raised by the member was that the opposition supports the bill, we just don't support what is in it. I found it to be a very profound comment. We support the bill, but just not what is in the bill. So, Madam Speaker, I find that to be a very profound summary of the opposition's position. You want a point of information? So, Madam Speaker, but I do understand what the member intended to say, that no one can say that NARA is not a necessary formation in law. No one can say that having a structure to manage recovery is not something that is defensible and necessary. So I think there is the starting point, that NARA is necessary. I think, however, Madam Speaker, that if I am permitted to offer some philosophical perspectives on the differences, that there is a very deep mistrust of government in the country, very deep. But underneath the mistrust of government generally, there is an even greater mistrust of executive power. That is really what it comes down to, a deep distrust of executive power. And by the way, this is not unique to Jamaica. It is a worldwide phenomenon for countries that have what is described as a liberal democracy. Democracy is liberal precisely because executive power is controlled and in many instances restrained. The challenge comes, Madam Speaker, when democracy cannot bring prosperity. that is where the challenge happens, because the assumption is that democracies will automatically bring prosperity to people. And that thinking is sometimes challenged in certain quarters. But I continue to maintain that democracy is the best form of government that we have. And that we must make our democracy work to deliver prosperity. The challenge is, how do we use executive authority without it trampling on the rights of the people? That is always the challenge. And that's why our system is designed as it is, where the members of parliament should come vigorously defending their positions to ensure that executive authority is restrained, but we have to be careful that executive authority is not constrained. Because it is in the constraining, the over-limiting of the actual power to execute that the prosperity is actually delivered. And I will say this, Madam Speaker, that I've been in this position of Prime Minister now for a decade, and it is a learning experience. I continue to appreciate the nuances of the office each day. And I will say to you that during the pandemic, the challenge of using executive authority was a real challenge for the administration. And indeed, we had to use executive authority as it relates to controlling movements and all kinds of other things that we had to do. And the former Attorney General at the time, member from West Central St. James, would have gone to great pains to advise and to say, we have executive authority, but we have to be so careful with it in how it is used. And I made sure that every executive direction that I gave, that I put my signature to, as I did it, I came to Parliament at the next sitting to bring the executive authority to Parliament for Parliament to have a say on it. And there were times when Parliament's say, though not by authority, couldn't change it, but because Parliament said you should consider so you should consider that, we took that on and we made changes to many of the various orders for movement and gathering and all the other things that we had to do. That was, for me, at that time, the ultimate exercise of the executive authority. The lesson learned from it is that in a democracy, executive authority overused can be dangerous even for the person using it. No matter what, it leads to suspicion, frustration, and the view that you are restricting the freedoms of individuals at your own whim. And I would say that I suffered from that during the pandemic, even though in my mind I was acting to support and to promote the health and safety of the public. But there are many Jamaicans who felt that I restricted their movement. So I want to just use this as a basis to say, Madam Speaker, I am not seeking executive power for myself. It's dangerous. And executive power must be controlled, without question. I'm a firm believer in that. The question is, can we find a way to structure our business such that the use of the executive authority delivers the prosperity without taking away the freedoms, transparency, rights of the people? That's where it is at. And so, Madam Speaker, I want to thank JET, the Jamaica Environmental Trust, and Jamaicans for Justice. They wrote letters to me. The letter from JET was quite extensive. They obviously put a lot of time in going through the bill. They did take the time. And I have to say this, Madam Speaker, because lots of times there are persons who will just hear what is said, look at the headlines, don't know any details, form an opinion because there's always something called confirmation bias. Somebody who you like said something that you like, and therefore that's your position without doing the research. It's obvious that these two groups did their research and they put forward their concerns. I will say, Madam Speaker, that not everything that is proposed can be legislated, and not everything that can be legislated should be legislated. And the persons who are drafters, persons who understand the law far better than I do, would agree with that point, that you want the legislation to, one, be consistent with legislation that already exists. You want it to be consistent with the Constitution, and you want your legislation not to be complicated. You can have complex legislation, but you want the legislation to be easily interpreted, well understood, and direct and to the point. And so we try to bring a legislation here that creates a framework that is easily understood, easily interpreted, and gets to the point of what it is we want to achieve. So that's one thing. I will say a few other things, Madam Speaker, if the members give me their attention a little longer. There is a point about bringing the bill to a joint select committee. Let me be clear. We, on this side, we have taken a decision that, as far as possible, we're bringing all our bills to a joint select committee. That's a decision that we took after the experience with the NIDS. Subject, of course, to emergency situations or great urgency. I have heard the undertaking that there would be a commitment on the side of the opposition to have the Joint Select Committee turned around very quickly. And we accept the intention, but we know that it takes a little while. And on average, you're looking at 3 to 6 weeks at the minimum, and sometimes even longer. So I would say, I'm being generous, I'm being euphemistic, but it takes a long time. So I would say, Madam Speaker, that I appreciate the opposition recognizing that the Joint Select Committees are not the fastest mechanism that they will try, but for this bill, urgency is important. And I start at this point about urgency. And I'm being very careful in the use of the term urgency, because I really should say it is an emergency. But I wish to point out to members who were in the House between 2009 and 2015 that this House, not under emergency powers, but under urgency, passed several important pieces of legislation that would oversee billions of dollars, including donor funds, without subjecting them to any committee review, any joint select committee review, including money bills, including the very fiscal rules, which are far more important than the Naira bill. There was not 1 ounce of criticism of that move, not one. At that time, part of that time, I was leader of the opposition. And the members on my side will tell you that I gave directives. This is in the national interest. Participate. Make sure that our points are raised, but we are not going to stand in the way or try to make political points of something that is in the national interest. And I wish for that to be in the public record. The fiscal rules and all the others, some of the other money bills, all the other amendments that were made, it went through without going to Joint Select Committee. And not one journalist, not one of the commentators today said anything. So I just want that to be put in the public debate. So the other point, Madam Speaker, is that during this time of urgency, between 2009 and 2015, we had to, as a country, and I say we meaning government opposition, we had to mobilize the entire country for the reconstruction of our financial system. Essentially, that's what it was, our fiscal and financial system, the reconstruction of it. And what worked very well, particularly as it related to the managing the repayment of our debt with several debt exchanges, was the establishment of an oversight body of the government policy for fiscal and financial reconstruction. And that was called the Economic Program Oversight Committee, EPOC. It was never legislated in the fiscal rules. It was not legislated in the PAAC oversight. It was not legislated in any of the omnibus tax legislation. It was a social consensus. And there is no more powerful tool for oversight than social consensus. And EPOC carried us through the economic reform program. It played a role in keeping the opposition then on side, keeping us informed, working with the Minister of Finance, making sure that what the government said it was going to do, it did. But the EPOC, which was comprised of Jamaicans of high integrity and public trust, reported periodically, regularly, to the country on the activities of this fiscal and financial reconstruction effort of the government. And it worked. It kept the government to its word. What it said it was going to legislate, it legislated. And it kept the opposition to its word. What we're going to support, we supported. And we can stand here today to say that Jamaica came out of that very difficult period with a reconstructed fiscal architecture and monetary architecture as well. Something that we can be proud of. And we can do the same thing with the reconstruction of Jamaica after Hurricane Melissa. That is all that we're trying to do. Madam Speaker, permit me to return to this concept of the use of executive power, because it's fundamental to what we are doing here. Now, when we were contemplating how to structure NARA, a thought was put on the table. Why not make NARA a department of government? Now, if we made NARA a department of government, would there be a board? Would it be illegal to make NARA a department of government? Are departments of government legitimate structures of how government organizes itself? Of course. Of course. In other words, it is not unusual There's nothing wrong with that. The authority then would flow flows cabinet, minister, permanent secretary, ministry employment. But we know that departments are further decentralization of executive and civil service powers of an entire ministry. But you can decentralize even further by putting in an agency. And that agency could be a corporation, or it could be a statutory body, or it could be an executive agency. And I just want to pause at that point. For statutory bodies, the idea is that there is a function of government that is clearly well defined, that has an indefinite function in terms of time, that would require detailed operational guidance, which would not be suited for a department of a ministry to do, but would still require ministerial guidance. So a minister would give the general policy direction and say to an entity like the UDC, a statutory body, here is your authority, it's written in law what you are supposed to do. This statutory body will exist indefinitely. Go and redevelop areas for urban purposes. Go and acquire land for land banking for those purposes as well. Go and operate various companies to provide services. The minister can't go and run that day to day. Every day there is a different use of the executive authority delegated through a board and an executive officer. So the board manages the governance of the general policy direction, but also, in some instances, guides the executive officer in the day-to-day management and helps to resolve conflicts, manages that. That's fine. But what about a function that is very specific? For example, giving passports to Jamaicans. It's an executive agency. That function is very specific. And I was doing some research, and former Prime Minister Pattison, obviously struggling with the same issues I have raised here about how do you get the democracy and its bureaucracy to deliver prosperity, how do you speed it up, came up with the then Cabinet Secretary, Dr. Davies, with the idea of an executive agency. Now, the concept behind the executive agency came out of what is called the school, it's a new school of public administration taught, the new school of public management, which essentially tried to turn the public service more into a corporate service delivery, to use private sector approaches in government. And so the idea was for these kinds of functions that are clearly defined, that may not necessarily require great discretion of the minister, the policy direction is very clear, that you could just create an agency whose only task is get it done. What policy direction should there be in fixing potholes, other than to fix the pothole? So the NWA was, and still is, an executive entity. It has a specific task, and you just want to get that done. And so I'm giving you the history of how it came about. So instead of having a statutory body or having a department of government like Public Works Department was, you formed an executive agency where the minister gives a directive, meaning the policy directive, and the executive is only executing. The Executive Agency Act provides for the executive to have an advisory board. How it works is that the executive recommends, the Prime Minister appoints, but it's not a governance board. It's not a governance board. And it advises the CEO. Now, what we did with NARA, we looked at it and we said the functions of NARA are going to be very specific. More than that, members, it is time-bounded. So this is not going to go on indefinitely. And the policy direction for NARA will be very clear. They will be written and made public. But more than that, the scope of NARA, I heard somebody say NARA is not narrow. That's not true. NARA will be focused on a specific set of projects that will be published. The other issue that I would want to clarify, though, that the use of this structure, NARA, focused in this way, does not take away from existing resources. And that was a prime consideration in the creation of NARA. The member from St. Catherine Eastern and the member from St. Mary's Central raised the issue that what is going to happen is that NARA is going to suck up the approval resources, and a lady who wants to build her house and recover from the hurricane, her approval will be left behind. That is not true, member, and you should take great comfort that that is not so. And so the lady who is listening and feels that you are representing her should have great comfort that that is not the case. That NARA is designed to operate in parallel with, not in competition. And NARA is designed in such a way that the resources that it will have are going to be on top of what exists in the regular system. So it's not going to take away from the regular system. And just to be clear, when Hurricane Melissa hit, my direction was the half of Jamaica that was not hit needs to work twice as hard to make up for the part of Jamaica that was hit. And, it's clear that the productive elements in the country that were not impacted, they have put out the effort. And those who were impacted, they have also put out the effort. And what we are seeing is that the recovery is going to come much sooner than we had initially predicted. And so in no way would we structure NARA for it to take away from the regular resources that we are encouraging to work even harder. So NARA will not take away from the regular resources. No.
Sorry, Prime Minister. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, as we are clear, it has been a robust debate. And as the Prime Minister is closing, we ask that he be given an additional 15 minutes to complete the presentation.
Hold on, Prime Minister. The question is that the Prime Minister be allowed 15 minutes to complete his presentation. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. Mike, Prime Minister.
The other area of concern seems to be that it is the Prime Minister who appoints the CEO. So there are different methodologies of appointing CEOs, depending on the structure that is employed. It is not unusual for the appointment to be from the Prime Minister for certain entities. No, there are some entities that the Governor General appoints. But it's not unusual for the Prime Minister to, or the Minister in charge of the industry, the ministry to appoint. I want to be clear that the post of CEO for NARA was internationally advertised. Internationally. We got several dozen applications, many of them from all over the world. We appointed a very high-level interview panel, review committee. I don't have the members who are on it, but I know I should probably say it, just to be clear, the Cabinet Secretary, my recollection, the head of the Port Authority, Professor Gordon Shirley, who also is the chair of our Police Services Commission, the head of the Transformation Implementation Unit, the TIU, was also a member, and a few other persons. So there is no involvement of me directly or personally in vetting any CVs or shortlisting anyone. I want that to be publicly known. So there is a distance, a healthy distance between myself and the process of finding, interviewing. I also want to point out that there seems to be a concern about concentration. I've heard that centralization is a term used. That NARA seems to centralize power and authority in, sometimes the criticism is centralizes it in the CEO or centralizes it in the minister. In the executive model, it is a deliberate strategy. The whole idea was that the diffusion of the responsibility is what caused the lack of performance, because you can't point on anyone to say you are responsible. And so when Dr. Carlton Davies crafted it, he said, you know, the rationale, he said that the primary, well, let me not say that, let me go ahead. The rationale was to ensure that responsibility is not diffused. That there is one focal point for which accountability can be effective. That was the idea. And I would want Jamaicans to appreciate that your government is very sensitive to any concentration, any centralization that may lead to unregulated, unwieldy executive power. That's not our intention. But at the same time, Jamaica is in a different phase of its development. And we can claim to be in a different phase of our development because we have gone through a phase of our development where we haven't really analyzed it yet, in the sense, Madam Speaker, that our accountability, our anti-corruption and oversight framework is probably the most robust in the Caribbean. We spend billions of dollars. When you look at, so if you look at our oversight capabilities and what we have built, we have let's start with the Auditor General. Enshrined in our Constitution, high functioning. Nothing is exempt. And the Auditor General has moved from doing post audits to doing real-time audits. They have moved from doing accounting audits to doing performance-based audits. We have the Integrity Commission. We have the Corruption Prevention Act, which defines in a very comprehensive way corruption and as an entity to prosecute it. Outside of that, we have MOCA, not a part of the ICE framework, but acts in that way on specific major organized corruption activity. Then we have the PAAC. Bear in mind that the PAAC is maybe it's 20 years old now, about 20, maybe 20, yeah. I brought the resolution to this House to reinstate the PAAC. And it has been very effective and was reformed to be the oversight of Parliament of the economic program of the fiscal rules. Our budget now must go through the PAAC. There is no entity of government that can escape the oversight of the PAAC, and that body is chaired by the opposition and must continue to be chaired by the opposition. It is important that it is chaired by the opposition. So the oversight function of the government apparatus is significant. So when I spoke earlier about ensuring that legislation is efficient, you can't come back here now and then legislate a new framework separate and apart from the framework that is already legislated. We have a strong framework. Let the framework for oversight work. Every day, listen, the persons who are advocates for anti-corruption, they must continue to push. You can't ease up because you don't want government to become relaxed. But the Parliament has to be careful that it does not smother and suffocate the effectiveness of the public bureaucracy by an overlaying of procedures that have no relevance to outcomes. So we have gone through this phase in our development where we have been highly focused on anti-corruption. We must continue, but we are now going into a different phase where we have to ensure that our bureaucracy is efficient. It is not a wiping away or an undermining or a dismissing of the anti-corruption frameworks. No, it is. We will continue to push that and continue to spend the billions of dollars on it. But democracy must deliver prosperity. And I am not the only one speaking in frustration about the slow pace of the government. It is said on both sides. This is what we meant when we say we have to pivot. So I think I've captured most of the issues. And again, I want to thank all the members who have participated, who have contributed. It has enriched the bill. And it is my hope that on this matter, the public record would be that the Parliament, by acclamation, supported the bill rather than history records a divide on this momentous moment. Madam Speaker, I now ask for the second reading of the bill.
Question is that the bill be read a second time. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. Clerk?
A bill entitled
An act to make provision for the management and implementation of the post-disaster reconstruction and resilience efforts consequent on the passage of Hurricane Melissa, and for resilience, generally, to establish the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority, and for connected matters read a second time.
Thank you. Marshall? The House will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill clause by clause. We are now in committee. Minister, would you be so kind as to indicate, as per our usual procedure, how you wish to proceed?
Madam Speaker, we have some amendments to the bill. We do not have any amendments to Clause 1, so you can put Clause 1.
Members, the question is that we put Clause 1. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I know that the amendment sheet would have been distributed. In Clause 2, in the definition of approving entity, we want to delete the words local authority or public body and substitute, therefore, the words public entity. That's one amendment. Second amendment to Clause 2. In the definition of public body, delete the words but does not include an executive agency designated under the Executive Agencies Act. And the third amendment for Clause 2, insert in their correct alphabetical sequence the following definitions. Public entity means a department or an agency of the government, a local authority, or a public body. And Madam Speaker, we have accepted the recommendation of the member from Eastern Portland to give a definition to resilience, and that is resilience in relation to disaster and climate change means the capacity of communities, infrastructure, institutions, economic and environmental systems to A, anticipate, prepare for, and reduce the adverse effects of disasters and climate change. B, absorb, withstand, and adapt to the impacts of disasters so as not to sustain catastrophic damage or loss. C, recover from the adverse effects of disasters in a manner that 1, restores and where practicable improves upon pre-disaster conditions. 2, reduces or eliminates future vulnerability to the effects of disasters and climate change. 3, maintains or improves the social well-being, economic productivity, and environmental integrity of affected communities. I wish to put Clause 2.
You may go ahead, Opposition Leader.
Yeah, before Clause 2 is put, I noticed that there's a subsection 2 in Clause 2. I have no objection to the amendments as proposed to Clause 2. I had pointed out that the exclusion of executive agencies in the original bill could be problematic, and I see that that exclusion is being deleted. But in subsection 2, or subclause 2 of Clause 2, it allows the minister by order to amend a definition in the Act. Normally, powers to amend given to a minister in relation to legislation deal with things like monetary values, such as fines, because those over time can become redundant and so on. But to amend the drafting of a provision, a definition, in this case a definition of works, is very unusual. We don't normally give a single person in the executive the power to amend legislation, especially without it being subject to affirmative resolution, having to come to the House and the Senate for approval because the legislation itself has been passed by the House and the Senate, or will have been before this can become law. So I think if you intend to keep a provision allowing the definition of works, which seems very comprehensive already, I'm not sure why it was seen to be necessary to have a provision allowing the minister to amend the definition of works. It's a very comprehensive definition. Works includes A, the carrying out of any of the following activities, namely construction, reconstruction, assembly, altering, manufacturing, processing, fabrication, erection, instrumentation, installation, fitting out, improvement, commissioning, decommissioning, demolition, clearance, land remediation, maintenance, repair and renovation involved with building, civil engineering, structural engineering, electrical engineering, mechanical engineering, and other engineering and technology projects, and B, goods and services incidental to the carrying out of the activities referred to in the paragraph I just read. It's a very broad, it's an immensely broad provision as is. I'm not sure what the motivation was to allow the minister to alter it. But if that's going to happen, that must come to Parliament in our submission.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The issue raised about the power to alter the definition is one that I have also noted and would ask that it be made subject to affirmative resolution, one. Secondly, in light of the clarification provided by Minister Morgan, given the definition of procure and how wide it is to say by any means, since the intention is that the procurement would take place in accordance with regulations promulgated under the Procurement Act, perhaps an amendment of that section would be advisable. To have procure mean the acquisition of goods, works, or services by any means is very wide. But the clarification was provided that it really will be done in accordance with the regulations that would be promulgated under Section 3 of the Procurement Act. So I am proposing for consideration that the definition be amended to read, procure means the acquisition of goods, works, or services in accordance with the regulations promulgated under the Procurement Act and including where necessary purchase. So it's really substituting by any means with a reference to what has been stated is intended to be in accordance with regulations to be promulgated under the Procurement Act. It's the second. The third point in relation to Clause 2 is the definition of approving entity. And it captures, it states that it means a local authority or public body that exercises any statutory, regulatory, administrative, or operational function, where the exercise of that function is required for the implementation, execution, or delivery of an approved reconstruction and resilience project or a designated strategic investment project, including functions relating to A, physical planning and development controls, building controls, including the issuance of building permits and the conduct of inspections, land subdivision, land use and zoning, environmental management, natural resource conservation and environmental permits, approvals relating to water supply, sewage and drainage, roads, highways and transportation infrastructure, electricity, telecommunications, and other utility services, and disaster risk management and hazard mitigation. In light of the concerns raised and how approving entity is used in the bill, including at Clause 24, Subclause 2, I'm just wondering, how is it contemplated that the exercise of the statutory functions and the regulatory functions will not be problematic?
Member
Thank you.
Green and then opposition leader and members, would you please do not engage in repeating comments made by others, because once we get into that mode, we will be here forever.
Yeah.
So please only limit your comments to additional information you would like to offer instead of repeating suggestions made by other members. Thank you. Member Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support the suggestion of the member from West Central in relation to in Clause 2, definition of works, that we insert the phrase that the minister may by order subject to affirmative resolution. I think that would satisfy the leader of the opposition, just to ensure that there is oversight in relation to any change to the definition, but still achieve the overall objectives of its inclusion. Outside of that, Madam Speaker, I think when the members spoke in relation to procurement, I think there isn't need for any changes in relation to that definition. I think clearly this law is subject to other laws and regulations that are part of our framework. And I think in relation to Clause 2.1, approving entity, but I think Member Ford really put it on the table as to how it would operationalize. I do not believe any change is needed in relation to that part of Clause 2. So I would suggest that outside of the changes already put forward, the amendments, that we also amend to include by order subject to affirmative resolution in 2A.
Member.
Yes, if I may just.
After opposition leader, then Member Hilton.
Just two comments. I'm trying to be brief. The Prime Minister gave an assurance that there would be an order made under the Public Procurement Act. And in fact, I think Minister Morgan repeated that in his presentation on the bill today. Absent that, on the face of it, the two pieces of legislation don't synchronize. So I think the member from West Central's point is there ought to be a reference, if it is the intention that there will be an order under the Public Procurement Act that addresses how procurement by NARA is to take place, with a framework which we hope will be one which ensures sufficient transparency and accountability in relation to the procurement by NARA, given the massive projects which it is expected to handle. I think there ought to be a reference. So I would support that point. The other point I want to make, there's no definition of projects in the bill. Now, in Clause 4, which is the functions of the authority, there are numerous references to the word project. Elsewhere in the bill, there are two categories of projects. There are the approved, one second please, I want to get the phrase correct, the approved reconstruction and resilience projects, which as I understand it would be driven by the cabinet and would be public sector projects largely, though they could have partners. And then there are the private sector ones, which are the designated strategic investment projects. Those are two kind of terms of art used in the bill elsewhere. Those two. Now, what isn't clear is whether NARA is limited to those two categories of projects: the approved reconstruction and resilience projects, which are driven by the government, and the designated strategic investment projects, which are driven by the private sector, or whether under Clause 4 of the bill, it is anticipated that NARA would also be able to embark on other projects not necessarily driven by Cabinet. And that's an important policy decision which I think should be clear in the legislation. So if that were so, if the feeling was that the two categories of projects are really what NARA is to concern itself with, then there should really be a definition of projects in Clause 2, in the appropriate alphabetical sequence, that says projects means approved reconstruction and resilience projects and designated strategic investment projects. So that would clarify that the regime which is created in other parts of the Act, which is a developed regime, would be limited to those things, and that there isn't scope for other things that don't fall under that. If that is the intent. If it's not the intent, then I think it should be made clear that it's adding words, such other projects as NARA may choose to or may execute from time to time, or something along those lines. But the use of the word projects on its own, wherein you have those two categories used elsewhere, to my mind, creates a certain lack of clarity as to the scope of NARA, which is, I don't think we should have that lack of clarity.
There's no other project that
yes. Minister Morgan, I know you are piloting. Would you allow Member Hilton to go first?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Leader of Opposition observation is particularly critical because if you look at Clause 21, and subsection 2, that looks at the notwithstanding provision of any other enactment to the contrary, then it will give a even wider scope unless you define work and narrow the scope of the procurement exceptions. It would really undermine, I think, any sense of governance and in the structure that has emerged from 21 subsection 2. The notwithstanding provision takes away from any limitation. So I think the point made by the leader is critical if you're going to have language like notwithstanding any other provision or enactment to the contrary.
Thanks, Member Hilton.
Thank you, Chair. We have no challenge in accepting the amendment to Clause 2, subsection 2. The Minister may, by order, alter the definition of works subject to affirmative resolution. As it relates to the other amendments suggested, I just want to mention that though, and as it was said before, the law does not specifically outline a regime of procurement, it does come under the authority of the Public Procurement Act. And I will repeat again, Section 3, subsection 3, where the Minister will or may, the Minister may by order, subject to affirmative resolution, declare that this act or any provision thereof shall not apply, and the Minister will be bringing a resolution. As it relates to the list of projects, NARA's authority will be restrained to the projects approved by Cabinet, which is a list of projects. And we have said that on numerous times, and as a matter of fact, those projects will come here. So there is no contemplation that there will be, NARA will be doing every project in Jamaica. That's not the policy direction, that's not in the statute. So I want to put clause 2 as amended.
Member from St. James West Central.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to say that if we legislate that something can be done by any means, it means that it can be done by any means. And if the intention is that the procurement is to be done in accordance with the regulations, just a minute. I appreciate the concerns about the slowness in procurement. And they are real. I mean, all of us here have experienced it. But if the answer is really that the intention is to have the procurement done in accordance with those regulations, it will not achieve the objective of legislating that the procurement is to be done by any means.
Thank you, Member.
Madam Speaker, we hear the member and we put clause 2 as amended.
The question is that we put the amendment to clause 2 as written. Those in favor? Those against? Divide. Clerk.
Mr. Azan. Mr. Bartlett. Mr. Bartlett. Mr. Bartlett.
Members, could you answer loud enough that the clerk is able to hear? We will need to move quickly because we will have a lot of divides if we're not. Right.
Mr. Brown. Dr. Brownberg. Dr. Brownberg. Mr. Buchanan. Mr. Bunting. Ms. Burchell. Dr. Campbell. Dr. Chang. Mr. Charles. Mr. Chuck. Mr. Clark. Mr. Cousins. Mr. Crawford. Ms. Crawford. Ms. Crawford. Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn. Ms. Daly. Mrs. Dalrymple Philibert. Dr. Dawes. Mr. Golden. Mr. Gordon. Ms. Grange. Mr. Green. Ms. Hamilton. Mr. Ailes. Mr. Hines. Dr. Holness. Mr. Ilton. Mr. Jackson. Ms. Jess. Ms. Jess. Ms. Lee. Mrs. Marlene Malahou-Ford. Ambassador Marks. Mr. Main. Mr. Mackenzie. Mrs. Miller Bennett. Mr. Montague. Mr. Morgan. Mr. Morris. Ms. Morrison. Mrs. Nita Garvey. Mr. Newell. Mr. Paulwell. Mr. Phillips. Ms. Perkins. Mr. Robertson. Mr. Robinson. Dr. Russell. Mr. Samuda. Mr. Seabright. Ms. Shaw. Mr. Smith. Mr. Terrelong, Dr. Tufton, Mr. Darrell Vaz, Mr. Dwayne Vaz, Mr. Warmington, Dr. Wheatley, Mr. Delroy Williams, Mr. Donovan Williams, Mrs. Williams, Mr. Witter,
Members, ayes 31, nays 26, abstain 1, absent 4. It carries. So the amendment passes.
Yeah. The new wording with the subject to affirmative resolution, when the minister read it, he put it in the wrong place. It needs to be, the minister may by order subject to affirmative resolution, alter paragraph A of the definition of work.
Read it again. Members, we will continue. The count and tally is absolutely correct. The amendments passed based on the vote. I now put clause 2 as amended. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Chairman, I would like to make a marginal, in the margin, a change in clause 3 where we're going to delete the words "the," and I would like to put clause 3.
Opposition Leader.
I have two proposed amendments to clause 3. I want to move the following amendment, that there be a subclause 3 added.
3 what?
That would state that the function, and the reason for this proposed amendment is the fact that in clause 25 of the bill, where it speaks to designating these strategic investment projects, these designated strategic investment projects, one of the criteria for doing so is that the project contributes to the achievement of the purposes of the Act. And the Act lacks any statement of its purposes. So I wish to make that clear by adding a subsection 3 to the clause 3 that would say the purposes of this Act are to establish a statutory framework, and I'm taking this language from the Memorandum of Objects and Reasons. So it would say, the purposes of this Act are to establish a statutory framework, for the efficient, coordinated, and transparent management of extraordinary time-bound reconstruction and resilience efforts to focus on building back better to withstand future climatic and geophysical events. B, to create a more robust, climate-resilient infrastructure, encouraging better land use planning. C, to expedite private and public-private investment in priority sectors that address the structural economic vulnerabilities arising due to climate-related disasters. And D, to enable growth and diversification of Jamaica's economic base. Those are all lifted from there, except rather than, the only change I've suggested is that rather than make a specific reference to Hurricane Melissa, since this is going to be, there may be other events, I just said climate-related disasters.
That's reasonable. That is reasonable. Let's hear them what they say.
Opposition Leader, are you finished?
I am finished for that,
Okay.
yeah.
You may go ahead.
All I would say is that that exact suggestion was a matter that was contemplated in deep detail with the legal advisors of the government, and we were advised not to pursue that route. I wish to put clause 3.
Members, those in favor? Those against? Divide. Go ahead. Go ahead, Opposition Leader.
The Memorandum of Objects and Reasons is strictly speaking not part of the legislation. It's attached to a bill to guide the House. But when the Act passes and it's printed in the revised laws of Jamaica, you will not see it. So this is why it is important, given that there's a specific reference, as I've said in clause 25, to the purposes of the Act, that those purposes should be manifest when you read the Act. Whatever the legal advisors to the government may say, this is a lacuna, a gap, and it's a serious omission. Yes.
I was saying, Madam Speaker, and I repeat it again. We had a discussion, both at Legislative Committee and otherwise, about this exact matter that the member is raising, and we have been advised that this is not something that we should transport from the objects and reasons and put into the bill, as it is not necessary.
The members called for a divide. Clerk.
Mr. Azan, Mr. Bartlett, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brown-Burke, Mr. Buchanan, Mr. Bunting, Ms. Burchell, Dr. Campbell, Dr. Chang, Mr. Charles Jr., Mr. Chuck, Mr. Clark, Mr. Cousins, Mr. Crawford, Mr. Crawford, Miss Crawford, Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn, Miss Daly, Mrs. Dalrymple Philibert, Dr. Dawes, Mr. Golden, Mr. Gordon, Miss Grange, Mr. Green, Miss Hamilton, Mr. Hales, Mr. Hales, Mr. Hines, Dr. Holness, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Miss Jess, Miss Lee, Mrs. Malahoo Fort, Ambassador Marks, Mr. Main, Mr. Mackenzie, Mrs. Miller-Bennett, Mr. Montague, Mr. Morgan, Mr. Morris, Ms. Morrison, Mrs. Nita Garvey, Mr. Newell, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Phillips, Mr. Phillips, Ms. Perkis, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Dr. Russell, Mr. Samuda, Mr. Seabright, Ms. Shaw, Mr. Smith, Mr. Terrelong, Dr. Tufton, Mr. Darrell Vaz, Mr. Dwayne Vaz, Mr. Warmington, Dr. Wheatley, Mr. Williams Delroy, Mr. Donovan Williams, Mrs. Fable Williams, and Mr. Witter.
Thank you. The clause carries. Clause 3 with a vote tally of 32 ayes, 27 nays, and 3 persons being absent. Minister, clause 4.
I wish to make a marginal correction in the marginal note to the clause, delete the word "the," and then I wish to put clause 4.
Madam Chair.
Opposition Leader.
Madam Chair, I have a question and a proposed amendment. My question is for the Prime Minister. Where there are references in 4 to projects, first of all, it talks about the authority being responsible for the administration of this Act, including the preparation, implementation, and oversight of national reconstruction and resilience projects. And then there are several references in the lettered paragraphs to the word projects on its own. And I asked the question, or I had suggested an amendment that we define what projects means for the purposes of this act. Specifically, my question for you is it your understanding that NARA's scope of activities would be limited to the approved reconstruction and resilience projects, which is a regime that where there's a register and so on for that, and it has to be approved by cabinet, and perhaps the so-called designated strategic investment projects, which are the ones that have to be at least 15 million US, and there's a regime around that as well. Are those the two categories of projects that fall within the scope of this act, or is the act also embracing other projects? We don't know what the scope of them would be. That's what I'd like clarity on.
Thank you, Chairman. Let me see if I can bring some clarity to the question raised by the Leader of the Opposition. NARA will undertake projects that are exclusive to the government, public works, projects that are exclusively funded by the government. NARA will also undertake projects that could be considered public-private partnerships. And NARA provides an avenue for projects that are considered strategic, which will be privately executed but may benefit from the expedited approvals and permitting process or any other advantage or incentive that the government may offer. So essentially, there would be two types of projects. Projects that are public and projects that are private. Essentially, whatever is registered on the list of projects, on what we call approved projects, which we will have to make an amendment, approved projects by Cabinet to include the projects that the government will undertake specifically and designated strategic projects. So if you were asking earlier for a definition of projects. And I think a safer way would be to say that projects that the undertakings that appear in the approved register by Cabinet, those would be what we term projects. I think that would be add a little bit more clarity if it is that it is needed to define what is a project. Because the truth is, Chairman and member, NARA cannot execute undertakings that are not approved by Cabinet and appear in the register.
Opposition Leader, next would have been the member from St. James West Central. Member from St. James West Central, I believe the Opposition Leader would like to do a follow-up in respect of his question. Would you be so kind as to permit?
Yes, so thank you for that. Prime Minister, the register deals with the approved reconstruction and resilience projects, which are the ones that Cabinet would have approved and would involve public resources. And then there's the designated strategic investment projects, which are private sector driven, but are also subject to some of the benefits that NARA can bring to them. So those are the two broad categories, and that's how projects should be construed in accordance with this act. That is what I wasn't seeking to define project other than to define the scope of NARA in relation to projects, because without that being clarified, one could argue that it could do other things as well, which I don't think is what the government intends. Okay. I also have an amendment to Clause 4, but I'll defer to, if you'd like.
Just go ahead, Opposition Leader. Then we'll take the member from St. James West and then the member from Portland East.
I would like to propose an amendment to Clause 4, Subclause 1, and it is to re-letter the existing I to become J and to insert a new I. And the and at the end of H would move to the end of I, because the I would now be the penultimate paragraph. And it would say, it would read as follows. And this is reading from the opening words, what the drafters call the chapeau, the things that the authority shall do or shall not do. And the new J that I'm proposing would say, shall not discriminate on the grounds of political affiliation, religion, ethnicity, or any other personal characteristic. I'll read it again.
Leader.
Huh?
Oh, not finished.
No,
Go ahead.
I'll say it again. J would read, and the word shall precedes it. J, not discriminate on the grounds of political affiliation, religion, ethnicity, or any other personal characteristic. Gender.
Madam Chair.
Prime Minister, a moment, please. Member Russell, here, turn your mic off, please. And members, could you not turn your mics on at all until you're recognized?
Madam Chair, I can appreciate the attempt of the Leader of the Opposition to ensure that every element of concern is legislated in the bill. But the truth is that our Constitution already makes it absolutely clear that you cannot discriminate on any of the grounds that he has raised. And the remedies for that are already well established. The purpose of the legislation is to be efficient. I can understand you want to make sure that everything is, but I think the Leader of the Opposition is going a bit too far and being very redundant in some of the things being proposed.
Madam Speaker,
Opposition Leader.
I'm mindful of the fact that Section 18, Clause 18, says that programs for reconstruction and resilience, those are NARA's programs that it develops and so on, have to identify all relevant persons involved and their respective roles in the delivery of the program. That has to go to Cabinet as a submission. And that augments the concern that I have as to the potential for political victimization in how NARA operates, because it's a creature of the executive. And we all know on this side, and I dare say that side would have felt this way in the past as well, when they were not in government, that political victimization is real and is a major concern for persons who are politically involved, especially at the grassroots level, but also professionals and business people. And so that is why I have proposed that amendment.
Thanks, Opposition Leader. Next is the member from St. James West Central. After that is the member from Portland East, then the member from St. Anne South, and then the member from St. Catherine South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Seeking some clarification. The reference to cause projects, programs, and plans to include standards, specifications, and requirement. This is at clause 4.1f, as whether the intention is to have new standards created, or are they referring to existing legal standards? So, for example, if you look at the newest piece of legislation in the among the laws that are impacted, you have the Building Act of 2018, and Part 3 speaks of the National Building Code. And when the act was being done, the code, the documents, the law provided what would comprise the National Building Code. and it says the documents are the International Building Code as modified by the following documents, each of which is declared by the Bureau of Standards to be a standard specification pursuant to Section 7 of the Standards Act and published February 2009. That is to say, Jamaica Standards, Jamaica Application Document for the International Existing Building Code, Jamaica Standard, Jamaica Application Document for International Building Code, Jamaica Standard, Jamaica Application Document for the International Residential Code Document, Jamaica Standard, Jamaica Application Document for the International Fire Code, Jamaica Standard, Jamaica Application Document for International Energy Conservation Code, Jamaica Standard, Jamaica Application Document for the International Plumbing Code, Jamaica Standard, Jamaica Application Document for the International Property Maintenance Code, Jamaica Standard, Jamaica Application Document for the International Mechanical Code, Jamaica Standard, Jamaica Application Document for the International Private Sewage Disposal Code, Jamaica Standard, Jamaica Application Document for International Fuel Gas Code, Jamaica Standard, Jamaica Application Document for the International Code, Council Electrical Administrative Provision and National Electric Code, and other things. So we have legal standards which refer to international standards. And the question is whether the intention is to utilize the existing standards that are part of our law and which can be adapted, both adopted and adapted, or to introduce completely different standards not already part of the law or part of the system that we use for adoption and adaptation. That's the first question. The other question relates to how subclause 4 is drafted. So subclause 4 says the authority shall, if lawful and practicable, utilize existing capacity, resources, facilities and systems in government which may be appropriately co-opted for the purposes of this Act. This is the only place if lawful is utilized, and it begs the question whether something that is not lawful can be had resort to in other place. I know it couldn't be the intention that you can resort to anything unlawful, but the way it is drafted here begs the question and calls for some clarification. So I would propose that since page 6, clause 4, subclause 4, the Act shall, the authority shall, if lawful and practicable. I understand the practicable, but if you're saying if lawful, then it begs the question whether in other places it can resort to unlawful matters. And especially since the law is asking for such wide powers to amend other laws.
Thank you, Chairman. Right. Mr. Prime Minister, just seeking clarity for one thing. I know that the leader of opposition would have raised the issue of definition and projects. I heard your response, but I'm just suggesting that in light of your response, it can be accepted or rejected, but I'm thinking that projects actually needs to be clearly defined. Okay, but I would suggest simply because in your explanation, you gave a distinction between public and private, or government interest versus private. And just suggesting that in relation to projects, that an inclusion of natural disaster relief efforts to be distinct from building construction. So that, just to say, so that there's no conflict with Section 25 and 19, Section 19.3, and I had raised it the last time, and it was fixed at resilience, but when it speaks of the development of projects and programs and plans shall prioritize, there's a gap in relation to projects remaining undefined. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. The two things. First, the Prime Minister in his summation. All right, let me go to the other one since the Prime Minister is distracted. Minister, when you were doing your summation, you spoke about the need to use it as a learning opportunity and the fact that the systems will get better as a result of NARA. So in all of the functions of NARA, there's no mention of its role in helping to streamline and strengthen the systems of the existing government system. So I would like to propose proposing a clause. Sorry? We're at 4.1, and I'm suggesting 4.1F after F to insert a clause which speaks to identifying, streamlining, and eliminating inefficiencies. I'm sorry?
Continue.
So the suggested amendment is to include a clause which speaks to identifying, streamlining, and eliminating inefficiencies in the approval, permitting, and implementation processes across ministries, agencies, and departments. Or across public entities, if you prefer. Yes? Because at the moment it's focused on the construction activities of NARA, and this would allow us to learn and for the systems to get better as a result. My second point, which I'd like the Prime Minister to hear, relates to a comment which the Prime Minister made, which suggested that NARA will not use the resources of existing government agencies. However, what we have at 4.4 allows the authority to do that, because it can, legally or not, utilize existing capacities, resources, facilities, and systems of government, which may be appropriately co-opted, right? So it does give it the power to co-opt existing resources. So it goes against the intent as explained by the Prime Minister. Yes?
Member, are you through with your questions?
I am, yeah.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I was looking at, I think that this is probably the most appropriate place if we were going to include mandatory environment impact assessment. I don't see it anywhere. No, I'm just asking. I didn't see it anywhere else, and I thought that this would be a good place for it. Did I miss it? because if I didn't miss it, I think that it is important. No, even to say we are necessary. I mean, I'd like to know that we are, in fact, protecting the environment and that we are making sure that these kind of T's are crossed and I's dotted in this regard.
Madam Chair.
Hold on a moment, please. You know, Member Jackson actually was before.
I can yield if that's the case.
Yours was covered, thank you. Minister Samudo?
Madam Chair, there is absolutely nothing in this piece of legislation that is in conflict with the Standards Act. And to the best of my knowledge, I'm the only person in this House on either side that has sat as chair of the Standards Council. So I can say so with a fair degree of comfort, because literally this is an unnecessary point. So, Madam Chair, I would encourage you as a former chair of the Standards Council. I don't believe the member from East Kingston chaired it. I know you'd have appointed chairs. I don't believe the member from Western St. Andrew would have chaired the Standards Council, though you'd have appointed members. Correct? I can assure you, the Standards Council and its legislative remit is not in question in this particular matter. And I would encourage you, Madam Chair, to put this matter to a vote, because it is not in contravention of anything related to the Bureau of Standards. And I am certain of that. So please put it to a vote, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just want to respond in short. One, we cannot use NARA as a catch-all for all issues of efficiency. To the member from St. Anne, and the Minister Samuda would have responded to the matter related to 4F, and I just want to say that it will be in accordance with the existing laws of Jamaica. I don't think there is anything else for me to respond to. Can we put the matter to a vote, please? That's the I that you... Yeah, but the Prime Minister has already addressed it. With the Constitution of Jamaica, the Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedoms, it's not the same thing. No, what I'm saying is, to echo what the Prime Minister said, the Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedoms, as well as the Constitution of Jamaica, address it.
Opposition Leader, let me just make sure I clarify. Are you saying that you would like to put to a vote the amendment you're recommending? I would like the Minister to tell me what he feels about that, because I find that to be quite abnormal, and I would not, no, I would never go there. What we put to a vote in the House are the amendments, clause by clause, being referred to the House by the Minister piloting the bill, and what Minister, hold on, Opposition Leader, and where there are differences in views, as in the case where you are of the view that you would like to have a vote on your amendment, that is done through the process of a divide if you are not in a position to support the clause. All right, go ahead. Hold on, one at a time.
Yes.
Opposition Leader first.
Yes. Just to say that...
Hold on, Opposition Leader, and after that, we go to the Minister piloting the bill. Thank you. Go ahead, Opposition Leader.
There's no provision in the Constitution that I am aware of that protects individuals from political discrimination. Secondly, enforcing constitutional rights requires going to court and all of the expense that that entails. The advantage of putting a provision in here where the body itself, NARA, would have a specific obligation not to discriminate on those grounds would be that the CEO and staff of NARA would know that their own statute directs them not to do that. And given that there are other provisions which require all individuals involved in projects to be disclosed to the Cabinet and so on for the Cabinet to approve, there is a real risk of a perception of that arising. This is why I think it's an important amendment, and if you won't put it to the vote, we will just have to answer to you when you put the clause without it.
Yes, that is perfect, opposition leader.
Chair, I wish to put clause 4.
No, but sorry, Minister, you didn't respond to my second point.
No, member, you asked what is the mischief. I have not been in the House for as long as many of the members, but the day we get to that place where we start voting on pieces of amendments, it goes into a totally different realm. No, we are not there. Minister, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. Remember that the only amendment that we're putting is in the marginal note to the clause, delete the word "the."
Sorry, but my question...
I am putting clause 4 with the amendment. I am putting the amendment to clause 4. I am putting the amendment to clause 4. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against?
Hold on, man. But
divide. Clark? No, leader of opposition business. Do you have a different point? Do you have a different point? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Mr. Azan?
The chair doesn't pilot the bill, members. So if the minister who is piloting the bill has asked me to put the amendments, he has already asked. The minister is piloting the bill.
Thank you very much.
Members.
Yes, Madam Chair, the simple point I wish to put and to make is that any member, any one of us, can propose an amendment to any section in committee
that's
of the
not
bill.
In question. Opposition business.
Madam
not
Chair,
in contention.
Madam Chair,
that's not in contention.
Your role is really to allow the members to speak.
No, I take offense to that. No. Leader of opposition business, if you do note, the chair has allowed for amendments to be proposed. The amendments are proposed. I am saying to you, leader of opposition business, that to start an exercise where we are voting on the proposed amendment of any member is out of the norm. What we vote on is the amendment that is being put forward by the person piloting the bill. And all members of the House have the opportunity to vote yea, nay, to call a divide and vote accordingly. Minister?
Just on a point of clarification, Chairman. The Leader of the Opposition pointed out that he's not aware of anywhere in the Constitution that speaks to discrimination on the basis of one's politics. My information, and I stand to be corrected, is that the Constitution does speak to one's political opinion. So we just, well, you know, one's opinion could equate to an affiliation as well. So I just want that for the record, Madam Chair, that the requirement for this to be included would be redundant.
Chair, can we have
put your mic on. So members, no, don't, it doesn't make sense to turn on your mic again, member. We are finished. The person who is piloting the bill, for your understanding, has already indicated that we should put the clause as he is putting forward. Two options are available to us. We vote yea, nay, or we call for a divide. And members, I am asking that we do not go down the rabbit hole of attempting to introduce something very new to the Parliament. So, as Leader of Opposition Business said, members, every single member is allowed to put forward any recommendation you would like. That is not a challenge. However, the person piloting the bill ultimately will say to all of us in the House, this is what I am putting to the House for a vote. So we will not start a process of voting on what you would like to vote on. House Leader?
Chair, we already put the clause with the amendment that we noted, which is in the marginal note to the clause, delete the word "the," and I'm asking you to put that clause. Clause 4 as amended.
The question is that we put clause 4 as amended and a divide has been called. Clerk.
Mr. Azan, Mr. Bartlett, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brown-Burke, Mr. Buchanan, Mr. Bunting, Ms. Burchell, Dr. Campbell, Dr. Chang, Mr. Charles Jr., Mr. Chuck, Mr. Clark, Mr. Cousins, Mr. Crawford, Ms. Crawford, Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn, Ms. Daly, Mrs. Dalrymple Philibert, Dr. Dawes, Mr. Golden, Mr. Gordon, Ms. Grange, Mr. Green, Ms. Hamilton, Mr. Hales, Mr. Hines, Mr. Hines, Dr. Holness, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Ms. Jess, Ms. Lee, Mrs. Malahoo Fort, Mrs. Malahoo Fort,
I'm saying the proposal is already covered in section 13(3)(b) of the Constitution.
Member
So it's
Malahoo
unnecessary.
Fort, you are required to vote yea or nay or abstain.
Mrs. Malahoo Fort, your vote?
What did you vote, member? Because I did not hear that.
Nay.
Okay, thank you, member. Go ahead.
Ambassador Marks, Mr. Main, Mr. Mackenzie, Mrs. Miller Bennett, Mr. Montague, Mr. Morgan, Mr. Morris, Mr. Morris, Ms. Morrison, Mrs. Nita Garvey, Mrs. Nita Garvey, Mr. Newell, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Phillips, Ms. Perkis, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Dr. Russell, Mr. Samuda, Mr. Seabright, Ms. Shaw, Mr. Smith, Mr. Terry Long, Dr. Tufton, Mr. Darrell Vaz, Mr. Dwayne Vaz, Mr. Warmington, Dr. Wheatley, Mr. Delroy Williams, Mr. Donovan Williams, Mrs. Favor Williams, and Mr. Witter.
Member Malahoo Fort.
Yay. Yay. Yay is my vote. Yay. Yes.
Look here, members. Member Malahoo Fort. There's only one chairman, you know. One. No, that's the rule. Please, follow the rule. I asked what was the vote of the member. No, I couldn't hear her. I heard the member beside her answer for her. She said something about... You can pull it. Member Malahoo Fort, what was your vote?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
No, members. No, I heard her discussing something about an amendment. However, members, it doesn't make sense, you know, like part of it is for us to also learn. I am happy to learn. So, Member Daly, the reason why you cannot vote after you have stepped in, which the opposition knows, particularly those who have been in the House before last year, they're aware. Once you're not here when your name is called, that's it. However, if a member wants to change their vote, up until the time that we have tallied and announced the tally, they are at liberty to do so. So whatever the member voted, the member is able to change her vote if she so chooses. Member, but pardon me? No, you were not in the chamber, Member Daly. Tally, please.
Hold on.
Member Charles,
Chairman,
what is it, sir?
1 second. It is very important for the records. This is not a matter of change of vote. And I can say this as somebody who is right beside the member. It is a matter of clarification of what was heard. And the hold on, luckily in this case, the member also, in her preamble to her vote, explained herself, unlike the rest of us. And in her explanation, she was very clear as to what she said about 13 being the Constitution. So a nay vote would make no sense.
Member Charles, you are absolutely correct because it was in her explanation
exactly. So
that I appreciated.
That clarification.
Yes, and members, Erskine May, paragraph 2586, if any member of the Lords by mistake votes in a wrong lobby, they must wait until the others in that lobby have voted and then ask the tellers not to count their vote. The tellers then accompany the member of Lords concerned to the table and look, no, she did. She said that's not what she voted and no. And Mr. Cousins, I don't know why you'd like to be here forever. Okay? but the member's explanation, which I listened to, did not accord. She was actually objecting to the amendment being suggested. That's what I got from her statement. So let me tell you, members, the ayes 32, the nays 27, and absent 3. Members, the clause carries as amended. Next clause, pilot
I wish
of the
to
bill.
put clause 5, 6, and 7 without amendments. I wish to put clause 5, 6, and 7 without amendments.
5, 6, and 7 without amendments. Members, the person piloting the bill, that's not a joke, you know. 5, 6, and 7. Oh, you don't ever do that, member. Marshall, please. Angela Brown-Burke, I name you. Outside. Marshall, go for her. Angela Brown-Burke. Members, I name Angela Brown-Burke and ask that she be removed from the chamber. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Member outside. Standing order under Rules of Order number 43, subsection 2. The Speaker or Chair shall order any member whose conduct is grossly disorderly to withdraw immediately from the House during the remainder of the day's sitting, and may direct such steps to be taken as are necessary to enforce such order. Member Angela Brown-Burke, member.
Madam Speaker.
House
Madam
Leader.
Speaker. Madam Speaker, I hereby move. Madam Speaker, I hereby move that the member for St. Andrews South be suspended for the rest of the duration of the House.
Those in favor? Those against? Clerk. Members.
Madam Speaker, for the avoidance of doubt, Chairman, the motion that is being moved is that the member for South East St. Andrew be suspended for the remainder of the sitting.
Members.
Madam.
Marshall, could you please remove
Madam
the member
Chairman.
immediately? Immediately remove the member. You are instructed to please immediately remove the member from the House.
Madam Chairman, we were proceeding quite effectively in going through the clauses of the bill. I think what we are witnessing now is a display which, when we reflect on this in years to come, it will not be amongst our best. And I think the order of the House and dignity of the House must be preserved. And I would invite all members to join in preserving that dignity of the House. You are the members.
Please follow the rules of the House, members. And yes, if a member behaves out of order, the standing orders allow for the naming of said member. The rules of the House are serious and we should not take them for joke. Marshall, could you please explain to the member the rules of the House and the next action that follows if she does not remove herself from the House? Please explain, based on the rules of the House, what happens next. Let me expect, no, if she does not follow the rules, she will be suspended. Members, of suspending the committee and resuming the House. Marshall, 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 could you lift the mace, please? Suspending committee. Marshall, could you raise the mace? Marshall, whether they're seated or not, raise the mace. That's the instruction. Members, we are back in the House. Member Angelo Brown-Burke, the member from St. Andrew Southwestern. I am asking that you appreciate that you have been named by the chair in committee and you are named by the Speaker of the House for disorderly conduct. Member, at no time can you grab the mace in Parliament, not even in jest, member. And not in protest either, Member Burchell. Members, member, do not leave. Member, do not leave. None of you. Members, members, again, I'm at the House. I am going to ask that we put to a vote the removal of the member. Yes. House Leader.
Let's start with the beginning.
Southeast or Southwest? Southwest. Madam Speaker, in accordance with
All of us can speak for 30 minutes on this motion.
There's no debate. In accordance with Standing Order 43-4, I move that the member for St. Andrew Southwest, St. Andrew Southwest, be suspended for the duration of the rest of this sitting of the House.
Those in favor?
Madam Speaker.
Those against? Those against? No, that's not allowed. Those against? Those against? The ayes have it. Members, I'm going to suspend the sitting of the House for 5 minutes. We will be back at 10:50. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it.